Hello and welcome to the KC Grand Tournament 2021. I'm joined here by Michael Cohenum.
It's great to be here, Luke.
How's it going? You okay? We are in the middle of the night for both of us.
We are. Luckily, the excitement of the duels will keep us awake.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, I just can't believe that we are having the privilege of casting the KC Grand Tournament once again. We have 25 duelists remaining, and yeah, we are going to crown a champion tonight.
Yeah, and this is a huge event. I dare say, the biggest Duel Links event of the year.
Yeah, there were countless number of duelists and duels to make it all the way to this stage, and we're going to come down to just one of them.
I can't wait to see who it'll be. Yeah, it is.
So
It is no easy feat to get to this stage.
yeah, exactly. So we are going to talk a little bit about that for the as we go, shall we say? But there are kind of so many opportunities to qualify for this grand tournament throughout the year, and each one of those qualifications takes such ferocity from each of the duelists.
Yeah, and because of that, I expect that we're going to see top level play
Yeah,
tonight in the tournament because these duelists have played thousands of duels
yeah,
throughout their Duel Links career and on their path to get to this final 25 duelists.
yeah,
So we're
exactly.
going to
And
see
yeah,
top level play from players who are familiar with strategies that many of our viewers have probably never even seen.
yeah, and that's the amazing part. These competitors have played probably thousands of duels, whether that's their first duel playing the Duel Links tutorial, or in the KC Cup. There's so many different levels that these duelists have played at and risen through the ranks to get to this stage.
Yeah, it's very exciting, and because there are special deck building rules for this event as well that all 25 duelists needed to abide by, we're going to see a variety of decks, and it'll be very interesting to see what deck building decisions these players made during such a critical tournament for them.
Yeah. And speaking of the various rules, let's go into our tournament kind of rule set that we have for this tournament. So first up, showing our 25 duelists from all across the globe. I mean, really, this is a global tournament. We have duelists from Japan, China, North America, Europe, really, really global. There's no other
This
way to
is
say
this
it.
is the closest thing we'll have to a world championship.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, let's be honest. The hundreds of thousands of duels and duelists that came down to this, it really was a world championship. Everyone from around the globe, you guys sat at home watching us right now, could have played and got to this stage.
Absolutely, and because players were able to qualify just by playing in the tournaments available in the Duel Links app, literally anybody could have entered, and
Yeah,
anybody could have gotten there.
yeah, it's amazing. So let's move on to the tournament rules. So we do have a quite a I wouldn't say unusual, but quite a an interesting set of kind of seeding rules for the tournament. But first, let's talk about the deck building rules. So players will duel using the decks that follow the regular deck building rules of the tournament, and they have three decks that they have to use. That's one really important thing. They have to build three decks, not just one.
Right, and that guarantees we'll see lots of different decks this tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, all of these duelists had to submit their decks for a specific time period, which was met by all of the duelists. Next up, we are going to talk a little bit about the card restrictions and duelist restrictions for the deck building. So, of course, there was a cutoff point for the cards and duelists and skills that were to be used in the tournament. and usual deck building rules apply: 20 to 30 cards, and the extra deck 0 to 7 cards. And each deck that they are using must be set using a different legendary duelist with a different skill. So they cannot use the same legendary duelist or the same skill for multiple decks. So you really have to be creative with what you are building.
Yeah, I expect to see a lot of creativity tonight, and it's possible that the most creative duelist will be the winner.
Absolutely. So up next, a little bit more about the deck building. So duelists can only have 3 copies of each card across all 3 of their decks. Now this is really important. This is such an important rule that I want to ask to you, Michael. You know, there are important cards that you want to play 3 copies of in a lot of these top decks. So how does this affect the deck building?
Players will need to balance their decks, not just to play their 3 decks of choice or 3 favorite decks to use in specific tournaments, but those decks they'll need to balance their decks out so that they use different cards. And it is critical that they use different cards and different strategies, especially because they need to follow the Forbidden and Limited list and can only have a single copy of a Limited 1 card against all 3 decks. So what that will likely do is force players to use a variety of decks. And up until this stage in the tournament, they really could have leaned on one specific deck to get here.
Yeah.
But now their familiarity and ability to use multiple decks will truly be tested.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's, you know, there's going to be key cards, I'm sure, that our duelists at home will recognize throughout the tournament. But you guys at home, when you're competing, you can use all copies of just one card in your deck. All 3 copies in just one deck, but these guys have had to make that really tough choice to pick which of their 3 decks these different copies of cards are going to go into. Let's talk about
especially
yes,
it's especially tough for it's especially tough for cards like Treacherous Trap Hole that you can really fit into anything that's not using the limited 2 slot. So you might choose to use only one deck that doesn't take advantage of other limited 2 cards.
Yeah, Treacherous Trap Hole, that's a great example. It's such a powerful card that can really turn the tides of a duel at any point. And these guys have got to choose where it's going to go. And of course, depending on the submission deadline for each deck, any new cards and duelists and skills that were added after that are not going to be able to be used. So we know exactly when the cutoff point was for the deck building.
Right, so duelists had at least 11 days to totally prepare and plan, knowing exactly which cards were permitted in this event, and I'm sure they put a lot of planning into it.
Yeah, you have to imagine not only those 11 days, shall we say, but, really just throughout the year, they've been thinking about this and refining the strategies and thinking about those different meta decks that are being used by people. They've really, really put a lot of thought into this.
Absolutely, but Duel Links does change very quickly, so being up on what's been going on recently is going to be of critical importance to victory this weekend.
Exactly. And something else, so of course staying up with the most current decks is super important, but something that's really interesting is when an older deck can sometimes take people by surprise.
Yes, and that does happen a lot because a lot of the old decks are still very powerful. Players stop teching against them, and they do make a resurgence. So I would not be surprised if we saw that tonight.
Yeah, it's always. I mean, that's the beauty of a kind of meta game, that we have those tech cards that people put into their decks that really solve those problems that other meta decks cause them to have.
Yeah, and a lot of those decks do get new cards as well, so they do get updated. Like, look at Blue Eyes White Dragon. That was one of the first decks in Duel Links. It was a competitive deck, and it still is a deck that you'll encounter in tournaments.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can never, ever deny the power of a Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Absolutely not. That would be a massive mistake.
Yeah, exactly. And that's one of the beautiful things of Yu-Gi-Oh in general. There's kind of different, I want to say, checks that you've got to kind of pass when you're building a deck. You got to think to yourself, how does my deck deal with trap cards? How does it deal well with high attack monsters that my opponent's going to throw at me? There's so many different things you have to think about while building these decks.
Absolutely. Preparation is key, and I think the best
Yeah.
prepared duelists are the ones that will prevail tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. So we do have a schedule. I don't know if we can show that on the stream, but we have a kind of rough schedule that we're going to try stick to, but it depends on how quick each of the duels go throughout the tournament. So, of course, we are starting now at, for me, it's 6 a.m. For Michael, it's even earlier in the morning. But yeah, you can see the schedule there. I'm not going to read it all out, but take a screenshot so that you know where we're going to be and what's going to be happening. And yeah, we're going to guide you throughout all of these duels as we get along through the day. There is going to be a short break between the quarterfinals and the semifinals, just so that the duelists have some time to take a rest and have a kind of, take a deep breath and think about the most epic duels ahead as we get to those semifinals. But other than that, we are going to be here pretty much the whole time, all the way through to that final duel as we crown the champion. I think we are going to be starting the first round any minute now, and I'm very excited. Okay, so yeah, it seems that we do have a small delay for starting the round one, but we can have a look at the tournament bracket here. So we are going to be starting the tournament in the bottom left corner, and yeah, I don't think there is a place we could start that was any better or worse than the others, to be honest. All of these duelists have fought so hard to make it to this stage, and I'm just excited to see what's going to happen. It's, as we've been talking about the various deck building rules, each of these duelists have had to really, really rack their brain and think about what their 3 different decks are going to be. And I've said it already, but I'm so excited at the thought of that. There's so many key cards right now that every deck is playing in Duel Links. Just to name a couple, so Book of Moon, Mystical Space Typhoon, Cosmic Cyclones, all these different cards are being used in lots and lots of decks. And
right, and I think players will need to lean on certain decks that don't use any of those cards, or can get away with not using those cards, like Thunder Dragons.
Yeah, exactly. That was I mean, we spoke just before we went live, and you said that Thunder Dragons was one of your decks. I think you've played it way more than me, but I know that deck doesn't rely much on any other cards that aren't within its theme.
Right. Most of the cards it uses are in its theme. It uses limited 2 cards like Gold Sarcophagus often that other decks are not really using. So you can use a deck like that without it interfering with your other deck choices. And that is a key point in strategy that is not often relevant in Duel Links tournaments, because you can either swap between whatever you want or use whatever deck you want. But tonight, it could make all the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's just one of the small things that it's not a small thing, it's a big thing. It's one of those things that each of these duelists really has to take into account. They have just 3 deck slots that they're able to use, and if one of those decks has to be something that's kind of self-reliant, doesn't use any of these limited or semi-limited or the 3 limited cards either, because of that factor of the deck building rules.
Right.
It's just so interesting. So interesting for me.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of creative decks as a result of it, because the players' creativity is really forced here, because they have to abide by basically all new deck building rules that they're not accustomed to.
Yeah.
And the top will rise up in the tournament.
Yeah, exactly. So just talk a little bit more about the qualification process. We had so many different KC Cups that happen throughout the year, and yeah, that's basically how you would qualify, and you'd have to spend an entire weekend dedicated to Yu-Gi-Oh, which I love doing anyway. But these players would have to stay up and play for hours and hours and hours, hundreds of duels to gain their points to get up to that top part of the ladder for the KC Cup.
Yeah, and in the end, it's really all practice for tonight. This is where it counts. So every one of those games hopefully will pay off for one of these duelists.
Yeah, exactly. So it seems we're going to be starting round one any minute now. Something that your viewers at home may have noticed, that not all of the duelists were appearing on that bracket. That's because some of our duelists who qualified in different ways, we'll talk about that as we get to those, that stage, but some of them have been seeded more highly because of the type of qualification they had. So depending on that qualification process, they might be seeded into the top 8 or something like this. And right now we have round one starting any minute now. We do see Vino and Ginjiro at the moment looking very stoic, I must say. Hopefully you guys can see that any second now. So yes, so the round is starting, and of course we are not directly kind of in the tournament, shall we say. We are taking the stream all the way from Japan for us to talk over. So yeah, it's going to be very exciting. So let's go over to the game. Okay, we are showing the results of the prediction campaign. You can also see the glorious studio that that our Japanese commentator colleagues are in, and yeah, it's really wonderful. Hopefully, we get to see a little bit more of this studio as the day goes along. And right now, you can see the studio that actually has the trophy, the extra secret rare Dark Magician trophy. It looks really, really beautiful. So here is the bracket, and we're starting in the bottom right of the bracket, and you can see the various kind of skips that some of these duelists have been able to make by qualifying so highly. I think you can also see in the background one of our commentators is beautifully dressed as tour guide from the underworld, which looks absolutely amazing. Hopefully,
you mentioned that trophy. Every competitor has their eye on that trophy tonight.
Yeah, it looks really amazing.
It really is.
It seems as the power of the internet, we have some technical difficulties getting the duelists started. So Ginjiro versus Vino. We have, I think, Ginjiro from Japan, and Vino is from I think South America. I think Brazil, actually. So already we're getting a very global start to our grand tournament.
Interesting.
Really, what you can't get further away from each other.
What implications do you think it has that it's all different times for different people competing in the event?
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be a factor. Of course, even between you and I, we have many of hours between you and I. But yeah, if you think even further, Japan and Brazil, those are really on opposite ends of the planet. So yeah, I mean, some of the duelists are gonna have been preparing for this. I've spoken to duelists in the past. I know that not necessarily for duelings, but for Yu-Gi-Oh in general, that they prepare their bodies for this kind of kind of intense time zone difference, shall we say. And yeah, probably some of them will have been sleeping on Japan time for some time already. So yeah,
Be. What?
it's dedication. It's absolute dedication.
That's what it takes to be a champion.
Yeah,
And yeah, when I competed in the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship in 2009 for the trading card game, one of the competitors from North America got on the Japan's cycle before flying to Japan to compete as part of his preparation.
That's amazing.
Yeah. I got there a few days early to try to adjust to the jet lag, but since nobody's flying for this event, that opportunity is not here. So
yeah, exactly. So you have to stick to the you have to stick to your kind of your tight sleep schedule as you are at home, which is going to be very strange because you're going to be waking up in the middle of the night and going to sleep in the middle of the day. So
right.
it's an intense training regime. So I think we are a little bit behind the Japanese stream at the moment. And it does seem that Injiro and Vino are having some troubles themselves. So we are switching over to Kobayashi versus Haru. And you can, I'm sure our duelists at home are going to recognize Kobayashi from the previous year's World Championships. He was, I think he won first place, in fact, in the World Championships just a few years back.
Yeah, he's already proven himself as a phenomenal duelist. But hopefully he's been keeping up with recent Duel Links.
Yeah, exactly.
Because like I mentioned before, the game changes very quickly.
Yeah. So we are just preparing right now, switching over to that new game. So what decks do you think are going to be seen the most this weekend, Michael?
I think it's fair to say we'll probably see Autobot decks, very likely, Thunder Dragons, Resonators, Harpies, and a lot of those decks actually do have fairly good interactions with one another with the deck building rules for the weekend as well. So that can also be very helpful to the competitors.
That's good. That's good to know. That means we're going to have a, usually within the Yu-Gi-Oh meta, whether it be the trading card game or Duel Links, we see the different metas evolve, and sometimes it's just one or two decks that are kind of those top decks. But you just listed off easily 3 or 4 or 5 different decks that are going to be possibly being played this weekend, and that's always amazing.
Right, and I think we'll see a lot more than that as well. So
yeah. That's always the excitement for me for Yu-Gi-Oh! There's always a different strategy or a special strategy that can be used that just nobody's expecting and can take everyone by surprise. And that's always just amazing to see.
Absolutely.
So here we have the first game. During this first round, we are going to be jumping around a little bit to the different games because there's so many duelists playing, so we might jump around a little. But starting off here with Kobayashi versus Haru, we can see already Haru using one of the most popular classic duelists, My Valentine.
His opponent is using Human Astral, like using an Onomatopoeia deck.
Yeah, that's actually the most recent addition to the Duel Links worlds, the Zexal world.
Yeah, and it's exciting that we now know that there's a new world coming as well.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's got to be looking forward to that.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Arc 5 brings to the game.
So yeah, at the moment we seem to be having some internet issues with this game.
Yeah, we may have missed a few plays on the stream, but it looks like play did continue with Gaga's sister. Looks like a do draw was played as well. Divine Wrath on Gaga's sister is huge. There's not a lot of recovery for most Automat decks. Losing the Gaga sister summon and effect.
Yeah, that's a really key card within the deck, and that is one of the limited cards, is it not?
It is. Gaga sister is. The good thing about Gaga sister and its place in this tournament is you would only play it in the Gaga deck.
Yeah.
So it's not going to sort of infringe on the other decks you want to use.
Yeah.
So that's the upside here.
Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah, we're lagging behind the stream on the video here, but we can see that the Harpy Lady deck seems to be taking quite a lot of control in the game here. Seems that Divine Wrath, as you said, really just completely turned off the Onomat deck.
Yeah, it really just stopped him in his tracks, and it looks like Harpy's Hunting Ground is going to be pretty crucial as well, because it's forcing the activation of back rows that maybe would be better timed elsewhere, and he's staring down 3 back rows, so there's not a much better time to have Harpy's Hunting Ground up.
Yeah, that's one of the real big benefits of Harpy's Hunting Ground, that you have that choice always to destroy Harpy's Hunting Ground to stop that effect, just going off kind of randomly on your own cards. But that's I guess one of the drawbacks, but of that card, that you always have to destroy a spell and trap whenever you summon a Harpy Lady.
Right. Yeah, when you use the skill where you start with Harpy's Hunting Ground on the field, if you go first, oftentimes you end up just destroying your own hunting ground, which is unfortunate. But when you go second and you're staring down the back rows, it lets you push through a lot of fields to try to take a quick victory.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
it is
it's kind of
well worth the trade-off.
You get some free destructions from that if you're going second. As you rightly said, it's pretty balanced by the concept that if you end up going first, it really is not going to stay on the field for very long. Unfortunately, we're only getting kind of screenshots from the game as we're going along, but it does seem that Haru and his Harpy deck are totally in control here.
Yeah, Elegant Egotist on Cyber/Harpy Lady allowed him to summon Harpy Lady 1 from the deck. Both of their attacks, after being weakened by Forbidden Lands, were 3,700 points of damage, so there's only 300 points life points left, so it's not going to be easy to turn this around. But he's not out of it yet. So he'll use his Automata Play skill, so he gets to return one of his Automat cards from his hand to his deck to get an Automat monster and add it to his hand.
Yeah. As that's happening, we do have a set card here from Haru. So depending on what that is, Haru may be able to keep control of this game, or Kobayashi could completely turn it around with that Onomata Play skill. Yeah, so it seems, unfortunately we missed the end of the first game there, but Haru did take that victory with a Shadow Imprisoning Mirror of all things. So yeah, that's huge against the Onomata Play deck.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice for his deck as well. I mean, there's no side deck in this tournament, so I guess that's where you have to put your tech choices.
Yeah,
and it's a nice one here.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to commit to that idea that maybe your deck is not so strong against another particular one, so that is where you end up putting those kind of side deck related cards.
There's in this tournament, there's no other place for them. So
Yeah.
Cyber Slash Harpy Lady is a very interesting card. It being a synchro monster that you can summon without tuners, but
Yeah.
it has become, a queen of the Harpy deck. It really allows that deck to dominate, take the quick victories that it does, deal with monsters that the deck would otherwise struggle with, and take very swift victories.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking just earlier about the Blue Eyes deck. She doesn't necessarily get all the way up to Blue Eyes level of attack strength, but still pretty big.
Right, and with only 4,000 starting life points, it really adds up quickly. Often Cyber Slash Harpy plus another Harpy will end it.
Yeah, exactly.
So
that's another dynamic in Duel Links, that starting life points.
Right, and with Elegant Egotist, it's very easy to multiply your Harpies.
Yeah, exactly. Elegant Egotist, such a great card. I mean, even in the TCG around 2015, we were seeing the Harpy deck being played. There's a few of the Harpies that are not in Duel Links, but still the deck is able to do what we just saw, really just summon a lot of synchros and, yeah, just attack all through those life points.
Right. So, yeah, I mean, the Harpy deck, it looks like took a quick victory there. What do you think of that matchup? Who do you think it should have been favored in that matchup, or would have been favored in the Onomat versus Harpy matchup?
Yeah, it's a difficult one because we spoke about the Onomat deck is so strong, but it seemed like Haru really built his Harpy deck to beat that Onomat deck.
I agree with that because without the Divine Wrath, which a lot of players don't play, that would have been a very different game. Because
Exactly.
Gaga Sister would have hit the field, its effect would have activated, and who knows what would have happened from there.
Yeah. That's the beginning of a long string of onomatopoeia, shall we say?
Yes.
So yeah, I mean that's another really interesting thing. I've been thinking about this for days now. I'll be honest. That you know that your opponents are also under the same deck building rules that you are. So depending on whether you want your first deck to be something kind of let's say safe, that's quite strong against lots of decks, so something like the Onomatopoeia deck that we've seen dominating all over the place, or whether you want to choose, maybe I'm going to build a deck that's not my Onomatopoeia deck. I'm going to go with what's kind of what's seen in the community as a let's say a weaker deck, but I'm going to put these tech cards in like we just saw, Divine Wrath, Shadow Imprisoning Mirror. It's super interesting because, and then you get to that layer of, if I do this interesting thing, maybe someone else is doing that interesting thing, and then we end up with Harpy Lady mirror matches everywhere. It's one of those things where you never know where to stop. Do you just go back to your safe Onomatopoeia deck, or do you go with something more risky?
Right, and it's challenging as well because you may tech for a specific deck or multiple specific decks, but your opponent has 3 different decks.
Yeah.
So the matchups may not line up either. But luckily, a lot of tech cards like Divine Wrath are very good against more than one deck.
Yes.
And certainly it's extremely powerful against the Onomat deck, and that's what we saw there.
Yeah, that's the great part about cards like Divine Wrath, where it really stops any monster from doing what it's supposed to do, and it's particularly effective when if you're playing some kind of combo deck that's quite heavily reliant on one specific part of the combo. If you're able to interrupt it at just that right time, then suddenly it all comes kind of falling apart if you can't do that main combo that you're looking at. Whereas other decks, let's go with Thunder Dragons just because we've been talking a lot about that. It isn't necessarily that they make quite a lot of kind of small setup plays that then culminate in having this good setup of lots of different Thunder Dragons in the grave. And adding various Thunder Dragons and special summoning various Thunder Dragons and that's that's quite different to what we just saw with the Onomata play deck, where Gagaga Sister is really a linchpin in the strategy of the deck.
Exactly.
So yeah, we just have to keep an eye on that. I can't wait. And as you said, the matchups might not necessarily match up so well. So in that situation we just had, so Haru versus Kobayashi, if Haru didn't take that game against the Onomata play deck at the start there, maybe his second deck is actually very weak to Onomata play. We don't know yet, of course, but right. That's really interesting to think. He's putting quite a lot of, or he could be putting quite a lot of emphasis on winning that first game, and then, his other decks doing different things. And of course, if the Onomata play deck is really seen as that pinnacle deck, everyone's going to be playing it at some point. It's going to crop up at some point in those 3 decks that each of our duelists are playing.
Yeah, and I do think we will see a lot of that deck, particularly because a lot of its limited cards are sort of locked into that deck, so it can go kind of with any other duo of decks.
Yeah.
Take out the 3 decks. So I do think it'll be popular, but on the other hand, players are anticipating it. Players are well practiced against it, and that will present a challenge as well.
Yeah, that's always an important factor. Just as you said, Michael, when a deck is the top deck, people look up at what is the top deck, and that's usually people's focus when it comes to those tech cards. So there might be a lot of different tech cards that the Onomata play deck falls to, but people are still playing it because it is so strong. But that predictability sometimes leads to a bit more creativity from different duelists and playing against that.
I do think we'll see a lot of counterplay against that deck, but that's not to say the deck won't do well.
Yeah, exactly. And just as we were talking about at the start with the deck building rules, that forced creativity that you mentioned, which is it's a beautiful thing to be able to see in Yu-Gi-Oh, because we get to see combos and cards that we just never expected to see on a big stage like this. But it really forces that creativity to deal with problems that your opponent's presenting to you in various different ways.
Absolutely.
So we are not missing anything right now. We are just waiting on the Japanese stream to get started up again. They are just preparing the next round. We can take another look at the bracket, and we can see exactly where that game that we just got a glimpse of is within the bracket, and we might be able to get some insight into who's going to be playing next. So yeah, we had Vino. It was going to be Vino versus. Yeah, that was the previous game. So yeah, Kobayashi. So losing one game there needs to, at this point, really pull out all the stops for that second game. Yeah, there's been lots and lots of rounds leading up to this, but you're eliminated if you can't win out here.
There's definitely a lot of pressure on these duelists in each and every round.
Yeah. We were talking just very briefly then about the prize for this tournament, the extra secret rare Dark Magician trophy. It's
beautiful.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful trophy, and hopefully we'll get to see that a bit later as the finals start coming along. But yeah, it's very coveted. I would love to have that sat on my desk at home. Let's put it that way. Imagine playing Duel Links with you're sat next to that trophy. You got to feel pretty confident in the next KC Cup.
Right, a reminder of your championship status.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, of course, we have the champion Kobayashi in the KC Cup, KC Cup in the Grand Tournament at the moment. And that's got to be pretty scary, actually, facing up against such a well-known name. And I mean, you've got that same experience from when you were at the World Championships. How scary was that? Of course, we kind of follow global news as as you reach a pinnacle tournament like this. How was that when you were playing against those big names that you've only seen written on a screen on some forum somewhere?
It's stressful, but when you're in the game, all there is the game. And I was having the time of my life, and I was just trying to remain focused. And I feel like that's the attitude and approach that most competitive players have, and that most competitive players need to have to succeed and get to and past this level of competition. But it is it's stressful, and the anticipation of the event is also something that a lot of players don't, or a lot of people don't really think about. But I'm sure a lot of these players didn't sleep well in the nights leading up to the event, thinking about ways to play certain matchups, what decks they should be using, whether agonizing over specific card choices in their decks. A lot of thought goes into deck lists and strategies and it's not always immediately apparent just by watching someone play.
Yeah, I mean, I've covered quite a lot of different tournaments at this point, and that's always something I feel like is just understated by many. That the pressure that these duelists have when going through these big tournaments is just vast. And something that's quite special, I think, about something like the KC Grand Tournament is that it's different to a regular World Championships. So at the World Championships, you have those couple of days with all of the other competitors and getting to know them, and not that you are gonna pull back when you are dueling them, but getting to know somebody makes you feel a little bit more comfortable when playing against them. But with the KC Grand Tournament, you don't get that same contact level with the other duelists. So it's very very kind of
experience.
Yeah, you're kind of jumping into a cold bath when the first thing you see on the screen is Kobayashi. Just as an example, that's quite a scary prospect. That's a terrifying prospect when you've seen him holding a trophy in the air on a live stream before, and right now you're playing against him. But at World Championships, you'd have a few days to kind of get to know them, and honestly, attending a World Championship is such a pinnacle, prestigious thing in the community, and for good reason. It's really fantastic how much Yu-Gi-Oh brings people together from all over the globe during the World Championships. People from all over talking and playing Yu-Gi-Oh. Yeah, it's really fantastic to see. And right now we're going to get to see, pretty much as close to that as possible with these guys from all over the world playing their different decks. And that's another factor of the Grand Tournament. I think it's less so in something like the KC Grand Tournament, where you're playing online. There's not really localized metas, but it's still, you have that kind of you've got that group of friends or group of duelists that you play with, and you have the certain ideas and things like that, and you still got that concept when it comes to a tournament like this.
Certainly.
It's still really interesting that maybe the South American duelists all really feel that Harpies is going to do really well, just as an example, just because we've seen Harpies. But the Japanese duelists really like Thunder Dragons, for example. That's an interesting thing. You have to really work hard and do your investigation to see what other parts of the globe are thinking and feeling about the different decks that are available.
Yeah, that does tend to be a trend at the World Championships, where players from different countries gravitate towards different decks similar in their country. And some of that probably does have to do with the interaction between the players in that country. But I do think because Duel Links is so much of a global game in that you're always playing people from other countries, other parts of the world, I think it's less likely that those sort of like cliques of decks geographically based would exist. But I don't know. It's interesting because you know, when I'm playing in North America, I'm playing the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game in North America. I'm interacting with other players in North America, bouncing ideas off other players in North America. But in Duel Links, when you queue up for a PvP duel, you might be playing someone literally anywhere. Then that person is going to influence my thoughts about their deck, about the metagame, about certain cards. So I do think information spreads more quickly and more efficiently in Duel Links, and that's interesting. That definitely makes it interesting.
Yeah, it's and that's just as you were saying, when it is the World Championships, an in-person one, you do get those like cliques of decks, but instead of there being kind of can only use a kind of cooking idea that everyone's got their own stew that they're making, and a World Championship, everyone kind of goes and has a look at everyone else's stew, like, oh, what's he got in there? What ingredients have you got? And maybe take the idea of a few different ones from everywhere. But yeah, as you say, with the grand tournament, everyone's kind of looking at this giant pot of stew and trying to figure out, is this the best? Is this the best? Is this everything that we need to know? Is it all in here? Which is totally different to a regular World Championship. But we are monitoring the Japanese stream very closely, and it seems that they are having some technical issues. But I think that some of the games are still being able to continue on, and yeah, we're going to be with you, and we will jump right over to the games as soon as they get going. Yeah, maybe we can have a brief look at the Japanese stream at some point. Maybe we can get the trophy shot in there. So yeah, we can see the studio that our Japanese commentator colleagues are in. They're waiting just like we are. Oh, great shot of tour guides. Michael, I thought you were meant to be the one dressing up as tour guide, or was it me? I'm not sure.
Oh, I left my costume at home.
Oh, that's no good. Maybe later I can find some of the outfit, and we can see there right in the center the prize card. Yeah, it's
such a nice prize card.
Yeah. We got a quick glimpse of it there, just a taste, just a quick taste. We'll bring that back on at some point.
I'm sure we'll see it again later.
Yeah, so we're still kind of holding on at this point. We only got to see a very brief game just then, but as we've been talking about, those tech cards really seem to make all the difference. What other cards do you think go into that same pool as Divine Wrath that you can fit in any deck?
Well, like specifically to use against Automat decks.
I'm more thinking those tech cards that are going to be useful against a wide variety of decks. So those ones that you can choose to put in lots of different decks that are going to be good against lots of different decks. Those real kind of power cards that you want to choose.
So like a lot of them tend to be trap cards actually. Like one of them, like Bad Aim, for example, is a popular card that players sometimes put in against, specifically for Automat decks, but it's not ineffective against other decks because destroying a card on the field is never really bad, but it's especially good when Gaga Sister grabs a card, they play the card, and then they lose Gaga Sister to Bad Aim.
Yeah.
And that's kind of like the Divine Wrath interaction. I've seen players in tournaments I've played in. I've seen players use Pulling the Rug, or similar.
Love Pulling the Rug. Pulling the Rug is one of my favorite cards.
And like Divine Wrath, it stops Gaga's sister in its tracks.
Yeah.
Which, it's a stop to the play. Book of Moon, it's not so much a tech card, but that really has, and it is a tech card because it fits into so many decks, but it's become so mainstream, it's kind of hard to think of it as a tech card.
Yeah.
It sort of sets.
That's one of the big ones for me. Book of Moon is, it's such a wondrous card, especially when a lot of the meta is Exceed summoning and Synchro summoning. Book of Moon is huge.
Right, it really sets the tempo. And even just stopping an attack the way Enemy Controller did back in the day, that's not bad. It's even at its worst, it's still pretty good. Treacherous Trap Hole, obviously, it was powerful from the day it was released in Duel Links. But as a limited 2 card, players are going to have to, if they want to use it, they're going to have to pick where to use it. And you have, really all spell and trap card removal like Mystical Space Typhoon, Cosmic Cyclone. Even that's sort of a tech card because there are certain decks it's good against, and decks it's less effective against. So everyone really needs to decide where, what they want to be prepared to beat and which cards they really want to rely on.
Yeah, and that's the the wondrous thing. I think Mystical Space Typhoon especially is one of those cards where we started out with Duel Links, and the kind of meta was defined with Cosmic Cyclone to begin with, which is really interesting because that was the opposite in the trading card game. We first had Mystical Space Typhoon. So that was quite an interesting thing for Duel Links. And now that we do have Mystical Space Typhoon, I think it's that starting life points that's the big difference between those two cards. If you are starting with only 4,000 life points, paying a quarter of that for a Cosmic Cyclone is it's quite rough. That's quite a lot of life points to give away, especially if your opponent is playing maybe multiple spells and traps, and they're able to place a few of them on the field. Cosmic Cyclone might not necessarily be the big difference maker.
Right, there are still decks that want to pay life points to use abilities, to use skills like Destiny Draw, and those will gravitate toward the 1,000 life point payment. And banishing a card does have some disadvantages over destroying one against decks like Triamids, which have also been gaining in popularity. So the decision of whether to use Mystical Space Typhoon or Cosmic Cyclone and which to use is not always easy.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's an interesting point that, especially against Pyramids, who they've been around forever. And that's an interesting point that Cosmic Cyclone is going to be preferred against that deck.
Right, and even a lot of skills still do depend on losing life points to use that skill.
Yeah,
so it's not just Destiny Draw. Allured by Darkness is very good as well. I know in my Thunder Dragon deck, if I'm going to use a spell and trap card removal, I'll usually gravitate toward Cosmic Cyclone.
Yeah, it's another interesting thing because so one of the big times that I was really into when I was trying to qualify in the KC Cup myself was the whole invoked meta that we had, and the big thing for that was playing Cosmic Cyclone so that you could draw your Alistairs. And it's interesting because you're taking that risk of kind of giving away some life points to be able to set up your stage yourself, and sometimes you don't necessarily perform as well as you want, especially if your opponent's got some spells and traps that can deal with your cards. Paying those life points gets a little bit scary.
Right. The skills are so valuable, though. Those life points are well spent many times. And it's such a strange thing in Duel Links where paying life points is an advantage. If you're willing to pay life points with a card, well, that's not a drawback. It's actually why I play it. And for many decks, that is the case. But decks like I've seen, like Resonator decks, for example, they'll typically just use Mystical Space Typhoon because the Resonator ability doesn't require you to be at any certain number of life points.
Yeah.
So, all things equal, I think players are usually using Mystical Space Typhoon, but when Cosmic Cyclone fits with skill, that usually puts it slightly ahead.
Yeah, that's quite interesting, actually, that you mentioned the Resonator deck. That was something I was going to touch on as we were talking about those, that difference between Mystical Space Typhoon and Cosmic Cyclone. The Resonator deck has obviously got the Red Rising Dragon that grants, tons of life points.
Right, so they can afford the 1,000.
Yeah, they can really afford it. So you can. It's not unknown to see Resonator players go all the way up to above 8,000 life points. But yeah, that's an interesting thing, that a deck that does have life gaining abilities doesn't use a skill that takes away that is used, that you have to use your life points for, which is just super interesting. So it seems that the technical difficulties still are not sorted on the Japan stream, so we are going to take a break and keep an eye out on the stream, and we are going to be back as soon as we possibly can be to get into some more dueling action. But stay with us, we'll be back. Ready to go. So let's not wait any further. Let's get straight into the duel action that's happening on the Japanese stream.
Awesome. So excited.
I synchro summon a monster.
So we have Mint versus Ma at CC.
Looks like we have My versus Human Astral, so it could be very likely Harpies against Autobots again.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, we did jump in a little bit in the game, but nothing much has happened yet.
Yep, looks like he just summoned Cyber / Harpy Lady, and he is successfully using the effect of Hysteric Sign to add 3 Harpies to his hand in the end phase.
Yeah, what a card. Hysteric Sign, amazing.
So Mint's going to use Book of Moon to put the Cyber / Harpy face down so that its effect can't activate, return one of his monsters to his hand. Just another display of the versatility of Book of Moon and why it's so powerful.
Absolutely. So this time around, I was waiting to see if Ma was having some trap card, but it seems that Gagaga's sister is able to get her effect off.
Yep, and he got Gagaga Win so that he could build his field even more. And he summons Gagaga Head, which is going to replenish his hand as well after the Exceed summon.
Yep. Building the overlay network.
Card.
We're going to see our first Exceed summon. Stella Ptolemy M7.
So he'll probably use this effect to return the... well, first he'll draw the card with Gagaga Head's effect, but he'll probably... he returns Gagaga Head to his hand, sets a card, 2 cards to his back row, and it looks like he's committed to destroying the Cyber / in battle since he did not return it to the hand with M7. So since he can't win on this turn, to make sure he's set up for next turn. But he's pretty confident that Ma's face down back row could not stop that attack, because he'd be in trouble if he wasn't able to destroy the Cyber /. Okay, Harpy's Feather Rest isn't the worst card here. He'll send 3 Harpies back to draw a card.
Yep, so we did witness the Harpy deck going first. However, forget about what I was saying. Book of Moon once again.
Yeah, Book of Moon really sets the tempo in these duels, and it really stops players in their tracks.
Yeah,
and like that channeler would have summoned another Harpy to the field, and then at a minimum he would have had another Cyber / Harpy to turn it around. But because he used Book of Moon on the channeler couldn't use its effect, and now Ma's stuck with 4 cards in his hand and no cards to play.
Yeah, and once again we're going to see if Gagaga's sister is able to resolve its effect here, which it looks like it is.
That is the correct move.
Yes, interesting. He sets the Gagaga Bolt before activating it. I assume to check for just potential windows to activate a card to get a read on what his opponent may have. But here's the Bad Aim I was talking about, which is an awesome tech card, specifically for the Autobot matchup because of that exact play that I mentioned earlier. So he used it, but then Forbidden Lance protected the Gagaga sister, which was targeted by Bad Aim.
Yeah, wow. 2 Book of Moons and the Forbidden Lance so far have been putting in maximum work.
Alright, so this duel's over unless Ma has a card like Kite Road or Suicune in his hand, because we're probably going to see another M7 if he plays 2 in his deck.
Yeah. And that's going to be able to return Ma's monster. Let's see what he decides to Exceed summon here. It is another copy of M7. M7 once again is going to be able to use this effect to return a card, and that card is going to be Ma's monster that we know to be that face down Harpy channeler. And this is enough attack points on the field here for Mint and his Onomat play deck. It's going to take out Mai, unfortunately.
Well played by Mint.
Absolutely. Wow. What a duel.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier with Book of Moon setting the tempo.
about myself.
Ma lost with a full hand of cards, but just couldn't play them because he couldn't keep a Harpy face up on the field. So I don't know what was in his hand. It could have been, Elegant Egotist. It could have been, well, if he had Swallow's Nest, he could have chained it. But it could have been basically any card that interacts with the Harpy Lady cards, and he's not able to play it if he doesn't have a Harpy Lady on the field.
I mean, we even saw that first turn with a Hysteric Sign. I mean, that he had so many cards, so many cards, but that restriction, of course, is the drawback to the Harpies. They've got to keep one of their team on the field, otherwise, some of their effects don't work.
You have to multiply your Harpies with Elegant Egotist, but you need at least one Harpy to multiply. So that's at the heart of the deck, and that's how their best monsters are summoned. So that was a great duel. Oh, we see Zane Truesdale here.
Wow.
I need is victory.
Time to high five the sky, Astral.
So we'll see what skill he's using. Mint is using Zane. That's interesting. Ma's using Yuma and Astral again, so it's probably on a Mott again. 3 back rows for Mint.
Wow.
That's a start you're probably more likely to see with Odeon.
yeah, using that the Endless Trap Hell skill.
Yes.
But we've got Zane here. I mean, if I were to guess, Zane is known for being the Cyber Dragon duelist, but let's wait and see what Mint has in mind here. We do see the Gagaga sister once again.
We can summon this.
Come on in, Zubaba Bancho Gagaga Coat. Gagaga sister has another effect.
Yep, so with Gaga's sister on the field, he special summons Zubaba Bancho Gagaga Coat, uses sister's effect to make both monsters level 6, and now we have the interesting choice of what he wants to summon.
Yeah, it's very, very spooky, staring down 3 of your opponent's face-down spell or trap cards.
Right, so he goes for M7 because if he can successfully use its effect, he'll at least get a card back, and he'll use it to get back Gaga's sister.
Yeah.
So he's never really going to run out of steam. So he's in a great position here. We still don't know what Mint is playing, though.
No, I would have expected to see something by now, but I haven't seen anything. Maybe the attack is going to be...
If it is in fact Cyber Dragons, he might have put his Cyber Style online, and we might see a big play here.
Yeah, that's very scary, isn't it, against Zane, if he's playing his Cyber Style skill.
So we'll see. I mean, Cyber Dragons... Oh, it is Cyber Dragons, and he is using Cyber Styles. So the 2 Proto Cyber Dragons on the field now that he's lost 2,000 life points. And Fusion Gate!
Wow.
Oh, man.
This could be a
Cyber Dragons have fallen out of popularity, but don't count them out. Oh, he has the Mystical Space Typhoon for the Fusion Gate, which could be huge.
Yeah.
Does Mint have another way to fusion summon? He summons Core. Now he has 3 Cyber Dragons on the field.
Can't count out these older decks.
Never, yeah. Oh, he has Cybernetic Fusion support. If he could have landed that Fusion Gate, he would have been able to build an incredible field with the combined 2. Oh, instead he's stuck, unable to fusion summon, sets the Cybernetic Overflow, so at a minimum he can at least threaten 2 of Ma's cards without targeting them. So what could have been an incredible turn, really fell flat because of Mystical Space Typhoon.
But let's wait and see. We still don't know what 2 of those face-down cards are for Mint.
That is true.
Ma is he's doing exactly what you would expect with this Onomad deck. He's gonna play the Gagaga Bolt to just straight away try and force out Mint's cards. We do see an Offerings to the Doomed.
Yeah, it looks like he targeted that with the Gagaga Bolt. So Mint is going to chain it to destroy to destroy the Gaga's sister. Actually, it looks like.
Stay focused, Yuma.
The problem is, Mint is going to have to give up his next draw phase because he used it, and if he didn't have much last turn, I don't know that he's going to have much next turn without drawing a card. So,
But here's
Okay, so Ma forces the activation of Mint's cybernetic overflow in order to survive.
I flip
Yeah.
over my set card. I
Book of
activate
Moon.
myself.
Oh.
That's interesting.
Oh. Well, by putting Core face down, it's no longer a Cyber Dragon. It has to have the Cyber Dragon name to be banished.
Yeah.
So now Mint can only destroy one card on the field. I still don't know that that was worth it.
I end my turn.
It's my
Okay,
turn.
so Mint's going on the defensive here. However, because of that original M7 effect, Ma is not running out of steam, just as you said. He's
Right.
still got cards to be able to play, and this Utopic Onomatopoeia is going to come in. And he's got Coat as well.
If we have a Zubaba or
This
Gaga
is
play,
looking
we
a
can
bit
summon
scary
this.
for Mint. He's on the defensive right now. Ma is able to build a bunch of monsters.
Yeah, that Offerings of the Doom put him in a tough spot because he
Yeah.
had a previous turn that fell flat and then wasn't getting a new card on his next turn. So he wasn't able to do too much. But, you know, his hand was kind of forced because he needed to use it or he was just going to lose.
Yeah, absolutely.
So number 70, Malevolent Sin, is the Xyz monster of choice here. And he's going to upgrade it to Digital Bug Korabaj, I guess, because we see him detach 2 Xyz materials and perform a new Xyz summon on top of it.
Yeah.
Is that cool? Yep, that's what he's going for. And now he can use Korbaj's effect to detach an Xyz material and just shuffle a defense position monster into the deck.
Great play by Ma, using those tools that he has at his disposal.
Right. That's a card that's gained a lot of popularity recently. Digital
Yeah.
Bug Korbaj.
That is the
It's a great card. I think even in the TCG it was used
Don't worry about me.
as well.
Yeah, I do remember it being used in the TCG. I don't remember exactly in what context, but
Yeah,
I
me neither.
definitely have encountered it.
Yeah. But it seems Ma is going to be able to get the winning attack in here due to Mint's previous having to spend a lot of life points to even up the game. We're going to get a game 3.
I'll never give up.
Yeah, that was tough for Mint because if not for that Mystical Space Typhoon, if he could have kept that Fusion Gate on the field, that would have been a totally different game. The combo of Cybernetic Fusion support and Fusion Gate is phenomenal.
Yeah.
The fields you can build with that combo are absolutely incredible because you can Fusion summon multiple times, sometimes more than twice.
Yeah.
You can clear their back rows. With
Yeah.
Chimeratech Rampage Dragon, make the twin, make the Cyber End, and just devastate your opponent. But Mystical Space
Yeah.
Typhoon was all it took to tear it down.
Yeah.
But
absolutely.
Cyber Dragons are still a force.
Yeah, I mean, we
They'll
we
take
saw it just then.
wins.
Even we absolutely shouldn't take it away from Mint. That is a genius deck to be able to just push in there. And as we were talking about, it's all in-house support. You know, the theme has got everything you need for Cyber Dragons, and even the Onomatopoeia deck. We saw was struggling to just 1 or 2 cards, and Cyber Dragon unfortunately did the same. But we
Right,
might not
and
see the end of these Cyber Dragons. That's quite a scary prospect, having to face up against them.
Right, and I know a lot of players called their demise when Cyber Style was changed so that the monsters summoned couldn't attack. But the deck did persist past then. It still remained competitive, and now we're watching the highest level of competitive Duel Links. And somebody tested and played Cyber Dragons and deemed it strong enough to compete with the best. So that's nice to see. And Cyber Dragons are an old favorite deck of mine. So
Yeah,
I'm
absolutely.
happy to see it for sure.
So we have another duel coming up. We have the original duel we were going to look at, which is Vino versus Injiro. Once again, we're going to get to see this Harpy Ladies versus probably Onomatopoeia.
We will. With you
Yeah,
by my
whenever I
side,
see
there's
human
nothing we
astral,
can't do.
I assume it's Onomat.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be because he has a lot of skills.
Yeah, exactly,
You know,
yeah.
to put any deck in his hands, but typically it
I
is.
send a Dodo
Yeah.
to the graveyard to draw 2 cards.
Dodo draw, not a bad start for sure.
That's,
Feel
yeah,
the flow.
he's feeling the flow.
sister. Time to play.
And there's not much that's going to stop Gaga's sister from using her effect right now. However, we are going to see this interesting interaction that we were talking about earlier. That the Harpy Lady deck, when it's going second, has got that huge advantage of being able to use the hunting ground.
Right, Harpies are so much better going second, especially when they have the hunting ground skill. Harpy's hunting ground skill that starts with Harpy's hunting ground in play, because now he'll be able to deal with any back rows that Vino sets.
Oh!
And if he has no back rows, even better for Harpies. Oh!
However,
Use the Gaga Bolt to take down the hunting ground.
yeah, so that to me, tell me if I'm wrong, but that to me is really Vino saying, well, look, I've got some set cards which are going to make a big difference to your turn right now. I don't want to see this hunting ground. Let's just get rid of it right from the get-go.
100%. This basically guarantees Vino will be setting at least one card in his back row.
Yeah.
And
Absolutely.
Photon Strike Bouncer is not bad here either against Harpies because it can shut down the Channeler.
Yeah.
And that will make it difficult for King Zero to summon Cyber Slash Harpy Lady.
Yeah.
Well, Elegant Egotist is a solution to that, but
Yeah, that's a good start.
but now you have the new problem. Photon Strike Bouncer can negate Cyber Slash Harpy Lady's effect, and without
Yeah.
the hunting ground on the field, it's not strong enough to destroy it in battle. So
Yeah, that was I mean, from Vino there, that was a fantastic play to summon that Strike Bouncer instead of, you know, the M7 which we've been seeing over and over again.
right, and the combination of summoning that and destroying the hunting ground will make that Photon Strike Bouncer hard to overcome, since it can negate any monster effect that activates on the field, including Cyber Slash Harpy Lady.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's just going to attack the Zubaba Bancho Gagaga Coat, because he can't destroy the Strike Bouncer without an attack boost from the hunting
Yeah,
ground.
so now we turn our eyes to Ginjiro's face down card, because this is going to be the difference in the battle to come.
So
My monster attacks.
That's going to go through.
battle succeeds.
Yeah. Ooh, we do see party though. Yeah,
Wow,
that's gonna
Hysteric
replenish
Party's very
Ginjiro's
good.
field. This is interesting. So although, however strong Photon Strike Bouncer is, if Ginjiro is able to put enough monsters on the field that even Photon Strike Bouncer can't negate everything, then he's going to be able to possibly overcome Vino's field.
Right, and Photon Strike Bouncer is a once per turn effect, so he actually does use its effect in the end phase when those monsters are summoned, since he can only use it once on the following turn anyway.
Yeah.
And
It's a good choice.
Cyber Slash Harpy Lady.
Yeah, that's the Hysteric Sign as well, adding all of those Harpy Ladies. I mean, right now Vino is got basically 2 cards on the field and 1 in his hand, but Ginjiro is he's you know, got so many cards he can play right now. He's got a full
turned
field.
around.
Yeah,
Just turned around
absolute
very
turnaround.
quickly with Hysteric Party.
I hope you're ready. I special summon a monster.
This is I'm just kind of speechless. This is an amazing turnaround.
My monsters of
Vino looked like he had a great setup with that Photon Strike Bouncer.
I know. Check out my set
Yeah,
card.
but its ability to only negate 1 effect per turn was problematic for a card that summons 3 monsters to the field at once. All Swallow's Nest, chained to the Book of Moon. I think this duel's over.
summon a monster.
Yep. There's certainly going to be a party, and it's on Ginjiro's side.
Hunting ground. My
Yeah, and that
monsters
Harpy's
of
Hunting Ground's going to take away that final set card for
Check out
Vino.
my set card.
Yeah, it's bad aim. It's not a bad card, but
Yeah.
it's not good enough.
Yeah, unfortunately, as we can see, Vino's down to a single card in his hand, and Ginjiro has got
Throw summon a
so many.
Looks like Injiro's going to synchro summon another Cyber Slash Harpy Lady.
Yeah.
I assume he can summon another
The field
Harpy to
spell
the field to end the
Harpy's
duel,
hunting
since I
ground.
think his other two monsters had enough attack points to win anyway
My hand, I activate
before
a
he synchro
spell.
summoned.
Okay.
So
He
yeah,
used the
so
rest.
A monster in attack position.
he hadn't normal summoned yet, so here comes Harpy
Yeah.
Oracle.
All
Now,
of
even-
this without the normal summon.
Yeah, so even if the card in Vino's hand is something like a Sphere Karibo,
How will you
he
fare
loses
against
this
more?
duel.
Elegant
Oh
egotist.
man, he just keeps adding monsters.
Swoop in, Harpy lady.
He wants to make it so even Kite-Roid won't help.
Yeah, wow.
Ready to battle? Show 'em your power.
Kite-Roid would keep him alive, but I think there's pretty much no chance we're going to see that here.
No, I don't think so, and I think we're gonna see the Cyber Slash Harpy Lady take the final hit here.
Points directly.
Wow, amazing. That turned around so quickly because of
Yeah.
Hysteric Party. And you know, I see a lot of the Harpy decks I see, they don't even play Hysteric Party.
Yeah. So Ginjiro really showing us that he knows this deck inside out.
That was a fabulous.
Yeah, I mean, and you know, that's one of those, you know, card choices in a deck that a player may agonize over.
Yeah.
That makes all the difference. You know,
Absolutely.
I don't know how many copies of Hysteric Party he plays, but, you know, he activated one copy and it won him the game.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It could just be a one-off tech card, but he's, you know, those dreams or nightmares, whatever you want to think that we're keeping him up right now. He's got to be, loving the Hysteric Party. That was really cool.
It's partying it up.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, that was an endless flurry of Harpy Ladies going to the field there. He summoned maybe, you know, 4 times before he'd even normal summoned. That's how many Harpy Ladies he was able to use. It's absolutely
Yeah, that was
amazing.
incredible, and it was just such a great solution to
Yeah.
the Photon Strike Bouncer. Now we're going to see Avino playing as Yami Yuki against Sartorius.
Ooh, interesting.
Sartorius.
If you are a true duelist, I expect nothing less
So-
than your best strategies.
You dare oppose destiny? Big mistake. I shall extinguish your light. Duel. I know what destiny has in store.
Yami Yuki being a little bit more,
It's my turn. I don't
bit friendly on the old introduction there. Sartorius, little bit more
from my hand.
on the evil side.
So Ginjiro's using the Light Barrier skill, so he starts with Light Barrier on the field, and it looks like he's playing Triamids because he immediately replaces it with Cruiser. The Triamid decks usually start with a skill that starts with a field spell, just to get an extra field spell into the graveyard, which synergizes with other cards in the deck. So
Yeah, they
I
have
guess
a
his-
trap card that does quite a lot with those field spell, if I
Yeah,
recall.
Triamid
correctly.
Pulse is very powerful.
Here I go.
And I believe Triamid Sphinx also gains attack points for each field spell in the graveyard with a different name. So that's also important.
Spell.
So here we see
My monster's effect activate.
So we're going to
Melody.
see Thunder Dragons. Very likely he's using the Destiny Draw skill.
Yeah.
So he uses
All right. I tribute summon a monster.
Hawk to summon Roar, and then Tribute summon
My monster's effect activate.
Cry
Fortress Tops.
Now's the time. I special summon a monster.
I guess Triamid decks don't summon 3 times in one turn often, so or ever. So that was, I guess, his best use for the card.
Yeah.
And now he can use the Roar's effect to summon another Thunder Dragon from his deck, and now he can perform a rank 6 if he wants to do that.
Yeah, and we are going to see the power of the Pyramids here. They just play during your turn, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Right, being able to swap your field spell card for a different one when they have so many different effects is so powerful. But we're going to see Vino
Ooh.
summon Exabeetle, and I assume instantly, oh, he's going to use his effect to equip the Hawk, and now he's going to use the Exabeetle's effect.
Every move you make.
So he's not upgrading it to Rhinoceros, which is what we usually see.
Yeah.
You cannot change.
So yeah, he was.
I activate a field spell.
Yeah, he's looking to use this Exabeetle,
Summon a monster.
not necessarily in the usual way, but to make something of this matchup. But Denjiro gets the Sphinx out, and the Sphinx, yeah, you can see right now it's on 4,500 defense points. It's quite a lot.
500 attack points for as long as for every field spell in the graveyard with a different name, and Triamids can easily get 4 of them there.
Yeah, and that's a lot of attack points. However, we do see Levianir for Vino. He's going to perform another Exceed Summon into Gaia. Still, I'm kind of wondering to myself, where is Vino getting this 4,500 attack monster from? Because right now he doesn't have any spells and traps.
Yeah, it's tough.
I summon a monster in attack position.
Yeah, there's honestly there's not a lot of solutions for Vino here. As someone who plays Thunder Dragons a lot, Priamids can be tough to beat.
Yeah.
I think Levianir is often the solution to a lot of problems. But I don't know if it's going to help him here when there are field spells that can prevent his Triamids from being destroyed.
Time to battle.
So he would have to time it right. I don't know what tech cards are in Vino's deck. If he's playing, Cosmic Cyclone to facilitate his Destiny draw,
Yeah.
that would be useful. If he could maybe bait out a specific field spell that doesn't protect against destruction, then use Lightning Vortex, he could have turned it around. But this is a tough matchup, and he did, suffer the consequence of that, unfortunately for him.
Yeah. Wow. What a game. I mean, we've seen so many decks already, but Tyranids really pulled it out there. I mean, I'm terrified of the Tyramid Sphinx. I'm gonna be honest. It's a
tough
monster.
deck to play against because it can play field spells from the deck during the opponent's turn. So you're not just playing against what you see on the field. You're also playing against the cards in their deck that they can just put on the field, with a quick effect on a moment's notice. So
Yeah.
it's a tough deck to beat for many decks.
Yeah, exactly. And I think, there's a lot to be said about the kind of testing behavior. But for me, the thing that for Tyranids, I even playing against it 100 times, I could never figure out how I would play my deck better against it. The only way was to actually play the deck itself and figure out where those weak points were for Tyramid, and there's not that many with the right setups.
Yeah, it's really hard, especially if you're not using specific tech cards to try to beat it.
Yeah.
Because it does have so much protection. It does have so much versatility. It can just move cards around so quickly and efficiently, and then the Triamid Sphinx just gets so many attack points that if you can't handle it, it'll finish you.
It just hits. I feel like it hits you when you're down because you've got to spend a bunch of resources to actually get to the point of controlling what the Tyramid deck is doing, and then they're able to just pop the Sphinx out and say, "Oh, what about this as well?" It's like it feels it's a surprise you always know is coming, and it still feels like a surprise when
That's
when
the
you
perfect
see,
way to describe it.
Yeah, when you see those attack points, you're a bit like, how do I get rid of this thing? Sometimes, you really have to rely on those trap cards to be able to get rid of cards like Tyramid Sphinx. But even then, it's protected by by a bunch of different things in the Tyramid deck. So
yeah, it is tough to beat, especially for players less experienced playing against it. Because if you don't have a lot of experience playing against the deck, you're going to play right into the field spells in the deck that they're able to just pop onto the field with the quick effect of the Triad monsters.
Yeah.
That is a huge problem.
I do think that it's a tough one if you're not experienced, and even the most experienced players that we're witnessing now, I feel like that was a tough matchup.
Yeah,
Tyramid
that
versus
That is a tough matchup for Thunder Dragons, and I
Yeah.
say that based on experience.
Yeah, it's very difficult, especially when, you know, as we were talking about the kind of the flexibility of Thunder Dragons comes from Legionnaire. That's a lot of the kind of flexibility you get in terms of effects and disrupting your opponent's cards. Otherwise, it's a lot of kind of big bodies and relying on the Exceed summoning.
Right. Right, and you know, Legionnaire is almost the solution to everything.
Yeah.
So when you play against a deck that's not the solution to, sometimes you run into problems.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But we could have seen some tech cards. Who knows? But yeah, it's awesome that we've seen so many decks already. What have any of them particularly caught your eye, do you think?
I mean, we didn't see it perform well, but I was very excited to see a Cyber Dragon deck. It being an old favorite and it being a deck that I was not expecting to see.
Yeah.
Because it really just hasn't been relevant on the competitive scene recently, even though it has such incredible combos that can just take the win so quickly. So that was definitely a surprising one, and I was very happy to see it.
Yeah, for me too. I think, you know, I feel like he got very that was very unlucky, the Mystical Space Typhoon in that instance. And as we were, you know, we were both, as soon as we saw the Fusion Gate go down and the Cybernetic support, we were both just like, whoa, this could be crazy, you know.
Right.
And you know,
and
that player's not necessarily out yet. We might see yet another kind of surprise attack from these Cyber Dragons.
sure, and he had a pretty weak start also, going first. He wasn't able to summon Core on his first turn, and wasn't able to set up a Cybernetic Overflow. So, you know, the deck has its vulnerabilities, and, you know, he fell into them.
Yeah.
But it was awesome to see. Awesome to see him bringing that to this level of competition.
Yeah, absolutely. It's super interesting. So I think at the moment we are just waiting for the next duel to come up. We've got quite... So we do have another one lined up. I think we are just waiting for the players to be ready. Yeah, this round is going to really kind of cut the field in, you know, in these duelists, because not everyone can stick around to the finals. That's going to be the case, and we do have the next match, and it's a very interesting one. In fact, we've got DUEL for Carrot here.
Let's rev it up.
Zarugu playing Mr. 5D's himself, Yusei Fudo.
I share them with you.
Duel.
Here I go. It's
I'm a big
my
fan of
turn.
DUEL.
From my hand, I activate a
It's
spell.
the UBEL deck is likely Thunder Dragons using Allured by Darkness.
Monster's effect activates.
Yeah,
Play your
It's a toss-up whether to use that skill
eye
or
special
Yamayugi's
summon
Destiny
a
Draw, because arguably Allure of Darkness is more powerful than any card you could pull from your deck
yeah,
in many circumstances, and you do have to lose 200 fewer life points to activate the effect, so it's a little easier to use.
monster's
I like Allured by Darkness.
effect. Watch.
A lot of players like Destiny Draw. Both are certainly defensible for Thunder Dragons. So, not a great start
It's my
for
turn.
Thunder Dragons with no rank 6 on the field.
From my hand,
that was a
I
bit
activate
difficult.
a spell card.
Zarugu here. Ooh,
From my
playing
hand, I
Mayakashis.
activate a continuous
Yeah, start with Mayakashi Return.
I activate my monster's effect.
That is
Okay.
actually a pretty
I
good
special
start.
Summon a monster.
So the thing with the Mayakashis is, once you're able to get,
I need your help.
I'm going to butcher the name, but Yuki Masume, once you're able to get that into the graveyard and summon that, yeah, great, he has a nine-tailed fox as well.
You shall
Once you're able to get that setup going, you can get some real synchro action on the field. It does seem he's missing
play your
that extra Mayakashi monster.
see summon a monster.
And this is going to let Carrot be able to kind of proceed with this rank 6, as we were talking about just a moment ago. He's going to go into M7.
My monster's effect activates.
Oh,
Great
interesting.
play.
Monster's effect activates.
Yeah, he'll use
That's
this
a great
effect to
play.
turn the Spectral Sword Shiranui to the hand so that it can't be used to synchro summon special summon a synchro monster on the following turn.
Yeah, that was a fantastic play. Really heads up from Kara there, paying attention to Surugu's strategies.
So Thunder Dragon Hawk's effect, special summons Thunder Dragon Roar, and he summons an attack position, and it looks like he's just going to press the dabbage.
Not bad. How's this for an answer?
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah,
My monster's effect.
Nine-Tailed Fox
I know what to do.
does have an effect.
I special summon a monster. I know what to do. I special summon a monster.
This is your own
He is gonna be able to save some of his life points with those tokens.
There's still hope for me. I flip over
Oh.
my face down card. I activate my trap card.
He does have a trap set as well.
I need
He's got the
your help.
Mayakashi
I special
Metamorphosis,
summon a monster.
and he was able to once again discard the
end my
Spectral Sword, it seems.
My turn. I draw.
So that M7, although great play from Carrot, not necessarily gonna work out here. And he
Yeah,
does
he may
have the
fallen a little
Solitaire.
short of the end goal.
Yeah, wow, this field
I special
is
summon a monster.
very good. Very, very good.
Graceful Mayakashi.
Synchro summon a
He's got
monster.
all of the pieces that you would need to start summoning up into these Mayakashis.
I activate my monster.
Start out with the
three
wheels.
Mayakashi.
Okay.
Here we start to
Special
see
summon a
the
monster.
big thing that Mayakashis can do. So Daki is going to keep coming back every single time that Zarugu summons from his extra deck another Mayakashi. And he's just going to keep leveling those up and up and up.
I activate my monster's effect.
Here's level 5, and then we're going to see
I special
Mayakashi
summon
return
a
to the
monster.
field.
And Daki once again coming back.
Need your help. I synchro summon a monster.
Each time this is happening, the Mayakashi continuous spell is gaining even more traction to reduce the opponent's attack points.
Tengu, the
I
winged
activate my
Mayakashi.
monster's effect. I need
Yeah,
your
so we're
help.
up to 7 at this
I
point.
special summon a monster.
And in fact, that Nine-Tailed Fox token is going to be
I synchro
really
summon a
useful
monster.
towards the end here, because you do get the Daki back on the level 9. So the level 9 is as high as we're going to get for the Mayakashi leveling ups. But Yoko,
Activate my monster's
being that
effect.
level 9, has got
I know
quite
what to do.
the strong
I
attack
special
points.
summon a monster.
But first we're going to see if Zarugu is playing something that he's able to summon with this, with Daki.
Oh, so
Okay, instead he's just going to use the Nine-Tailed Fox and tribute those two monsters off to summon the Nine-Tailed Fox.
I know what to do. I special summon a monster.
Yeah, he is able to get Yuki Musume
From my hand,
from the
I
deck.
activate a continuous.
Oh, another one.
A duelist's job
Another
is to get
Mayakashi
life
Winter.
to their cards.
Oh,
tie
I
that binds.
did wonder where the skill was going to come in.
Let's back.
Ooh,
Take this.
that is some big damage that's going to come in here for Zarugu. Those Mayakashi Winters are reducing those attack points of his opponent's monsters. Just little by little for each of the Mayakashis in his graveyard.
That's a shame. My monster's effect activates. Watch.
You see the Dragon Roar
Dragon
effect.
Dark's effect will activate.
This
Take the
is
Thunder Dragon
it.
Dark.
My monster's effect activates. Lay your eyes on this.
Oh, and then summon
Oh.
Cry Fortress Tops.
Summon a
Yeah.
monster.
That is one of the downsides of the Mayakashi deck. You special summon
There were-
quite a lot.
My
There were certainly more than 3 monsters summoned that turn.
Yeah, quite a few. Yeah, we see the Dragon Dark effect from the hand in the M phase just to thin out that deck a little bit.
You're such an annoyance. My turn.
Is that the same one that
Jubal.
returned his hand in the end phase?
Jubal is not happy at all.
So here's the Allured by Darkness skill. The minimum, he has Thunder Dragon Dark in his field, so that'll let him search for any Thunder Dragon if he banishes it with Allure of Darkness. For those who don't know, the Allured by Darkness skill can only be activated if you've lost 1,800 or more life points, and it lets you add Allure of Darkness from outside of your deck to your hand instead of drawing a card for the turn. And it is currently the only way to use Allure of Darkness in Duel Links, so it is... Now, it's a powerful card that you can only get with the skill.
Yeah, and for good reason. Allure of Darkness is a very powerful card.
Watch.
Sure.
I special summon a monster.
Let's see what Carrot's going to use here, because, yeah, we're going to have to see quite a few things and to try and get rid of those Mayakashi Winters, because even though Carrot can summon a lot of monsters here, the key is going to be getting rid of those Winters, because, you know, the attack power reduction that they're currently putting on. Whoa!
Oh, Tribute Summon Caius the Shadow Monarch.
What
Interesting
a throwback.
tech card, and
Yeah,
huge here.
absolutely.
Wow.
Summon a monster.
Just banishes Yoko. Nothing.
Yeah, wow, that's amazing. So that's one less issue, and I was gonna carry on talking about those Winters, but the downside to that attack reduction is if your opponent doesn't have any monsters, then it's gonna help. Oh, okay. So Carrot is not able to get rid of that second Winter, so that means that get rid of both of those Winters, which means that the Nine-Tailed Fox is still the biggest monster on the field during Carrot's turn.
Right, and he does summon Force Focus, so Carrot is able to negate the effect of a level 5 or higher monster during either player's turn, and that can be important.
But the thing with the Mayakashi deck is, at this point, yeah, so the Spectral Sword is going to be a big play here. The key is that most of the extra deck has been used now by Zarugu, sorry,
true.
and so he's not got much to do left in this in the extra deck. However, it's just enough. He's got just enough for the Shiranui monsters, but he doesn't really need any more Mayakashis. They have served their purpose. So Mayakashi Winter is now a huge attack reduction. Oh,
Mayakashi deck runs through monsters from the extra deck so quickly, and
Yeah.
so does Shiranui.
exactly. So it's
The two
yeah,
together
it's
really do.
it's a risky strategy, because if your opponent's able to deal with those quite quickly, then yeah, it's becomes quite interesting.
The Force Focus is going to negate Shogun Saga's effect, so that could be crucial and could keep him in the duel.
Wow, okay. He did have another Mayakashi return, and he's got another Darky. Oh, the 7th card coming from the extra deck for Zarugu here. Looks like it's going to be the boss himself. Gonna be the Shiranui Sun Saga. Now, he's a big guy.
This is payback. I
Oh.
reveal my face down card. My trap activates.
But Carrot has been saving the Thunder Dragon trap card all this time.
I special summon a monster.
100 Thunders is pretty good.
Now is the moment.
Yeah, Sun Saga, however.
Yeah,
Is,
not against that, but it's a pretty good card.
Yeah.
I special
Sun Saga is able to send back any banished Shiranui monsters to the extra deck, any extra deck monsters, and then destroy cards equal to that number. On top of that huge body that is the 3500, as well as ties that bind. And this Nine-Tailed Fox is going to be able to attack straight over that.
more pain.
Right, the 100 Thunders did bring back the Roar, though, so he was able to use Roar's effect to special summon a monster from the deck, but unless that's a sphere, which it is a sphere Kuriboh. So he is still in the duel. But he's in big trouble, because I don't even think Chaos Dragon Levianeer is going to help him here.
Annoyance.
Yeah, I mean, still that Mayakashi Winter is gonna, you know, I feel like we're just at the right kind of attack points here, because all of the Thunder Dragons are around that 2,400, 300 mark, and that is the perfect thing for Mayakashi Winter to be able to take them under. And yeah, we see the final attack here coming in, and Zaruga is able to win with his amazing strategy. Wow,
Yeah,
Mayakashis.
Yeah, that's another deck you really don't see a lot of. You see Shiranui a lot more, but you don't often see the two decks mixed. Shiranui, Mayakashi, even though they have a lot of natural synergy. But he certainly made them look good there, and he was able to take down Thunder Dragons. Yeah,
I must say I did play Mayakashi in dueling for quite some time, and the synergy with Shiranui is huge. Just that ability to completely fill up your graveyard filled with Mayakashis, and then, you know, just a spectral sword, and, you know, that ability to just that tiny little engine that you have from the Shiranuis just laddering up to that Sun Saga. Wow.
Yeah. It was an impressive win, and it's an impressive deck too, because, you know, it's not one that a lot of people are paying attention to.
Yeah. And we got a new game coming up. We have Zeta versus Soratun, and another new legendary duelist that we haven't seen yet.
Axel. Yeah, that's not a common one. Looks like Zeta is using Yuma and Astral, so it's probably an Automat deck.
Yeah, that is those are the decks that we've been seeing from Yuma.
My turn. I draw. Watch what we can do together.
Our strengths combine.
Yeah, we do see the Onomata play come out straight away from
So
Zeta.
he can trade one of the cards in his hand. Gets Dododo Dwarf Go 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 Glove.
I activate the spell card Dododo Draw. I send a Dododo
Makes
And
sense.
he's got
Wants to
Dododo
discard
Draw
it.
as well.
Come on in. Zubaba Bancho Gaga got coat. Zubaba Bancho Gaga got coat's effect activates.
You sure you want to do that?
Oh, he uses
Oh.
effect to try to summon the Dododo Gloves, but he's going to lose out to Ultimate Providence.
No way.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's a lot like Divine Wrath. It's a little harder to use, but also could be more versatile because it can negate more cards overall.
Yeah, and
Stop the Zubaba Bancho Gaga coat in its tracks, destroyed it, stop the effect.
we're seeing now the
That's
follow-up.
the end of the turn.
And the follow-up here from Soratun, that, you know, usually the cost of Ultimate Providence is having that correct card and having to discard it. However, we see the Volcanic Shell, which essentially makes it a kind of free effect.
Yeah, that's awesome. And now he's going to use Fire Reload, so as long as all the monsters in his hand are fire, he gets to shuffle his hand into his deck and redraw the same number. So he traded his 2 cards for 2 more.
Yeah, this is super interesting. So we've still not seen exactly what Soratun is planning on using for, you know, his kind of offensive strategy, but right now his defensive strategy is looking pretty good with this Ultimate Providence. And again, we see the Divine Wrath.
Wow. I mean, I guess it makes sense for him to play these cards in a deck with Volcanic Shell, since Volcanic Shell can keep retrieving more shells from the deck as long as it's in the graveyard.
Absolutely.
So the discard cost is highly mitigated.
Yeah. And I think he discarded a Volcanic Shell again.
Yeah, I think you're right.
That was essentially a free Divine Wrath again. You know, I say free, but it's, you know, just a mere cost of 500 life points for what could turn the tides in a duel. That's nothing. That's cheap.
So some of Shiranui's Squire. So I guess it's a Shiranui deck.
Yeah, so we see the kind of, we've seen a lot of the defensive strategy from Soratun now, but now this offensive strategy. Shiranui's Squire is huge.
Yeah, so he special summons Spectral Sword from the deck with its effect, loses out to Book of Moon, so he can't perform a Synchro Summon.
Yeah.
Similar decks in the past that have used Volcanic Shell, a lot of them used Alistair the Invoker and tried to win with Invoke Purger Trio.
Yeah.
I was sort of expecting that, but it looks like he's opting for the Shiranui strategy to go along with it.
I mean, it allows that fire reload skill to be live quite a lot.
Right, and that skill is awesome with Volcanic Shell.
Yeah. I mean, Squire itself, I was actually really interested as to whether Zeta was going to use the Book of Moon on Squire or whether he was going to use it on Spectral Sword. He did choose to use it on the Squire.
I mean, that saved him some life points, and
Yeah.
either one would have prevented the Synchro Summon. So Samurai Skull
wow.
is summoned.
I'm loving this deck. This deck is so cool.
I synchro summon a monster.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. It's a zombie deck with a fire engine in it.
Yeah.
And because of that fire engine, or maybe even just volcanic shells, I'm not quite sure.
But it's able to kind of mitigate that cost, right? Of those really expensive trap cards that usually a Shiranui deck might not be able to necessarily maintain. But with the volcanic shell, absolutely, he's able to maintain those cards in his hand. That being said, so Zeta right now, I think he's looking to kind of normalize this duel. By that I mean, you know, he's wanting to get rid of a lot of Sorotun's face down cards because it's become clear that Sorotun is really relying on these powerful trap cards.
Right.
Once again, we see.
Zeta's gonna summon Zubaba Bancho Gaga Coat and try to use this effect. He'll lose out to Forbidding Chalice. Oh, but Forbidden Lance will make his Zubaba Bancho Gaga Coat unaffected by Forbidden Chalice. So its effect will not be negated.
And has he got enough hands to hold the lance, the chalice? He's got so many things right now.
So Utopic Onomatopoeia is summoned with its effect, and now Dodo Dwarf Go 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 Glove. Yuma says it better than I ever could.
It does look like Zeta has been able to do just what I said. He's kind of cleaned out Sorotun's trap cards, and now he's able to continue with his onomata play.
Number 70 Malevolent Sin, and it looks like he's going into Digital Blood Corbage, which we saw earlier. A card that has been seeing an increased amount of play in competitive duels.
Yeah, I think especially with Book of Moon, it's particularly potent.
That is the correct move. Stay
Oh,
focused.
Astral approves.
Don't worry about me.
It's always good when Astral agrees with your play.
Yeah, exactly. Heading into the battle phase.
Alright, so this Samurai Skull's destroyed in battle. That's exactly what you want.
Stay calm.
Yeah, something I was waiting till the end phase to allude to, but Sorotun still has that Spectral Sword in the graveyard. So...
And he wasted no time using it.
Yes.
I special summon a monster.
And he banished the Solitaire.
I activate my
Okay, so he summons Arcane Zombie Skull, so now none of his zombies can be destroyed by card effects.
Yeah.
I special summon a monster.
Yeah, and I'm wondering whether he's gonna go straight up into the level 8 synchro. Possibly Shogun Saga, let's wait and see. Yep, for sure, it's the Shogun Saga. We're gonna see this very cool combo. Shogun Saga is able to banish a Shiranui monster and then take away gain attack points equal to its attack points.
Yes, so he uses its
At this moment,
Check out my set card.
that attack would end the duel if it weren't stopped.
Yeah,
It
and
looks
it
like
is
the
stopped
fate
by
down
Book
card
of
is Book of
Moon.
Moon.
Yeah. That was a close call.
In danger. I end my turn.
Here goes. My turn.
Oh, Corbage's effect activates. He gets to attach an insect to it as an Ixies material, and now he gets to attack the Ixies material on his own turn
Here comes you.
to return the defense position monster to the deck.
Wow.
So that was awesome.
I activate my monster's effect.
stay focused, Yuma.
Don't worry about me. Let's battle.
End this
Stay
duel,
focused, Yuma.
Sure thing. Get set to get decked. Take this direct attack.
And do we see Zeta being able to end the duel here with that Utopia? Wow, what a turn of events!
Wow, yeah, that was a cool combo. Good synergy between Book of Moon
Know someone by dueling.
and the Digital Bug Kobayashi, because he was able to get that extra Xyz material on to use the effect again, by changing the battle position of a monster on the field. So that was really cool. Yeah, it certainly didn't look like he was ahead for most of that duel. It looked like Divine Wrath and Ultimate Providence were kind of gonna keep the Automat player from actually amassing a field. But that's the strength of the Automat deck. As long as it gets another turn, it keeps summoning and it keeps setting up Ixie summons, and you could stop it from Ixie summoning every turn. But if you can't close out the duel, it'll do the same thing next turn. And the Automat play skill allows it to do that so consistently.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's what we saw there. He wasn't able to close out the duel with the Shiranui deck, and Automat took the win.
Yeah, it was very close though. That Shogun Saga could have been make or break. The Book of Moon ended up kind of breaking that whole combo. But yeah, I mean, we can only highlight, as we were talking earlier, about this Onomat play deck. It seems very strong. Even when, two of its most important effects got negated, Ultimate Providence, Divine Wrath, still it was able to endure such a beating from those trap cards and still proceed to win. And
don't forget Forbidding Chalice too. Luckily for him,
Forbidding Chalice as well,
So there were a lot of answers to it, but the deck can just keep pressing on, just one more at a time. So that's what we saw there. That's part of its strength, and it's strong in this tournament as well because it works well with the deck building rules. Because of the fact that the cards in the deck are often used by that deck, with the exception of cards like Book of Moon and other deck cards. But the limited cards in particular are specific for that deck.
So that's quite interesting, don't you think? That Zeta, although using what is widely considered as one of the strongest decks in the format right now, the Onomata play deck, he's enhancing that strategy with some of these generic, very strong cards, Book of Moon, and choosing not to put that in some of his other decks for the tournament.
Yeah, that is interesting, and it makes you wonder what his, maybe he doesn't want those cards in those other decks.
Yeah.
Maybe he chose to play other decks that really don't utilize Book of Moon quite as well because they need more cards to kind of get going, cards that are in their theme. So that Book of Moon is best used in the Onomat deck, making that as strong as he can.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the combo with Kobayashi. That was crazy.
Yeah, that was awesome. That was an awesome combo, and I have not actually seen that combo in action. It was nice to see it there. Yeah,
really good. But still, we can't take it away from Shiranui's here. That it seems that is a bit of a theme going on. We've seen a couple of different versions of Shiranui's. So with the Mayakashis, we saw them with that volcanic strategy with Axel Brody. Do you think this is going to be a recurring theme? Are we going to have quite a lot of these Shiranui decks?
I think it might be. Onomats are regarded as one of the top decks, but Shiranuis are often perceived to have a strong matchup against them. Or really trap-heavy decks are often perceived to have a strong matchup against them, so it would not surprise me.
So, we're with us, the same players, Zeta versus Sorotun.
So let's see
another new legendary duelist.
If you are a true duelist, I expect
so Sorotun is using Odeon, Zeta is using Yami Yugi. Let's see what Zeta is playing. So he's playing Thunder Dragons, which is a deck that usually does not use Book of Moon. You can tech a copy if you really want to, or more than one, but the deck is so focused on the Thunder Dragons, there's not a lot of space. So, like I was saying before,
that's
really
short first turn.
That was very weak first turn. He uses Dragon Dark to just get another Dragon Dark, then Dragon Roar to just add the Dark to his hand.
Oh, amazing! I'm so excited! It's the Spiritual Beasts! I love Spiritual Beasts!
Yeah, so Spiritual Beast Cannahawk is starting out. It's unfortunate for Soroton, though, because that was an incredibly weak start for Zeta. If Soroton had been using a faster deck, like, you know, Harpies or Autobot, that duel might have actually just been over here.
Yeah, but even though, I mean, the right cards with Ritual Beasts could have been, could have got him there, but still.
Time to battle. Here we go.
And of course, we don't know if Zeta also had cards like Spirit Rebo in his hand, but
yeah.
So Thunder Dragon Hawk's effect is used in the hand to summon Dragon Roar back to the field, which is, I guess, why he wanted it in his graveyard last turn, or at least one reason why. And even though it attacks, Canadia puts it face down. So this is tough for Soroton. I mean, tough for Zeta. But now the tough decision for Soroton, if it comes to it, is going to be whether he wants to bring Zeta below 2,000 life points.
Yeah.
He has the opportunity, but can't finish him off. Because giving him Destiny Draw might break him right out of this duel.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Cannahawk attacks the Dragon Roar, its effect will activate.
Yeah. It does seem like Soroton is right now, especially with Odeon, makes me think that he's going with the more kind of defensive, trap-heavy version of the Spiritual Beasts, where you're just looking to summon the Petal Fin as a big defensive option. He's not really going for that attacking, offensive Spiritual Beast combination.
Yeah,
and
it definitely looks that way.
At the moment, I mean, the play is going so quickly, but I wish I could talk more quickly. But Zeta is really going to have to try and finish it off this turn. Otherwise, Soroton is going to get his Spiritual Beast Tamer that's going to just enable all of these plays with the giant Petal Fin.
Oh, Chaos Dragon Levineer is awesome here. Soroton can't negate the effect of it. Oh, he has Breakthrough Skill to negate its effect. If he couldn't, he'd have to chain whatever he wanted to chain, and then, because Levineer doesn't target, Zeta would have destroyed 2 of the cards that weren't used.
Yeah.
But Breakthrough Skill is just awesome here.
Yeah, absolutely. That was curious that he didn't decide to get his Canadia back from the graveyard. Oh, he does have the ambush.
My trap activates. Come out. I special summon a
Must say, it never feels good getting ambushed. Cannahawk and the Spiritual Beast Tamer, the strongest of the Spiritual Beasts. We see Winder. Oh, this is tough. Soroton is really where he wants to be right now. It's interesting that he chose to summon the one that he was about to add to his hand. I would have thought that he could have got the one that was a turn away, the Winder that was a turn away, so he could add the Winder to his hand. But maybe he wanted to keep it banished for the Cannahawks.
Yeah. Yeah, the Banish Zone is a resource for this deck.
Yeah. Absolutely.
As we're seeing right now.
Yeah, so maybe he's going to summon the one that's going to get added once again, so that he doesn't add it to his hand. Maybe he does want to keep it in his Banish Zone even longer.
My monster's effect activates.
Yeah, once again, Cannahawk. The longer Cannahawk is on the field, the more and more it does. It thins out your deck and gets what you need to your hands. Along with the ultimate Cannahawk does even more of the same, adding the cards you need to your hand.
I know a lot of people who play Spiritual Beasts, and they really love playing the deck.
I love playing
yeah, everyone who plays it, they always love playing the deck. This is not my type of deck. I have not played Spiritual Beasts.
I think it's like
I played
Marmite.
against Spiritual Beasts many times.
I think Spiritual Beasts are a bit like Marmite. You either love them or you don't love them.
Well, the people who play them, they love them.
Exactly.
That's been my experience. and that was
Yeah.
true for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game as well, where it
Yeah.
was a very powerful deck for a long time.
Yeah.
I set my card face down. I set my
This,
card.
yeah, it's
Let's
as soon as you get what I would call set up in the ritual beast deck, there's not a lot that can stop you, because you just gain so much advantage through all of the kind of hawks and the ulti kind of hawks, and just at any point you can push that button which says I feel like I'm in danger, and just go and get that petal fin from the extra deck, and you know that's hard to overcome a 2800 defense monster.
I special summon a monster.
Sure.
I'm counting on you. I special summon a monster. My monster's effect activates.
That is one key factor though that we can see right now. Sorton, the spiritual beasts don't really do much to your opponent. You are really relying on these trap cards to interact with your opponent, and we do see it here with a floodgate.
My monster's
Yeah, Floodgate Grapple can be annoying for Thunder Dragon decks because it disrupts potential Exceed summons.
I tribute
But
Yeah,
it's
that's-
not hard to get the monster off the field with a tribute summon, as we're seeing here.
Yeah, not ideal. It's not really what you want to be doing, but it's a good way to get your field opened back up.
That's a mistake. My monster's effect activates.
So Ulti Canahawk will split apart once more.
I special summon a
Yeah,
monster.
and for sure gonna get that spiritual beast winder,
A new horror
spiritual
awaits
beast
you.
tamer winder. Sorry.
I special summon a monster. Here we
Yeah,
go.
and the second one.
My monster attacks.
At this point, this is exactly what we were talking about with the ulti petal fin.
My monster's effect activates. Come forth.
So we'll see what Sorton decides to get here. Probably something. Yeah, so he's gonna go straight for the ulti petal fin.
My monster attacks. My turn is done.
He successfully destroys the other window and gets to avoid its effect.
My
Yeah.
Thanks to Levianeer's 3000 attack points.
I summon a monster in attack position.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I say wow as if it's kind of a surprise, but Sorton has gone through so much of his deck at this point. He's drawing cards that he wants. You know, that's what we're seeing. And we do see the Apelio, the cute lion, that allows you to banish one of your allows you to banish one of your spiritual beasts to increase the attack and defense points of your ritual beasts by 300 for this turn, which allows the ulti Apelio to get up to some dizzying heights of attack points, and ulti Apelio stops your opponent from using effects when it attacks as well.
Yeah, it becomes unaffected by all effects, so it actually weakens
Sorry,
itself
yes.
as well. So it lost its 500 attack points, but it was still enough to destroy the Dragon Roar. So he destroyed the Dragon Roar. But Dragon Roar's effects special summon another Dragon Roar, and Zeta was able to return to his hand in the end phase. So, you know, there is a resilience to this Thunder Dragon deck where it almost creates its own inevitability. Because it keeps cycling through the Thunder Dragons, and eventually the Levianeers keep coming down, as we see here.
Yeah, so it's a matter
but
of
it looks like he only had 3 darks. He couldn't banish a light to destroy cards, so he'll have to return a card from the hand to the deck.
I exceed summon
Yeah.
a monster.
oh wow, big exceed summon here.
Is it going to be a hieratic dragon or a zombie?
Yeah, we do
Darn.
see
Monster's effect
the Overlord of Heliopolis.
Behold,
Oh my goodness! Breakthrough skill again.
my trap.
This was an awesome addition. It's in the new Volume 3 mini box, but it's a very powerful card.
Activates. Now's the time.
That's so good. I can't believe breakthrough skill twice.
Yeah, and you know, Breakthrough Skill has a lot of awesome application that we don't see in matchups like this, because it can negate Steel Swarm Roach for decks that are just completely shut down by it, and it can
Yeah.
negate Photon Strike Bouncer for decks that need to activate monster effects on the field, even from banishing it from your graveyard during your own turn. So
Yeah. That double usage of a breakthrough skill is always amazingly worth it.
Many decks
And once again,
against.
so we are going to see once again this. We're going to see something quite cool here. So this is what Soroton's going to want to be doing quite regularly to keep his monsters alive here, is using that Apelio's effect to increase the defense points of Ulti-Petalfin over 3,000.
Come out! I special summon a monster!
Once again, we see the Canahawk.
I special summon a monster!
And we see Lara this time.
Prepare yourself. My turn. Draw. Come out. I special summon a monster.
Yeah, this is the thing. So Soroton's going to be able to just get this ulti Apelio out repeatedly to be able to take out any of those kind of low attack point monsters on Zeta's side. He's got to be really careful because eventually it's going to get to the point where he's not got enough life points to take another one of these small attacks. Or small amounts of damage, should I say.
My monster's effect activates.
Right. Both of these players are really going through their deck pretty quickly.
Now,
Yeah,
my monster's effect activates.
this is such an even
My
matchup.
trap activates.
Oh, breakthrough skill in his turn.
That
Yeah,
ends my
brilliant
turn.
play.
I will not lose. My
Maybe we
turn.
see that breakthrough skill being
Cards.
so worth it.
I draw.
Yeah, however,
Okay.
you were alluding to this earlier, the Destiny draw.
Activates.
It's tough. When your opponent has Destiny Draw, it's tough to get them down to under 2,000 life points and let them take any card from their deck. But is this a third breakthrough skill?
Michael, it is a third breakthrough skill. Wow.
I am yet to see a deck with 3 breakthrough skills in it, so this is the first.
Wow.
Oh man, but he negated the Heliopolis' effect as he needed to, and now Levineer is coming down. Oh, but Fiendish Chain negates its effect.
Soroton
now he
is
has-
not a fan of monster effects.
He has 2 level 8s on the field now, so he can get the Levianeer off if he has another rank 8 in his extra deck.
Yeah, I mean, is that
I'm not
something-
sure he does.
Yeah, I don't think you usually have that many because you don't think you're going to be in this kind of situation.
Special summon a monster.
Yeah, some of them play Zombie Stein,
Yeah.
but maybe not.
Something to note here, though, is Soroton is only getting Lara back, I think. Is that Lara? Yeah, so he's not going to be able to proceed to get the ulti Petalfin once more. However, this being said, that face down Soroton is holding here looks a lot like an ambush.
My trap
It
activates.
is indeed ambushed once more.
So yeah, he's once again going to get both of the Spiritual Beast Windows, I think. Either that or the Apelio, yeah. Which is probably going to banish what he needs from the graveyard. Oh, this is grindy. Let's put it that way.
Activate.
Yeah.
Yeah, Apelio's effect still in the end phase to put even more
Prepare yourself.
of his spiritual beasts where they need to be.
My monster.
To banish his own.
Yeah, Soroton right now, he's only drawing what he wants to draw because all of his other stuff is already in the graveyard.
My monster's effect.
Now he needs to ask himself, how am I going to close out this duel?
Yeah, he is staring down 3 huge monsters on Zeta's side. However, that being said, is Zeta really in the position to be able to attack? Like his field's full right now, so he's not going to be able to get much going unless he does have that Zombie Stein.
I special summon a monster.
And getting over the ulti Petalfin is going to be quite difficult
Ends my turn.
if he's able to use the Apelio to boost its defense, but we'll see if he's able to do that.
My cards.
We'll see, yeah. I mean, he could bring the Thunder Dragon Dew up to 3,100 by activating a monster effect in the turn, if he can do in his hand, if he can do that.
Yeah.
Draw.
Oh, Zeta just passes.
I set my monster. I expected you to do that.
It does seem that Zeta actually has more cards in his deck than Soroton does.
My trap.
Oh,
So-
the Thunder Dragon Duo gets to send one back to his deck in every end phase.
Yeah.
So he needs to deal with that duo.
Yeah. So right now it's kind of a temporary stopgap solution of these breakthrough skills, the multiple breakthrough skills that Sorton has been playing, but that's not going to last for very long.
Wall of Disruption is activated
Okay.
on the attack. Oh man.
That's going to
All of Zeta's monsters are going to lose 2,400 attack points. Oh, he's using Temperance to avoid the battle damage so he doesn't lose the duel on his own attack.
Wow, that was going to be ending of the duel as well, attacking into that ulti pedal fin. But now Zeta's got to think to himself, how am I going to deal with the ulti Apelio next turn?
This match is wild.
It really is. Wall of Disruption.
I did not see that coming, and I don't think
Me
a lot
too.
of people at home did either.
You just don't realize
I was considering, you know, what's Sorton gonna do here, but
my monsters of
that Wall of Disruption really took me by surprise.
That broke the field wide open. Now the duel's over.
I special
Yeah.
summon a monster.
The monsters on Zeta's field are so weak, Ulti Apelio is just going to attack over one of them,
Activates.
Yeah,
and that's going to be game.
yeah, and ulti Apelio. Oh, he's styling at this point.
Summon a monster.
Ulti Apelio is for sure gonna be enough.
Awaits you. I special summon a monster.
I mean, we did see Temperance.
Yeah. I
Maybe he
guess.
wants to. If
Yeah,
he's
so
worried about that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know,
So
but
switching
I think-
switching the
Monster in attack position.
switching the window or summoning another monster is gonna be enough because they're gonna be huge from the effective
Yeah.
ulti of Apelio.
My monster attack.
Yeah, he
If
can
any
have a
one of
lot
those
of temperances right now.
Any one of those attacks connects, it's over. Wow.
Wow. What a game! It was so
Swordsman takes the win after using all 3 breakthrough skills.
I have won.
Yeah, Yugi couldn't have said it better.
You
That
should
was
be
a
proud of
fantastic
yourself.
duel.
Yeah,
Wow.
Very impressive. And it was also impressive he was able to use the graveyard effect of breakthrough skill to stop the Dragon Duo, which could have had a big impact because it cut him off from cards he could have otherwise recycled.
Yeah.
But that was an awesome duel.
Yeah, I think you nailed it with wild. That was a wild duel. You did not know where that was gonna go.
I didn't know how that field was going to break open. I did not expect that it was going to break open as a result of Zeta attacking into Wall of Disruption. So
Yeah.
all his monsters became so weak that they could be attacked over to end the duel.
Yeah,
That
I
was-
mean,
that
from
was
Zeta's
awesome.
side, that's what you would do, though, right? You're gonna wall up with the biggest attack monsters, the strongest forces you have, but then for them to be hit by Wall of Disruption, it just all comes crumbling down.
Yeah, and I think you have to attack there because
Yeah,
I don't think you're reading Wall of Disruption. I don't think you're seeing that card coming.
no, I mean,
You know, and
I'm
when you use
thinking to
cards
myself,
people aren't
even-
using,
Yeah.
you catch people in traps as a result of it.
yeah, exactly. I mean, of all of the legendary duelists to use with traps, Odeon is the one. And yeah, he absolutely took Zeta by surprise. I mean, I'm kind of racking my brains as to, you know, what other reads you could have on that face down card, but I think like 9 times out of 10 you attack there. That is just the play. You especially, I mean, knowing Spiritual Beasts, the way to really get through that, you know, that mud patch, through all of that grinding that you have to do to get rid of their resources, is to gun for that ulti petal fin, and just make them lose out on all of those ulti petal fins. Yeah, what a wild game. And we got another one coming up for you already, so let's head on over to the game.
Let's see it.
So we have Nakasaka versus IB Instant Barreto.
We will. With you by
And
my
we
side,
see for the
there's
first
no
time a
way
mirror match in the Legendary
Never
Duelists.
turn down a duel.
Yeah, human astral, so very likely they're both Automat decks.
Is no ordinary foe.
Duel!
My turn.
This might be the first true mirror match.
That was interesting. Astral said, "I sense our opponent is no ordinary foe."
Here comes Utopic
That's always a bit fun when you're playing a mirror match.
Utopic onomatopoeia's effect
Topic
activated.
Onomatopoeia.
Gaga sister, time to play. Gaga sister has another effect. I'll play this. I exceed summon a monster.
So it's
So
we'll
we're
use his
seeing
effect to special summon the sister, and now he will make a rank 6. We'll go with M7 here, it looks like.
I activate my monster's effect.
seems very common for the onomatopoeia deck, especially going first. Just to put that M7 out and then recover your Gaga sister, ready for next turn.
Yeah, I mean, Photon Strike Bouncer was another option there, but I guess he deemed the guaranteed Gaga sister in his hand as superior to being able to shut down the effect of an opponent's monster like Gaga sister. So
Yeah.
yeah, I mean M7's I guess just the safe play because you immediately recover one card. So if they
Yeah.
use Book of Moon or whatever they may have to deal with your monster, you got something out of it. Whereas
exactly.
that's not guaranteed with Strike Bouncer.
Yeah, and that's the key with Exceed monsters, that you're spending 2 monsters to make 1. Of course, most of the strong Exceed decks are going to be getting those extra monsters out for free, but still you want to make sure that you're getting that advantage back for spending
So as
the
soon
2
as
monsters.
Gaga Bolt is added to the hand, we see Canadia put down the Gaga sister so that there's no longer a Gaga monster on the field and he can't use the Bolt. So once again, we see a Book of Moon type effect really shift the tempo of the duel and stop a play in its tracks.
We see Nakasaka with the breakthrough skill. I'm loving the MVP card right now. Seems to be this breakthrough skill.
It looks like it. We are definitely seeing a lot of breakthrough skill. So he uses M7 to return the face-down Gaga sister to the hand. So he looks fairly committed to winning this turn.
Yeah. I think this is one of those things I would talk about even on the TCG stream, that the there's different mindsets to playing the game. Do you want to just go offensive and try and win straight away, or do you want to play a bit more defensive? And I feel like IB Instant Barreto really just decided, I'm going for it.
That is the correct move.
Yeah, so he doesn't have the win here. It's interesting also, though, because with Breakthrough Skill in the graveyard, he's no longer vulnerable to Photon Strike Bouncer
Yes.
for most of his monster effects. So that's sort of cutting off some of the potential plays in the future, which would be a problem.
Yeah, I think on the real key thing in IB's turn there was that Astral was approving of everything. So that's important.
You know you're doing it right.
Yeah, exactly. Back to Nakasaka's turn. He's got plenty of Gaga bolts at this point, so he is going to be able to use those to deal with whatever he likes from IB's side of the field.
At this moment,
Check out my set card. I activate a
So
trap.
once again, Gaga Sister's effect activates, but Canadia puts Gaga Sister face down. So
Let's go. I special summon a
we'll
Yeah.
see if there's any follow-up to this.
I'll set
So Nakasaka is going to
that is the correct
at least take
move.
some solace in getting that
attack.
card, getting Canadia back from the graveyard and attacking into his opponent's monster. I feel like that was a heads-up play. You know, he's not just kind of letting all of this stuff happen. He's really actively thinking, how am I able to get, claw back advantage here from this double Canadia play?
And destroying Gaga Coat was valuable there because he was able to prevent an Xyz summon potentially while IB's on top deck.
Stay focused, Yuma.
Drew Mystical Space Typhoon. He used it. I can't see the card he did. Oh, it looks like Fiendish Chain he destroyed.
Yeah.
So that was not something that could be chained effectively. Oh, and now just an attack of M7 over Canadia ends the duel. 1,500 points of damage is more than the amount of life points he had left.
Yeah, that Fiendish Chain would have been able to stop that attack, but unfortunately, Nakazaka had it destroyed by that Mystical Space Typhoon. Wow, that was quite an interesting mirror match for the Onomata play deck. It's the first time we got to see that. Do you think we learned anything about that mirror match? Kind of who's going first, who's going second, being important. That's usually quite important in a mirror match.
Yeah. I think going first is probably stronger. You can set up your field before your opponent can set their traps. You can always fall back on the M7 play, save resources for the next turn, so you're not behind there. In the right situation, you can opt for Photon Strike Bouncer as a rank 6, but I don't think it's such a significant advantage that it's. I don't think it's that crucial.
Okay, that's good to know. So yeah, we learned something. So looking back on it in hindsight, of course, it's always easy to look at something in hindsight, but do you think going for the Photon Strike Bouncer was a better play, or do you think the M7 was the right play going first?
I think the M7 was actually the right play because we saw that duel lasted quite a few turns. So he actually, he made use of the monster that he returned to his hand. He did need that to continue to press on in the duel. And we saw that his opponent had breakthrough skill and other answers.
Yeah.
Photon Strike Bouncer. So, and I think that's probably why he opted for the M7. It's kind of just the guarantee. All right, I use 2 cards here, add a card back. I basically spent 1 card for a super threatening Xyz monster that he needs to answer, even though it can't negate his monster effects. Because if I use its effect again on my next turn, I'm in even better shape. And you use 2 monsters to make the 2 monsters to Xyz summon M7, but then you can take 1 back with its effect. So I don't think there was anything wrong with the line of play. It just, the cards fell where they did.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. So we have another new legendary duelist, the Nakazaka here.
A duelist never gives less than 100%.
Master of Rites
2. So we'll start with Ritual King.
I'm definitely
this does mean that we're gonna, hopefully, with the use of that skill, we're gonna see a ritual deck. I love rituals,
See what
so.
you can do. Duel. Here I go. My turn. Here I go. I summon a monster in attack position.
Zenju of the Thousand Hands.
I activate my
Oh, it's
monster
most
effect.
certainly a Ritual deck.
Yes, and
In
it
fact, that's any
seems
Ritual monster.
to be its megaliths.
Activate my monster's effect.
But yeah, if you saw it in the app,
Ritual summon a monster.
in the Duel Links app, you could see some of the decks players used to get to this point, and one of them was a Megalith deck. So, may not be a total shock to
I
Ivy.
activate my monster's effect.
Yeah,
Cyber Angel Benton.
sounds like Nakazaka is well known in that case for using ritual decks. And once again, Ben 10 is so strong. Whenever you tribute Cyber Angel Ben 10, you're able to add a level 6 or lower
My monster's effect.
um,
I'll play this. I ritual summon a monster.
light fairy. I kept thinking angel in my head. Cyber Angels. You get to add a essentially a replacement to your hand.
I use a field spell.
So the Megaliths are cool because the low-level Ritual monsters, the level 4s, you can use them to Ritual summon other monsters and count them in the Ritual summon just with their effect on the field. And the higher level Ritual monsters are essentially the Ritual spell for the deck as well, because you can just discard them from your hand to Ritual summon a monster. So it doesn't actually need like a proper Ritual spell card, and they all have awesome effects.
How about this? I exceed summon a
So
monster.
this is a deck I was certainly surprised to see in the app, when I saw that a duelist used it to get to this point, and I'm, you know, a little less surprised to see it here since it was on my radar as a result of that. But it is not a deck that I encountered often in PvP dueling or in other tournaments.
I flip over my face down card. My continuous trap activates.
Come on out! I summon a monster in attack position. My monster's effect activates.
Wait.
Oh, although Nakasaka's field didn't end too kind of strong here, do you think that he's going to be able to deal with what Instant Breto is able to bring out with this Harpy deck?
I don't think so, but I guess we'll see.
It does seem like Nakasaka spent quite a lot of cards just making that Diamond Direwolf.
Yeah, I mean, the Harpy's Haunting Ground was a huge problem because look at his field. I think that if with all of his cards destroyed, he'd just automatically lose, so he was kind of forced to make Diamond Direwolf.
Yeah.
I don't know. Don't know if that setback was too great for him to overcome.
Swoop in, Harpy lady.
Only time's gonna tell.
Ready to battle? Go!
And IB has everything here.
Yeah.
He's got his full field of monsters.
Yeah, so he's gonna be able to use Emergence. Going with Megalith's back, however, he has still got the Cyber Harpy Lady. I'm gonna get the effect there.
Go! My monster attacks.
So it's not totally over, but IB is looking pretty kind of in charge here, let's say.
I end my turn.
And that field spell, the Harpy's Hunting Ground, is just going to come back because of the Oracle, so Nakasaka's not going to have the opportunity to destroy it once again. We do see another Senju.
But that could be good.
Yeah. Senju is even stronger in the Megalith deck, because as you were talking about earlier, so Senju can only add ritual monsters, but because the ritual monsters are also the spells, or at least act like the spells, it doesn't, you know, you don't need to match up your Senju or Sonic Bird to what you've got in your hand. Senju always gets you what you want. Yeah, this is where it gets a little bit out of control.
So he's going to Ritual Summon Ophiel.
Yeah, whenever you Ritual Summon with the portal, its effect activates and adds back one of your Megalith monsters. So that just refills your hand even more.
Oh. It's Phaleg. When it's Ritual Summoned all... Oh, and he gets Bethor. So he's going to Ixie Summon another rank 4 monster.
See, number 18.
Oh, Heraldry. Patriarch. Since there are 2 Harpies on the field, he gets to target one of them. All others are destroyed, and as long as that Heraldry Patriarch's on the field, it can't summon any Harpy Ladies.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see if that's gonna come into play, or whether Nakasaka is gonna be able to just end the game right here. He's still
looks
got
like he actually can end it here.
Yeah, 4,000 attack on the Megalith. Yeah, Phaleg is quite a big Megalith.
Yeah. I certainly misjudged the previous turn.
I think that's the
I
thing.
forgot that the Ritual Cage was also giving some protection to the monster he summoned with the Emergence.
Yeah.
So it wasn't able to end it, and I think it's over.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was a comeback.
That was a great comeback. Yeah, I definitely misjudged
My
his
techniques
position there.
didn't
His
work.
position was not
You
as
have to give it your
bad as I
all,
had
from
thought.
building the best deck to making the right
And then
I think that's
given
the
the
thing
one
with
more
the
turn,
Megaliths.
he just
I'll
ended
take
it.
you on again.
Yeah, I think that's why Nakasaka clearly put so much effort into getting rid of that Happy's Hunting Ground, because just keeping all of his continuous spells and traps and the field spell was a bit of a perfect storm to be able to just do whatever he wanted in the following
Absolutely.
turn.
That was a very impressive showing for the Megaliths.
Yeah.
I'm thinking they might be the sleeper deck of the tournament. I think they might be way more powerful than people are giving them credit for.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it there. As long as you can keep your continuous cards up for just a turn, then yeah, you get a lot of advantage from it. And I mean, Farleg, the Megalith Farleg is huge, 4,000 attack. That's gonna get over anything.
Yeah, it strengthens all your ritual monsters. It becomes stronger for each of the ritual monsters in your graveyard. So it can grow extraordinarily. So and it's kind of like Triamids in that it just has this array of different effects that are kind of tough to play around. But it also is able to close out a duel way more quickly, unlike Triamids. Where it can take a fast win. So it is, it's awesome. It's really cool deck, and it was really nice that we were able to see it in action there, doing what it does. And his opponent drew well. It drew well, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still a bit shocked that that was just so powerful. The comeback that was made from that Megalith, and yeah, what you're saying could be right. We only time's going to tell if that's the sleeper deck of the tournament. Okay, so it seems that we are coming towards the end of the first round. We've had quite a few duels already, so we're going to take a short break. But stick around, because we're going to be back with even more action until the end of the KC Grand Tournament. Stick around, we're going to crown a champion.
Awaken the power of the Egyptian God cards. 4 unique cards, plus the new Soul Crossing to add to your deck. Yu-Gi-Oh! Egyptian God decks. Slifer the Sky Dragon, and Obelisk the Tormentor. 40 cards per deck, each deck sold separately. Flash forward and surge to a new level. The path to its light is clearer than ever before. Synchro Summon. Shooting Majestic Star Dragon is here. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dawn of Majesty. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. power of the Egyptian God cards. 4 unique cards, plus the new Soul Crossing to add to your deck. Yu-Gi-Oh! Egyptian God decks. Slifer the Sky Dragon, and Obelisk the Tormentor. 40 cards per deck, each deck sold separately. Flash forward and surge to a new level. The path to its light is clearer than ever before. Synchro Summon! Shooting Majestic Star Dragon is here. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dawn of Majesty. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. KC グランドトーナメント2021決勝ステージ。世界から集いし25人の最強デュエリスト。まず紹介するのはこの選手。 KC カップ2020フェブラリー1位ザイドキング。昨年の KCGT で劇的勝利をもぎ取った王者が今年も君臨。
My favorite deck is Dark Lords, a bunch of strong monsters, and they have a really strong trap that helps negate the effects of your opponents. So you keep looping that trap till you win the game. Oh, for me, it's the strongest deck in Duel Links of all time for me.
最強たらしめる強さを示し王者の再来を宣言せよ。いでよザイドキング。
It's my turn.
KC カップ2019セプテンバー1位ハル。自己評価はなんと5億点という引きの強さ。それは決してカードの話だけではない。
幸運なことに今世界でもトップクラスのプレイヤーたちのほとんどが自分の知り合いで、みんなの思い背負って戦っていきたいと思います。
2019セプテンバー王者が3年の沈黙を破り KCGT の舞台へ。
デュエルリンクスに勝因はなく、あるのは敗因だけ。粘りさえすればなんかワンチャンあるみたいな。
敗れし戦友の意志を抱き勝ち抜いた戦友を超えてゆけ。いでよハ
ル。俺のターン。
KC カップ2019ノーベンバー1位ただし。ミドルネームであるただしをデュエリストネームにしたという彼の強みは。
I would say my strengths in Duel Links generally are a lot of my analytical skills and creativity. I usually believe a lot in the math doesn't lie.
正しき力を示し和の名を世界に轟かせ。いでよただし。
It's my turn.
KC カップ2021フェブラリー1位 B&P GM ロー。控えめなパラメーターながらも毎日のデュエルは欠かさない元世界1位の実力者。
It's hard. It's actually really hard to win this because people are good always in the game. You need to have a good day for that. So I try my best to win actually.
ドイツから再び世界の王座に君臨せよ。いでよ B&P GM ロー。
It's my turn.
KC カップ2020エイプリル1位マーアット CC。 デュエル中は常に次の最適解を算出。それは勝利を導く方程式。
自分の中での最適解、これはしっかり出せるように最適解を導いてゲームエンドまで持っていく。
導き出した最適解は世界トップの座をも実現させる。
攻撃的にプランを練って2ターン目3ターン目でワンキル取れるようなデッキだったりが好きだったりしますね。この大会を楽しむってことを第一に頑張っていきたいかなと思います。
最適解による最適解のための最適解を今こそ王座に導け。いでよマーッド CC。
俺のターン。
DUEL Konami. Awaken the power of the Egyptian God cards. 4 unique cards, plus the new Soul Crossing to add to your deck. Yu-Gi-Oh! Egyptian God decks. Slifer the Sky Dragon and Obelisk the Tormentor. 40 cards per deck, each deck sold separately. can flash forward and surge to a new level. The path to its light is clearer than ever before. Synchro Summon! Shooting majestic Star Dragon is here! Yu-Gi-Oh! Dawn of Majesty! 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. KC グランドトーナメント2021決勝ステージ、世界から集いし25人の最強デュエリスト。まず紹介するのはこの選手、 KC カップ2021エイプリル1位ゼータ。直近の KC カップで優勝したばかりのチャンピオンの部屋には輝かしい栄光がずらり。
These event cards that won 4 years ago in Qualification São Paulo. This is my trophy I won in the South American Continental, W70. Do red duels, I've don't do any mistake. I really will just do my best.
栄光のチャンピオンアイテムよ、新たな称号のために力を与えよ。いでよゼータ。
It's my turn.
執念深さっていうのはこうデッキ作る上でもキーワードになってきてるところだと思います。
KC カップ2020セプテンバー1位ザルーグ。突き抜けた執念深さとアンデッドへの愛、そんな彼のプレイスタイルとは。
なんだこのデッキはみたいなようなのを使って戦うスタイルですね。カトンっていうカードがありまして、知らない自体は除外すると効果が発動するカードなんですけど、そのカトンっていうのは墓地の炎族を除外すると相手の墓地のカードも除外できるよっていうカードなんで、知らないの効果を何度も何度も使えることができて非常に噛み合っていたと。
アンデッドと彼の執念が共鳴した時、王者の権利を再び手に入れる。
やっぱり出るからには勝ちたいので、面白いデュエルを皆さんにお届けしながら良い結果をつかめたらなと思ってます。
狂気に満ちた我がアンデッドよ、その深き執念を好みに宿せ。いでよザル。
レオターン。
KC カップ2020ノーベンバー1位 B&P グルーシャース。イタリアのフィレンツェが生んだ元世界1位が KCGT に参戦。
Favorite deck actually is Fire King. Usually you play that in a control deck, and I like control decks.
世界旅行を愛する彼が日本に来て感じたのはデュエリスト魂。
When I went to Japan, I met many Duel Links players, and it was really fun.
世界を股にかけ KCGT の舞台も踏破せよ。いでよ B&P グルーシャース。
My turn.
だから多分一番やってないと思うんですよ、今回の出場者の中で。でその中で勝ったらそれ相当おもろいなと思って。
WCS2019 チャンピオン小林。世界王者がまさかのリンクスやってない宣言。しかし WCS の功績は強者の証。
どこでカードゲームで差が生まれるかってなったら、デッキの中身だと思うんですよね。その純粋にこう強いか弱いかっていうのを選び取れる感性みたいなのはやっぱ常に大切にしたいなっていうのをずっと心がけてます。
エクゾディアの T シャツで着て手ぶらで帰るはずがない。
やってないとはいえ勝ちたいという思いは結構湧いてきたんで、勝ち残りたいなっていうふうに思います。
再び勝利のパーツが揃う時、トマリシキングが新王者に君臨する。いでよ小林。
俺のターン。
Konami is now in session. The face card nights are here, and a brighter future is in your hands. Yu-Gi-Oh! King's Court. 7 cards per pack, each pack sold separately. Strategies emerge in Yu-Gi-Oh! Ancient Guardians. Rise from the grave with reptile deities. Pendulum summon a new harmony. And freeze with flashy synchro monsters. 7 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Hello. Welcome back. We are here and we are going to be starting round 2 very soon. I'm joined once again by Michael Cohenham. We're here, Michael. We're ready to go.
Ready.
So
Never more ready.
Just a quick announcement. So due to an in-game error in some of the matches during round 1, we had to do some rematching, and we apologize to all of the players and the viewers for any inconvenience caused. That being said, it was all resolved in a good manner, and we are going to be starting again with round 2 very soon. So, Michael, we are going to get to see the bracket very shortly and see which one of our contestants that we have been following already made it through to the next round. So we have already gotten rid of a few duelists, and yeah, we can bring up the bracket now. We're going to show it from the Japanese stream. So you can see, so Tadashi will be facing Fukusuke, Makarins, Has goes through as well. So we saw the game with Mint, he took it. I think Mint was the one that was playing Cyber Dragons actually, so
Oh,
if I
so we
recall.
might see that again.
Yeah, we might. We see Sniffus took the game against GM Raw. So he will be facing against Waru. So all of those duelists who didn't have an opponent in that first round, they were the higher seeded duelists. That's why they have gone straight through to the round of 8. We see Ibi Inten versus Misaka Zeta. We saw on the stream managed to overcome Sortun in the end. And we see the final matchup. So yeah, we see Ganjiro versus Zide King down in the bottom right there. So we have whittled down the duelists already quite significantly. Michael, I'm pretty excited about seeing Mint once again with Cyber Dragons.
Yeah, I mean that's a favorite deck of mine, and it has been for a long time. So
Yeah.
I hope we do get to see that again.
Yeah. However, the matchup for this round is going to be Fukusuke versus Tadashi. So the top left-hand corner of the bracket that we saw there. Actually, Fukusuke was the #1 predicted duelist to win the event in the in-game campaign that was held.
It's got to give him a nice confidence boost, knowing
Absolutely.
so much of the community is behind him. Let's see if he lives up to the expectation.
Do you think that that adds like a bit of pressure though at the same time?
I think it does. I think a lot of duelists are expecting him to win, so he wants to deliver. And anyone who participated in the prediction campaign run through the Duel Links app, who voted for him, can actually receive rewards if he does in fact win.
Yeah.
Including the possibility of winning some gems in a raffle. Should he
That's
try and
always
win the
nice.
Tournament. So, people who selected him to win certainly would like to see him win, and he doesn't want to let them down.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a bit of confidence, but a little bit of pressure as well for Fukusuke. I think the second place was actually Zide King as well. So and he has made it into the top 8 straight away too. So I think the prediction campaign, a lot of duelists have gone with those who are making it straight into the top 8 portion of the event.
Yeah, I mean it's a nice advantage starting with a round 1 bye in a single elimination tournament.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, we are going to get to see a few duelists that we didn't see in that first round, simply because of the that bye system that they were able to get. And yeah, I wonder if they are going to bring something, a bit interesting into the mix. Especially they've kind of had the advantage that, you know, just like you guys at home could sit and watch the different games in the Duel Links app and here on the live stream. So yeah, maybe they took a look at their opponents or their prospective opponents. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see.
Possible. Like they're about to start.
I'm just starting.
Yeah, bring you the action from round 2.
There we go. Wow, okay. We have another new legendary duelist. Tadashi playing the set Delta Axle.
Can you find the synchro solution?
Oh, this deck is really cool.
We will.
So this is a set Delta XL skill. Adds an extra 5 cards to the extra deck.
Okay.
TG synchro monsters, but also lets him play TG Reciproc Dragonfly if he synchro summons twice in a single turn. So this deck has a lot of really awesome combos that perhaps we'll see in this duel. And man, is that 12-card extra deck daunting.
Yeah, absolutely. I must say I'm a big fan of the Tech Genus monsters, so let's wait and see. This is the first time we're going to be seeing this, so yeah, so Fugusuke coming right out with the Onomata play deck as his first choice.
Starts with the sister, which is good. I believe he added Garga Bolt to his hand. Then because it's on the field, he can special summon Zugalo Bancho Garga Code. Sister's effect makes them both level 6, and he goes straight to M7.
I activate my monster's effect.
Keep up with me.
So he chose not to go with the Photon Strike Bouncer. Once again, we're seeing that safer kind of play.
I end my turn.
Getting that M7.
Astral does say that is the correct move.
But there you go. What more could we possibly need to know?
So 1 card to the back row. Tadashi uses Miscellaneousaurus right away, and now he can banish it. He'll probably get TG Booster Raptor from his deck. So he has a level 1 non-tuner on his field. With a TG on the field, he can special summon a TG from his hand. Oh, weak start. Sets 3 cards to his back row, not a single synchro summon on his first turn. But he can use the Raptor's effect in the end phase, and it looks like he got Screw Serpent. So he is hopefully setting up for next turn if he makes it there.
Yeah, that's quite a tough start for a deck which is meant to be synchro summoning a lot. We didn't see a single synchro summon.
Oh, so Onomata play sends back the Gargaga Bolt. He's going to take the Utopic Automatopoeia, the normal summon Gargaga Sister. You're going to see the Bolt come to his hand again.
That is the correct move.
I end my spell card.
What should our next move be?
It's my turn.
I activate the spell card. Dodo
I
draw.
activate my monsters.
I send a Dodo to the graveyard to draw
I
2
activate
cards.
my monsters.
If we have a Zubaba or Gargaga in play, we can summon this.
Yeah, Dodo draw is never a bad card. You see the Zubaba Bancho Gargaga coat coming down as well with the sister. I do wonder if it's a little bit unfair with, you know, Astral helping Yuma. Seems a little bit unfair.
2 against 1.
Yeah, it's 2 against 1. And here we are going to see that Photon Strike Bouncer. Yeah, Astral approves.
It will attack directly.
Yeah, Tadashi is going to get the Booster Raptor effect.
I end my turn.
You are doing fine so
My
far.
spell card. Gargaga Bolt. I activate the spell card. Dodo draw. I send a Dodo to the graveyard to draw 2 cards.
If we have a Zubaba or Gagaga in play,
Ooh, it's a nice draw. Charge of the light brigade. We're going to see Canadia straight away to get rid of that photon strike bounces effect.
Screw Serpent's effect activates. Go, I special summon a level 4 or lower.
Dashi starting here with the Screw Serpent.
Tech Genus Booster Raptor.
Use its effect to special summon Booster Raptor.
Remove level 5 limit. Open regulators. All systems are go. Synchro summon.
I'll set a card.
Amazing voice lines.
Battle. Take this. Attack.
Emerge. Tech Genus Star Guardian.
You directly.
See the Star Guardian.
Star Guardian lets me retrieve Booster Raptors from my grave.
Tadashi still seems a little bit on the back foot at the moment.
Tech Genus Booster Raptor.
I end my turn.
you are doing fine so far.
Star Guardian special summons a Tech Genus from my hand. It's my Tech Genus Screw Serpent draw. From my hand, I activate a level 5 limiter. Launch boosters. Systems are go. Synchro summon.
EG Star Guardian is Synchro Summon. Now the deck is online. Tadashi's in business.
And we see the Wonder Magician. Such a cool card.
From my Wonder Magician can destroy a spell or a trap. Genus Booster Raptor.
Was that wise?
I throw my
Level
set
5 limiter. Open regulator.
Unfortunately, the Mystical Space Typhoon.
Synchro summon. Card I set.
Oh, there is the breakthrough skill though.
I activate a trap. Watch this. I special summon a Star Guardian. Screw Serpent's effect. Star Guardian from the graveyard. Retrieve a Tech Genus from my graveyard. Watch this. I Synchro summon a monster. Tech Genus Booster Raptor. Star Guardian special summons a Tech Genus from my hand. Tech Genus Screw Serpent. I activate my monsters effect. Remove level 5 limiter.
Was that
Launch
wise?
boosters. Systems are go. Synchro summon.
I activate a continuous trap.
Ooh, Phoenix Chain. Still, here's the skill we were talking about.
Come out. I Synchro summon a Wonder Magician. Destroy a spell or a trap.
So, Tadashi may not have been able to Synchro Summon during his first turn. However, he's able to do it this time, getting that Squire Saga.
I activate my monsters. I activate a trap. Let's battle. I activate a trap.
Yeah, and he's able to clean up Fugusuke's field there.
I special summon a monster.
Coral Dragon, of course, is still kind of, I wouldn't say useless, but it's being hit by that Phoenix Chain. We'll see if Tadashi is able to release it from its binds or not.
Find out soon.
Yeah, oh, Fugusuke, yeah, just one set card.
It's my turn. I draw. I activate my monsters effect.
Was that wise? Was that
Oh, a second Phoenix Chain.
I activate a continuous trap.
Yeah, I mean, that's, but that's everything for Fugusuke. So at this point, Tadashi is kind of free to do what he needs to. Ah, so that the card that he drew wasn't enough to be able to change anything on the field.
I draw. I end my turn.
You are doing fine.
Bit of a standoff now. Let's see who's able to draw that winning card. Ooh, interesting. Tadashi set that second card that he previously didn't set last turn.
The two Phoenix Chains really set him back and bought some time.
Yeah. Big
Gagaga
lockdown.
Head is a fantastic card here.
Yeah.
My turn. I draw. I Gagaga sister. I end my turn.
You are doing fine.
Yeah, that's a big swing around the Gaga head. And the sister is going to be able to go and possibly get an answer here. So he's already used his foot on Strike Bouncer, so this is likely going to be the M7. Yeah. Possibly going to use the effect to get rid of the Coral Dragon. That stops it from using its effect when it's sent to the graveyard.
He's drawing a lot of cards, so if there's something he wants to dig for from his deck,
yeah,
Head's effect to draw a card, then Dododo draw to draw 2 more is likely to get him there. Oh, he attacks with Forbidden Lance, weakening his opponent's monster so that its attack is able to end the duel.
Wow, okay, that was quite a unexpected end. Events kind of turned quite quickly there for Quisuke. Oh, Yuma. Oh. Yeah, Tadashi wasn't the best start, I don't think, but we were able to see some of the important synchro strategies of the Tech Genesis deck.
He wasn't able to summon his level 12 monster early on. He wasn't able to make the combo where you can summon Black Rose Dragon, then tune it with a level 5 tuner to make Onimaru after it activates its effect, which is one of the coolest things the deck can do. Because Onimaru can't be destroyed by card effects. So if you use a quick effect to tune a level 5 tuner with Black Rose Dragon, after Black Rose Dragon uses its effect to clear the field, you're left with an Onimaru, and your opponent has nothing, because Black Rose Dragon would have destroyed everything. So TG is kind of a combo deck in many ways, where you really need the right cards to pull off the strategies you want to pull off. And he's playing a bunch of crap cards to try to buy him time in case he doesn't open strong.
Yeah, I don't feel like that was
time there.
Yeah, I don't feel like that was necessarily the strongest opening that we've seen so far. However, that being said, that's just one of his 3 decks.
Right. When TG opens strong and you're staring down a level 12 synchro monster on your first turn,
it is terrifying.
It is scary.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to see if he's able to make up for it in the next game. We're just waiting for the next game to pop up on the Japanese stream. So we are currently in round 2 of this grand tournament.
It's tough to lose the first duel and know you're just a duel away from elimination.
Yeah, that's really, really tough. Especially when, Tadashi was kind of close to being able to do quite a lot there, but just not quite the right cards. It always feels a bit rough in a combo deck when you're just one card away from being able to really change the outcome of a game.
Right. TG is a powerful deck. I feel like I've been seeing it more, even though they haven't really gotten new cards to help the deck recently. I have been seeing an increase in popularity for the deck. So it might be an acknowledgement of players seeing how strong the deck is. And I think its presence in the tournament tonight sort of solidifies that some top players are using a TG deck. And they respect the deck, and a lot of players should.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've actually seen a few of those now where, of course we've been seeing a lot of the Onomat deck. But that's, we kind of expected that, but we've seen a lot of unexpected decks so far, and the Tech Genesis sits in that same pool of kind of terrifying decks that you don't necessarily want to be playing against.
Right, I mean, if you're
very strong,
not prepared to take down, Halberd Cannon, or any of their massive synchro monsters, Onimaru, it's hard. It is hard to beat.
I don't think anyone ever wants to be trying to take down Halberd Cannon. No. Halberd Cannon is a terrifying monster.
That 12-card extra deck, that's a lot of options. A lot of things you're going to have to take down.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are just preparing the second round now. And yeah, we're going to get to see the outcome of this part of the bracket. I'm very interested now to see Zaid King also, because his high prediction rate in the campaign in game makes me wonder whether possibly he can take it as well, the same as Fukusuke did.
Yeah.
Possibly got some gems coming our way,
See as strong as the community thinks.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we've seen it only in one game so far, but Fukusuke has been able to take that first game quite commandingly, showing his command of his on a mat deck. So, yeah, you got to be able to play the best deck pretty well to be able to get to this level for sure.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Duel Links. When matches are so short and so few turns compared to Master Duels, you really do need to play perfectly to maximize that win percentage and get to this point, because the slightest misplay, the slightest error, slightest lapse of judgment, it could easily cost you the whole game, even if it just happened for a brief moment in a single turn.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really, really important.
Yeah, so it's like in Duel Links, perfection is key. Perfection is really key to winning, because you can't win 100% of the games you play, but you want to win 100% of the games that you can win.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's really highlighted when the games are so short, and certain games are really defined by specific plays that could have been done differently.
Yeah, it's like very kind of, you have less cards to work with as well in your hand, so that it's kind of every card you play has got to make that big punchy impact within 100%. That duel, otherwise you're gonna struggle.
Right. And also there are a lot of skills that are once per duel, or twice per duel, and knowing when to use those, using them at the wrong time can also cost you. So
yeah, absolutely.
There's a lot. Perfection is key.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking a lot about the kind of life point losing skills that using those at the wrong time after you've just sacrificed so much to get them to work as well can be quite spooky.
Definitely.
I mean, there's times, isn't there, where you will make that choice to not defend yourself in a way so that you take that damage and are able to use a skill like Destiny Draw and just win the game the following turn. But it's still very risky. You've got to make sure that you're using it the perfect timing.
It can be hard to calculate that risk as well, especially when so many skills require you to go to the brink of losing without actually losing.
Yeah.
And sort of encourage you to put yourself in that position to take advantage of their power. So,
yeah, exactly.
And that's something I've always enjoyed about Duel Links and using characters with those skills, because it's kind of like, well, if I end up being behind, that'll help me win. And that really keeps duels fresh and exciting.
Yeah, exactly. And here we are in game number 2, Tadashi versus Fukusuke. And we do see Yuma and Astral once again.
We must win.
However,
this duel, Yuma.
facing the original King of Games.
There's nothing we can't do.
It's time to duel.
Duel.
It's my turn.
Yugi starting out.
From my hand, I activate a continuous
Ooh.
spell.
Interesting.
So Fire Formation Tenki starts off the duel, and it looks like he is adding Moonlight Yellow Martin to his deck, from his deck to his hand, summoning Emerald Bird. You can now send Yellow Martin to the graveyard to draw a card, and then Yellow Martin's effect will activate to give him Moonlight Fusion.
Once again, this is a new deck for us in the tournament.
Yeah. Yellow Martin's effect then activates. He'll return his on-field monster to his hand, special summon it, and right off the bat he activates Moonlight Fusion.
I fusion summon a monster.
Looks like he fused Crimson Wolf, which could have reduced a monster on the field's attack points to 0, but this is the first turn of the duel. Tadashi does not have any monsters on the field, but he'll go right into the Saber Dancer.
I special summon a monster. I
Hey.
It's my turn.
Human and Astral deciding who's going to get to play this turn. Yep, we've seen this a few times now. Draw, never a bad card to start with. Just sculpting those hand cards into what you want.
Right.
Let's wait and see.
Sister summoned. Oh, get Gaga Bolt. Can't destroy the Saber Dancer with it though, because it can't be targeted by card effects.
And it's got quite the attack points as well, so that's going to be a bit difficult to try and remove from the field.
Kusuke must know this matchup.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he anticipates that Tadashi will have trouble getting rid of the Saber Dancer, which is probably why he summons it on his first turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to see... that's certainly one way to deal with it.
Yes, it is. Heroic Champion Excalibur can double its attack points.
Yeah. Absolutely, and that gets Excalibur all the way up to 4,000 attack points.
It's possible Fukusuke saw that coming, but the 3,500 attack monster that can't be targeted is going to help him get to the next turn of the duel.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean you can't expect to. Oh,
Sphere Karibo.
Yeah, that's certainly going to help.
Perhaps he accounted for that.
Exactly. Yeah. So I think something to note about Excalibur is it requires the usage of both of the overlay units to activate its effect. So it's not going to be able to use it next turn. Also, it's going to get destroyed, and I don't think that's the kind of card you're going to play multiple copies of.
Yeah, I think it's very unlikely he plays multiple copies. Even if it wasn't destroyed, its attack would have went down to 2,000 at the end phase of this turn.
Yeah, exactly.
So I mean, Fukusuke must have known that the Saber Dancer is hard for the Anamat deck to deal with.
Yeah.
And he had because of his skill level, I expect that he accounted for the Excalibur and anticipated it attacking into the Sphere Karibo, which ultimately is making this a very tough duel for Tadashi.
Yeah, it's so strange that we're talking like this because Tadashi's doing regular onomatopoeia things, but it doesn't with Saber Dancer there. You know, it's kind of hard for us to think that Fukusuke is going to be able to just lose his Saber Dancer here.
So he goes for M7, but what can he do with it?
Okay, so he's actually put back the Excalibur.
Oh man, he's basically acknowledging the only way I'm ever destroying the monster is with my one Excalibur I've now used. So this is a great play because it gives him a way to try to destroy the Saber Dancer. So he's playing the long game for sure now, because now he needs to resummon the Excalibur.
Wow. Okay. Yep. That's an investment in the future. That is. He's investing in his extra deck right now. Wow. That is kind of. I mean, it's totally needed, but it's really brave to. That was basically Tadashi saying, "Yeah, I've got my heroic champion. That's all I've got. So I'm gonna put it back and try again."
Oh man. Lunalight Fusion. Oh my. Book of Moon targeting the M7. So there's no longer a monster summoned from the extra deck on the field. So he's forced to fuse his own on-field monsters. And the rabbit is unaffected by spells. So he had to fuse the Saber Dancer.
Now that is a next level play.
I did not see that coming.
That was genius.
Wow. So now he just has a cat dancer on the field.
Yeah. That's a little bit easier to deal with than the Saber.
Cat dancer uses its effect, so it can attack each monster twice. But can't destroy it.
Yeah. Still, he's getting in all of those Cat Dancer attacks.
Get to start with the first attack, so.
Yeah. Dealing that 100 damage each time.
Wow, I can't believe he was forced to fuse his Saber Dancer.
Yeah, that is a crazy play.
Should he have played around Book of Moon, perhaps?
That's
it's
an
obviously a
interesting
popular
question.
card.
Yeah.
I mean, Saber Dancer can't be destroyed in battle. Okay, so the Book of Moon's targeting the Saber Dancer, but Crimson Fox's effect lets him banish the fox from his graveyard to negate the activation of a card that targets the Lunalite monster, and both players gain 1,000 life points. So that's what we saw there. Oh man.
Yeah, I
His
mean,
new
Tadashi
fusion monster isn't quite as impressive as his old one.
No, it's certainly not. There's, some dancers are better than others, and right now we are seeing the big difference between the two. And Tadashi, I mean, once again, this Onomata play deck is just absolutely relentless. The onslaught.
Gaga Bolt is now able to target his fusion monster, but there's another Crimson Fox in the graveyard to negate the activation of it. So he can protect it, but for how long is the question?
Yeah.
It's vulnerable to everything except battle.
Yeah, Tadashi is once again gonna Exceed Summon. Let's see what he decides to go for here. Oh, nice. He goes for level and thin.
So, I mean, he could banish the fusion monster if he wants to,
Yeah.
but it doesn't look like he can finish him off.
No. So it does mean that Fukusuke is getting one more turn, and because of the fact that Malevolent Sin is now on the field, that does open up Fukusuke to a few more plays that the Lunalite deck can make. However, he's gone through a few of the fusions already. Oh,
but
he's using
if
Destiny
he has
Draw.
Destiny Draw, which he does, this might be bad for Tadashi. Giving him
Yeah.
that Destiny Draw is tough.
I mean, what can I
Right
say?
grab.
The Pharaoh himself always draws what he needs. So
he does when he has the Destiny Draw skill.
Exactly.
The White Rabbit's effect special summons Emerald Bird. Send a monster to the grave. Draw a card. Shows Yellow Martin, it looks like. Special summon
Yeah.
Yellow Martin. By returning a Lunalite monster and skill to his hand, and there's the Lunalite fusion.
Wow. That was a very scary back and forth, but we are
It
seeing
sure
the Saber
was.
Dancer once more.
Back on the field, and we saw what a problem this was for Tadashi before.
Yeah.
And at the end of this turn, if he survives the turn, which I don't think he will, because Crimson Fox will be attributed with Cat Dancer. But if he survived the turn, he would have no cards going into the next turn.
Yeah. My only thoughts for Tadashi was that he still has the Heroic Champion. But it looks like he's not going to be able to use that now.
I'm counting on you. I summon a monster in attack position. I attack with a monster. My monster.
I can only say in this instance, the Pharaoh prevailed over
Pharaoh did
Yuma.
prevail.
Wow, that was a game. That is all I can say about that.
Yeah, that was a fantastic build.
I'm amazed. That was
once that was
yeah,
something. When he had tricked his opponent into fusing his strongest monster with another monster.
Yeah.
I thought he might have turned it around, but he wasn't able to. But that was so awesome. The way the Forbidden Lance was used to prevent him from fusing with one of his monsters, and then the way The Book of Moon was used to make it so he
Yeah.
can't fuse with a monster in his main deck because there was no monster summoned from the extra deck on his field.
Yeah, that was an amazing line of plays, really. This is what you got to compete against to play in the KC Grand Tournament. You know, these kinds of totally next level plays from these duelists. It's amazing.
Yeah, and you could sense the desperation there because you saw him summon the Excalibur. You saw him summon the Excalibur, use his effect, desperately try to take down the Saber Dancer, lose out to Suirkaribo, and then on his next turn, struggling to take down Saber Dancer, return the Excalibur from his graveyard to his extra deck with its effect. As a last-ditch effort to have another way to take down the Saber Dancer.
I'd like my heroic champion back, please.
Yep, but in the end, his opponent's Lunalight Fusion is what finally took it out, but it didn't matter because Saber Dancer did get summoned to the field once more.
Yeah.
And it was over from there.
Always works quite well when you've got a dance partner. Anyway, that being said, we now have what we wanted: Zayt King versus Genjiro. So the first match, the first duel of this match has already happened. Genjiro won the first duel. So we're now seeing the second one, and we see Zayt King playing Antinomy again.
Unfortunately for Genjiro, he went first with the Harpy's Hunting Ground skill, so he was forced to... He was either going to make no play or destroy his own Hunting Ground, so it's almost like he's playing with no skill. So he summoned the Hunting Ground... summoned the Channeler, destroyed the Hunting Ground, summoned Perfumer from his deck, and then Ixie summoned Steel Swarm Roach, which is very powerful against a Synchro-based deck.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Zayt King's best line may be... how is he going to take down the Steel Swarm Roach?
I was racking my brain just now. I think
Raiden
Raiden can get. Yeah.
Attack points with its effect could take it down, but that's a long shot.
Yeah, exactly. We were both on the same wavelength there. The Raiden would have been... That would have been a line of play, but that's very... that was a very scary kind of long shot.
Yeah, so he just summons Screw Serpent, special summons a Booster Raptor with its effect, and special summons another from his hand. So, a Synchro Summon would just be a waste here, because Steel Swarm Roach has 2 Xyz materials.
Yeah, that's
it would only take one of them down.
I flip over my set card.
Oh, is that a treacherous trap hole?
No,
it is a Paleozoic Cantina, which is also not bad.
Hold it right there. I activate a trap.
Oh, he has traps in his grave from the Charge of Light Brigade anyway.
Oh, yes.
But Survival's End. He can banish from his graveyard to destroy one of his dinosaurs and an opponent's card, and that's how he's taking down the Steel Swarm Roach.
And he then gets Booster Raptor's effect in the end phase. Wow. That is
so that's powerful.
Yeah, that is definitely a very efficient way to get rid of that Steel Swarm Roach.
Yeah, it was very fortunate he sent it to the graveyard with Charge of the Light Brigade. Something that I did not personally observe, but
yes, I couldn't see it.
Certainly happened.
Yeah, and Zayt King straight away, he's not messing around, going straight for the Synchro Summon now that Steel Swarm Roach is gone. Straight into the Star Guardian. And we've seen this once before. As soon as Star Guardian hits the field for this Tech Genesis deck, it gets quickly out of control.
So he'll use Star Guardian's effect to summon this, add the Screw Serpent to his hand.
Tech Genus Screw Serpent. Screw Serpent's effect activates.
He will summon it, likely using its effect to bring back the Booster Raptor.
Do you think we're going to see a Halberd Cannon?
Oh, it's possible. Yep, so here's his second Synchro Summon for the turn.
Recovery network fixed. All systems are go.
And he's got some of the best voice lines. Yeah, I've got a feeling.
I think we're about to see him use his skill.
Yeah, I think we might.
Delta Excel.
Here it is, the Dragonfly. Amazing. Remove max limiter.
Infinite power will create a new future. Go, Delta Excel!
Amazing. Halberd cannon.
There it is.
Oh, look at that.
Oh man, it's an
That's
awesome
so
cutscene.
cool.
It's an awesome monster.
I know what to do. I summon a monster.
He's not done yet.
Summon Raiden.
Yeah. Yeah.
Set a
Yeah.
card.
Sorry, Raiden. He's a little bit he got a little bit outdone there.
Well, if Raiden destroys the monster, 4,000 attack points will be enough to end the duel.
Yeah, and we do know that that was the perfumer. So here we go, direct attack from
Halberd
Cannon. Wow! What a display of the Tech Chess deck.
Yeah, that's what the deck does. That was a good representation of how the deck functions and how strong the deck can be.
Wow, that was a shocking set of events. You know, the Harpy deck looked like it kind of had what it needed. You know, it did have to go first, so it was getting rid of that hunting ground. But Zaid King, he's not called the king for nothing. You know, that
right.
was amazing. Wow.
Yeah, the Steel Swarm Roach was a potential obstacle that could have been hard to overcome, but he was fortunate to be able to send the trap card to his graveyard. So that he was able to destroy the Steel Swarm Roach without sinking many cards into it by performing at least 3 synchro summons that it can negate the first 2. So
that's crazy to think,
worked
isn't
out
it?
for him.
You'd need to synchro summon 4 times. Yeah, sorry, you need to spend 4 monsters just to get rid of the materials from the Steel Swarm Roach, and then you still have to overcome a 1900 attack monster.
Right.
That's quite a lot of resources, especially for Duel Links. You know, that's a lot of resources. So we are going to be continuing on with this matchup. We're going to have the 3rd match coming up soon. We've had a bit of a schedule update. Of course, we've been kind of moving the schedule a little bit. We are scheduling that the quarterfinals we're going to be starting at 11 a.m. UK time and at noon Central European time. So just a quick update. I'm excited to see who takes this 3rd match. I mean, Zaid King, he was predicted up there with the prediction campaign. You know, he's ready to go. And without further ado, let's get straight into this 3rd game.
See?
Wow, this is a strange turn of events. They just swapped characters.
Oh, I guess they both had TG and Harpies.
Check this out.
Well, let's see if their strategies are any different.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm definitely in the mood for a duel.
Well, Mai's definitely in the mood for a duel.
Here I go.
Once again, Harpy's going first.
So again, the field spell is just lost to the first summon of the Harpy Lady. Oh, it is not Harpies.
It's not Harpies.
It is Triamids. So it is actually lost to the activation of a field spell card.
Wow.
Triamid Cruiser.
That took me by surprise, I must say. That's a clever strategy. If you're not using My Valentine for Harpies, then yeah, why not use her for Pyramids?
Agreed. I definitely like it better than using Light Barrier with Sartorius, because you might trick your opponent if your opponent has to go first into thinking you're playing Harpies.
Yeah, absolutely. That's I mean, it's why not? You might as well use that little bit of trickery. It wasn't a huge start from Zaid King, but I mean, Pyramids never really start big. He's
using Flight Control.
Oh, that's different from the last skill. What does Flight Control do, Michael?
It lets him swap one of the TGs in his hand for one in the deck.
Okay, so a bit more consistency than the Axel Synchro.
Right, he's choosing consistency over power. But now he lost both of his monsters to treacherous Trapple.
Oh, that's unfortunate. It's better than if you're losing other monsters to treacherous Trapple, because of course the Tech Genesis monsters are going to be able to go and search in the end phase. But still, that's that's rough. And yeah, both of the main Pyramid monsters are on the field. The Pyramid Hunter, and just being able to cycle through all of those field spells so quickly.
My field spell activates. I'm counting on you, darling. I special summon a monster.
Yeah, there's Pyramid Master as well, so that's all three of the Pyramid monsters on the field here, and that is enough damage, I think.
What is he is staring down 3 back rows.
Yeah, exactly.
But
Dancer as well. I mean, I'm always a fan of kind of, if you can put enough damage on the field to make your opponent need to do stuff, then that's a good thing.
For sure. The Forbidden Lance is activated in the battle phase.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, and another Correctorist Crapple on the other side.
Yeah. Oh!
Oh, it chained a second Correctorist Crapple!
But where did the Forbidden
Lance... But didn't he lance a monster so
yeah.
it will be unaffected, so he has to target the same 2 twice?
I think...
Oh, he has the field spell up where his monsters can't be destroyed! By card effects, of course!
Well, yeah, I mean, that certainly tricked us.
I don't know how I missed that one.
Yeah.
So yes, so none of them are being destroyed. He could have activated 3 Correctorist Crapples. He couldn't because it's limited to. And yeah, that did not line up well against the Pyramids.
Yeah, I guess I just thought that Kinjiro there must be something there, but no.
Yeah, I don't know. It tricked me. Like, oh no, he has 2 Correctorist Crapples.
Yeah,
it must be
exactly.
very effective.
I was in my head. I was worrying about the whole treacherous trapple with lance kind of thing. I was like, well, hold on, you just lanced something. What's going on here?
Same. But he tricked me. But he was just, I guess, showing his opponent that he had 3 face down cards that all did nothing.
Yeah.
With the field spell in play.
Yeah, I mean, nothing is the only way to put it. The King Golem, just say you can't destroy these, and yeah, although the Pyramids are not necessarily, the Sphinx that we saw earlier, that's the kind of main attacking power of the Pyramid monsters, but even a full field of the smaller ones, they're a force to be reckoned with.
For sure. And
Especially
Treacherous Crapple really shut him down too.
Yeah.
Because he had the one turn where he summoned monsters, lost them to Treacherous Crapple, and then what, right?
Yeah.
He never really recovered.
We do have another game coming straight up. Let's head on into it. It's the 3rd and final game for Kobayashi versus Mascarena. And it is a Yugi mirror match. Oh! That's a
Dragon
new skill.
Knight's Path, another skill we haven't seen. He gets to start with Galloping Gaia on the field. Well, he doesn't start with it. He has to actually send a card from his hand back to his deck to get it on his field.
Yeah, still a very strong, that's a very, very strong field spell, Galloping Gaia.
Yes. Oh, but he used its effect. I didn't see which one he revealed. I think it was Gaia the Magical Knight. Might have been the Curse of Dragonfire.
Yeah, it was Curse of Dragonfire.
He added the other to his hand. He revealed the Dragonfire? Okay, but now he has both. Because it just adds a card.
Yeah.
Using its effect doesn't require you to send anything back. He summons the Gaia, uses its effect, summons Curse of Dragonfire, and then Dragonfire's effect lets him fuse both monsters together.
Yeah, and once again, this is a brand new deck for us. The Gaia.
Gaia, the Magical Knight of Dragons.
Wow, and a Dragon's Mirror too.
Dragon's Mirror also, that's amazing.
Wow.
I assume he's taking a second Gaia the
Yeah. Why not? What's better than one Gaia, Michael?
2 Gaias, Luke!
Wow. And he's got Galloping Gaia still. Wow, I mean, what an explosive start.
Oh! Oh, it's also the Dragon Knight's Path. This is going to be a big problem, though, for Kobayashi, because he's not going to get set up with 2 Galloping Gaias on the field. 2 magical Gaia Dragon Champions on the field.
Yeah,
immediately his Galloping Gaia is destroyed, and he sets 2 back rows at end. Not an enviable position.
No.
Exactly what I was waiting for. I use my face down card.
We're going to see if Kobayashi has enough stuff to deal with these two gigantic Gaias, as well as their negations.
Okay, so Canadian is activated to target the face-up attack position Gaia with the attack points. So the effect is chained to destroy a back row, so when it flips back up, it'll have its attack points again.
Oof.
Oh, Forbidden Chalice negates the effect of the Gaia, restoring it to its full 2600, adding 400 atop, letting him attack for 3000, and since it has 2600 attack points, it can destroy a card again.
Wow, that's
the main
amazing. I
Gaia
love
the
that.
Magical Knight. Oh man, he's likely going to use it to summon Curse of Dragonfire. Oh,
Fiendish
Chain. Chain will negate its effect, rather than using the Dragon Champion.
Yeah.
Just destroy it. The Dragon Champion's effect is still online.
Now is not the time to let up.
It is not.
Yeah, and once again we're going to see that Galloping Gaia just producing so much advantage.
Yeah, oh, so he gets Soldier Gaia from his deck by revealing the level 5 Dark Flare Dragon, Flip Summons Gaia the Magical Knight, and Kobayashi can't even use any card effects in the battle phase because of Galloping Gaia field spell.
You're finished, Yugi. Wow, what an explosive duel that was.
Yeah, Mascarenhas really, he really held control of that duel the whole time from the first turn, because he summoned two of his strongest fusion monster, thanks to Dragon's Mirror.
Yeah.
He had two monsters on the field, both of which can disrupt the cards the opponent tries to play. And the Gaia deck is kind of like a 2-card combo deck. You want the Magical Knight and the Curse of Dragonfire, you want to fuse them together, you get a really nice fusion monster. And, you know, there's additional plays to kind of bolster it. You know, like the Gaia Soldier from your hand to replace a weakened champion. But it's vulnerable, because if either of those two monsters, the Magical Gaia or the Curse of Dragonfire, is destroyed before the fusion can be performed, it kind of falls flat.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's what we saw there.
So we see, I mean, we witnessed it ourselves on the live stream, so Fukusuke goes through, and Mascarenhas as well, going through into that next round. So BZ going through as well, and Sniffus versus Waru. Wara goes through to face BZ. Interesting that so far, as we're looking at the bracket here, just as I was about to say it, so Instant Barreto was able to take it from Misaka, even though Misaka had that extra round starting. Ooh, also Zeta, so that top right hand side of the bracket, those guys are really the deep run. And of course, Side King making it through as well. Wow. So that was 3 of the 4. No, sorry. 3 out of 4 of the instant invites got through into that final, into the next round. So it really shows the difference there between that direct invite into the semi-finals.
Right, they've proven themselves as strong duelists, and they proved themselves before as strong duelists, and they proved themselves again as they're moving on.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you know, there's no question that the people left in the tournament right now are the absolute pinnacle of Duel Links players.
Yes, it is very hard to even get to this point.
Yeah.
You know, even for those eliminated, it is very impressive that they made it here.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. We were talking about this morning. Even the people who were invited this far had beaten thousands of other duelists. That being said, we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to be back with those quarterfinals very soon. See you guys soon.
Stay tuned.
Egyptian God cards. 4 unique cards, plus the new Soul Crossing to add to your deck. Yu-Gi-Oh! Egyptian God decks. Slifer the Sky Dragon, and Obelisk the Tormentor. 40 cards per deck, each deck sold separately. Flash forward and surge to a new level. The path to its light is clearer than ever before. Synchro Summon. Shooting Majestic Star Dragon is here. Yu-Gi-Oh! Dawn of Majesty. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the KC Grand Tournament 2021. We've already had a couple rounds of action. Michael, it's been amazing so far.
It really has. We've seen so many great matches.
It's just a completely wild ride, and it doesn't stop here. We're going right into Zade King versus Zarugu.
Let's duel.
So we didn't get to see Zade King's first deck last time, I don't think. Or maybe we did. But we see him with Autonomy.
Until you overcome your limitations.
Duel! Here I go. My turn. I set a card.
So once again, unfortunately, the happy player is playing first, but no happy ladies.
So I wonder if he didn't have any Harpy Ladies, or if he chose not to summon them because he values his hunting ground against a TG deck.
Yeah, it's impossible to say right now.
Let's see, so... Well, Screw Serpent and Booster Raptor are summoned with ease. And he's going to Synchro Summon right off the bat.
Yeah, I'm a little bit scared right now because Zarugu should have done something about this Star Guardian.
He does have 2 back rows, so we'll see if any of them interrupt Zade King's combo. Star Guardian's effect will return the Screw Serpent to his hand.
Yeah.
Then he'll use the other effect to special summon a TG monster from his hand, it being the Screw Serpent here.
Screw Serpent's effect activates.
Now he'll use its effect to bring the Booster Raptor back, and he'll be all set for a second Synchro Summon this turn for another level 5 monster.
I'm getting a little bit nervous, Michael. We've seen what happens.
So he just attacks with the Screw Serpent.
I end my turn. Come on, try to defeat me.
Here I go. My turn.
Interesting.
Prohibited from Synchro Summoning, I wonder.
My turn. I draw. Fight control. Remove
level
5 limiter.
Okay.
Boosters at 120%.
So Zarugu really was unable to play during that last turn too. So Zade King is going straight back in with Synchro Summoning another level 5 with that Booster Raptor. He's going to get the Power Gladiator.
Clear mind. Remove level 10 limiter.
Level 5 tuner and level 5 non-tuner.
Yeah, he's going to go up into a level 10 Synchro monster.
TG Blade Blaster.
Yeah, we see the Blade Blaster. I mean, it's not Halberd Cannon, but it's still very scary.
I think it's about to be a Halberd Cannon. So he's going to summon the Recipro Dragonfly with his skill, use the Dragonfly to disassemble the Blade Blaster into the 2 level 5 monsters that made it, and now he can make Halberd Cannon if he so wishes.
Yeah, so Blade Blaster was simply a glancing blow.
The scary thing about this is now if you take down the Halberd Cannon, its effect will let you special summon the Blade Blaster from the graveyard.
Yes. That is very terrifying.
Yeah, so this is the combo that the deck wants to do.
Yeah, this really does seem like the top level combo here for this deck. And we get to see once more the Delta Axel Synchro Summon.
So there is the Halberd Cannon. Yeah, this is definitely one of the deck's best combos. The Black Rose combo into Onimaru is very powerful too.
EG Halberd Cannon! Wow. I always feel sorry for the monster that gets summoned after Halberd Cannon.
summon a level 4 or lower tech genus from
Saying
my
that,
graveyard.
it's not like he's gonna stop there.
Let's go. Tech genus Recipro Dragonfly.
So we see the Screw Serpent once more. Gonna get the Dragonfly this time.
I synchro summon a monster.
Probably gonna synchro into
6.
6, yeah. Gonna see the Watery Dragon, the Coral Dragon. Just, I mean,
Dragon's good.
yeah, may as well. So discard. Oh, he's not even gonna discard. He's just gonna go up even further.
Attack Tech genus Halberd Cannon.
Well, if the Halberd Cannon's attack connects, it's game over, and Forbidden Lance is not going to stop it or make it weak enough for it to not win the game.
Yeah.
So, once again, we saw a direct hit from a Halberd Cannon just end it.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, once this deck pulls off the combo,
Yeah, there's
it's
not
very
a lot
hard to
stopping it.
beat. And that's definitely what makes TP such a powerful force, and
Even-
I feel the deck's been underestimated for a long time.
Yeah. I mean, as you said, because of the Blade Blaster combo, even then, if you were going to deal with that Halberd Cannon, Blade Blaster was going to come back and deal with you right back. So,
Right.
yeah,
It's hard to overcome. It is hard to overcome.
So we can see the various matches that are going on in the main tournament, and we're going to be moving right on to second match: Zaid King versus Zarugu. Zarugu needs to bring his A game this next duel. So back to us for a second. I mean, I'm kind of speechless. I want to keep going after that. You know, the Axel synchro is just immense. That's the Halberd Cannon is just unstoppable. It's an unstoppable beast.
Yeah, that was awesome. I thought he was going to synchro summon again on the previous turn. I must have missed something that was prohibiting him from doing it. So when I go back and rewatch this, I'm sure it will strike me.
Yeah, I did wonder as well. I thought he was going to straight away go for that Delta in that first turn. However, we are back, and it is Jack versus Yuma.
Vampire Familiar starts it out.
Yeah, this is the first time we're seeing Jack, actually.
Oh, you're right, and he's not playing Resonators. There's another shock to me.
Yeah.
I would expect the first time we see Jack Atlas, he'd be using his signature Red Dragon Archfiend cards.
Once again, we see this Dodo draw. Amazing card.
Here comes Utopic Onomatopoeia.
You best try harder than that.
It's like Vampire Takeover.
My face down card. I activate my trap card. I know all your
Ooh, double Vampire Takeover.
I flip over my face down card. I activate my trap
It's Vampire Takeover and Ballista Squad.
Oh, Ballista Squad. I didn't even see the Ballista Squad. I mean, that's still very, very strong. Takeover's going to get that Vampire Kingdom down. Yeah, he's going to get that familiar, so the Vampire Kingdom's online. I mean, yeah, the Vampire Trap is really all you need to get going in the Vampire deck. Straight away gets you the Kingdom.
That is the correct move.
Once again, the destroyed monster summoned by the Onomat deck just basically stops the deck cold.
Yeah, we've seen that a few times already. Destroying it, or Book of Moon.
Tribute summon Vampire Duke.
Intriguing to see the Vampire deck as well. I mean, we've not seen this deck at all. We're already deep into the main tournament here, and we're seeing new decks still.
Yeah, there are so many decks.
Was that wise?
Check out my set card.
Bloodgate Trap Hole is chained to the Duke.
Yes. So I
Well, it's
guess
not chained, I guess it's just activated on its summon. I'm not sure if he used the Duke's effect. Oh, it is chained. He did use the Duke's effect to special summon the familiar from his graveyard in defense mode.
Yeah, he just didn't. He just doesn't want those to both kind of exist on the field together.
Yeah, certainly.
Even I mean, of course, Zayt King will have played against the vampires at some point, but it won't be his kind of top matchup for sure.
My face down card. I activate my trap card.
Vampire Awakening. Special summons a vampire from the deck, and it's destroyed in the end phase. Somebody activating that on the summon.
Aim.
Oh, and then he used bad aim.
Yeah, and Vampire Kingdom is very important to this deck.
Oh, this is not good for him, for Zarugu.
Yeah, it might look like he's kind of in control here, but each one of his vampires is slowly eating away at his own life points.
So, yeah, I mean, Zayt King's... The rest of his turn looks like it's going to go unopposed.
Yeah.
Looks like Zarugu's run out of disruption.
Yeah,
and he's definitely in the driver's seat here.
Yeah, these vampires are not going to do much. Zayt King is able to bring out a decent field here, and of course, zombies well known for having very little defense.
Yeah, the question is, will he make it to the next turn?
Yeah.
He's going to Ixie summon him 7.
Zarugu is looking visibly agitated at this point.
Yeah. So M7 is going to return Gaga Coat to the hand. He'll special summon it with its effect. Because Utopic Automatopoeia is on the field. Oh my, that's an Ixie summon. He plays Gaia Charger, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm. That's
a
rough.
one monster Ixie summon.
Yeah, I mean that's going to be enough over one of these very, very low defense.
Oh, Gaia Dragon the Thunder Charger, 2600 attack and piercing against 0 defense.
Yeah, and Zarugu put him, his own vampire monsters drew his life from him and put him under that threshold for the Dragon Charger.
Yeah, I was wondering if you played Dragon Charger. Gaia.
It's the only way I know how to fight.
And he did, and that's all it took. So that is a 2-0 win for Zayt King.
Yeah, that was rough. That was really rough.
We saw some vampire cards. I don't think we really got a good display of what the deck is capable of, unfortunately.
No. Usually it's very controlling, but I didn't see that as much as I would have expected, to be honest. So
yeah.
But props to Zayt King for playing the Dragon Charger. The extra deck space is very tight, and if you think that you're able to, make good use of the Dragon Charger, then it's going to take up one of those valuable spots in the extra deck.
That's right. I wasn't sure if he played it. I know a lot of players don't. But it was awesome there. And even if he didn't have it, he had a lot of plays he can make. So I'm curious what line he would have taken had he not had the Charger to just pierce over 0 defense and then the game. But having that at your disposal is so powerful for those instances.
Yeah.
Where you can just steal the win. Just monster in defense mode, 0 defense, you lose.
Yeah.
And it comes up a lot.
It's just as important to make sure that your own monsters are going to be able to, withstand the onslaught of your opponent. Well, let's leave that match in the past, and we are going to the next one. So we have Wara versus BZ Bao Yang Qing Long. Sorry if I destroy his name. It is very long.
So
I'm gonna
once
call
again,
him
we have
BZ.
set Delta Excel, 12 card extra deck with TGs. That's what Wara's playing. What is BZ?
Another
playing?
new duelist.
Jaden Yuki.
My turn's done. Here I go.
2 cards in the back row and a face down monster. I don't know what he's playing.
I'll set a card. I end my turn. Here I go.
Oh wow, an
My turn.
enemy just sets 2 in the back row and a monster. Hero Flash skill.
Oh wow.
That's one you don't see often.
A monster in attack position.
So over the course of several turns, he will add the H, the E, the R, and the O
yeah.
to his hand.
Hold it right there.
I'm so far. I'm not gonna lie, Michael. I have no idea what's happening. we saw Hero Flash and then Summon Spiritual Beast Winder.
Well, the Hero Flash deck obviously takes many turns to really capitalize on the effect, on the skill.
Yeah.
And take advantage of it. And we saw Winda, so we know this is going to be a long duel.
Yeah, I think we can both agree on that for sure.
Yeah. And BZ is setting the pace.
Yes, yeah. As soon as you see a Spiritual Beast Winder, you know that there's someone in the driving seat right now.
My monster attacks.
It's one of my favorite things about Winder is you just never ever feel bad attacking with her. Not really anyway, because you're just not afraid.
Not so fast. I flip over my set card.
That being said, Paleozoic Canadia and Powerful Rebirth.
That's a card I haven't seen in a while. I remember when it was first released, people played it, but
Yeah, it's a really it's quite an unusual card. It lets you bring back a monster but change its level slightly.
yeah, it's like in the style of Call of the Haunted. Those who play the
Yeah.
trading card game.
I must say, as soon as I see a level 7 synchro opportunity, I'm always thinking Black Rose.
I reveal my face down card. My trap.
Yeah.
Even then, it's gonna feel a bit rough because
I mean, with Winda on the field.
Yeah, Winder on the field. Oh,
Grapple.
Yeah.
I said this would be a long duel. I meant a very long duel. Survival's End, so he can destroy all normal monsters on the field, and special summon dinosaurs from his deck. He'll chain the Canadian in the graveyard so that he has 2 normal monsters on the field instead of just 1.
I special summon a monster. Tech Genus Booster Raptor.
Yeah, so that's how he's planning on getting to the Booster Raptor.
So Survival's End.
That is a Clayman.
Face down Clayman, which BZ is forced to use normal monsters with the Hero Flash ability. So there's one of them.
Michael, can we just correct ourselves? That's a Clayman. That is definitely a Clayman.
It is a Clayman. Not
I
just
love
any
it.
normal monster. It's Clayman.
It's Clayman. I love it. I absolutely love it.
See some nice plays by Wara to get through this.
Yeah. And we are going to see the continuation of the combo here, but in the back of my mind, all I can think about is Winder. Winder is going to be tough to overcome.
I think my biggest problem for Wara is his face-down monster that he can't get off the field.
Yeah.
Because that's really going to stifle his ability to synchro summon.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, amazing.
Emergency call. He made it 2 more turns and gets the next in the Hero Series. This time he's taking Sparkman.
Oh, this deck is amazing. I love it so much. Yeah, once again, the fearless Winder does not care what you have. She's going to keep attacking.
Here I go. My turn. I draw.
You got to be wondering what Wara is thinking right now.
I really don't know. I don't know how he's getting out of this.
Yeah.
The floodgated monsters
That's
huge.
a
I
huge
think it's gonna be
problem.
hugely problematic.
Yeah, and you have to imagine that, you know, we were just talking about it, that BZ is really setting the tempo here. So his deck is clearly created to, you know, deal with anything your opponent has after the kind of stalling period. So I don't think BZ necessarily minds anything that Wara is going to do. And even if Wara does do something, the window is still there.
Yeah, so he's
Coral
going
Dragon.
for Coral Dragon.
Yeah, so he's not going to use its effect, but he's going to attack over that Paleozoic monster.
Yeah, so Canadia's banished, but I'm not sure BZ really minds too much.
My turn's done. It's my turn.
I really, really wanted him to attack the face down and it be a Sparkman. It is Sparkman.
When was the last time you saw a Sparkman get destroyed at battle?
I don't know. It was.
It was going into the window.
Yeah.
I special summon a monster.
It was at least 10 years ago.
Right.
I think.
He'll actually special summon another window from his deck.
Yeah.
It's my turn.
Keep the wall going.
Yeah.
Outlast
So-
the Hero Flash.
Yeah.
Face down. My turn's done. It's my turn.
So where are we up to on the Hero Flash at this point? I feel
he
like
just
I've
got
lost track.
R.
You just got R, okay.
Just got R. Oh, Crowning Mirror Force.
Oh, I
destroyed it.
That's spooky, right? As soon as you see your opponent's Drowning Mirror Force, you feel like you dodged a bullet, but it also means that they're playing Drowning Mirror Force. So that's a bit scary.
My turn. I draw. I set a card. My turn's done.
I mean, I'm still just in shock that BZ is playing this deck.
I have never seen this deck.
Yeah, exactly. I've never ever
We've seen some off the wall, offbeat decks that show up once in a while. I have never seen this deck.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly how I'm feeling right now.
Or any deck like it.
Yeah, this is totally unique. I've never ever seen someone use this skill like this.
Yep.
I mean, that's kind of scary, right? That it's been a +4 at this point.
Yeah, that's Hero.
Wow.
That should be the O in his hand.
Yeah.
Karma Cut, slowing things down once more.
How many different random trap cards are being played? What? Okay, what did he just discard?
Watch this. I special summon a monster.
Is that a Morella he discarded?
Oh no, I meant for the Karma Cut. The Karma Cut looked like it was an Avion.
Oh, I don't. It may be. I missed it.
I've got a. No, it was Neos.
Oh, it's just Neos. It's Neos. It's Neos himself.
We're gonna see the man himself, Elemental Hero Neos, all the way from Neo Space, joining us here on planet Earth.
What an entrance!
Absolutely. Thank you for joining us, Neos. Do you have
man,
any
that
words
is
for
awesome.
us?
Oh, here
His
comes the hero
Righteous
cards. Righteous Justice to destroy the back row.
Attack over with Neos.
Is he nearing turn 10? Can he have Hero Flash soon with his skill?
This is amazing. This is so
Morella's
amazing.
banished.
I'll set a card. Here goes nothing. I reveal my face down card. My trap activates.
Oh wow.
Raigeki break. Oh man.
This is in the end
Mara's
phase.
bringing back Canada to try not to lose. Doesn't want to get defeated by a Neos.
Neos beat down. Here we
Hero
go.
Flash.
Hero
I think
Flash.
this is turn 10. I think he's getting Hero Flash.
Yes,
Heated heart.
Neos.
Plus
Oh
500
my-
attack points to Neos. Hero Flash! Here it is! This is what we were waiting for. This is the build-up. He banishes H, E, R, and O from his graveyard to special summon a normal monster from his deck, normal hero, for Stinatrix, and now his normal monsters can attack directly this turn. And the direct attack from Neos is going to end it.
Oh, Michael, I was not ready for this.
That was wild. I've never seen a deck like that. I've never seen someone use the skill. That was awesome. And I'm sure there's a lot of Hero fans out there who enjoyed watching that.
Oh, Michael, we just got hero flashed.
Oh,
wow.
man.
Oh, all the way from Neo Space. Just for one turn.
That was incredible.
Oh. Unfortunately, we don't have much time to compose ourselves. We jump straight into Game 3 of Zeta versus IB Instant Barreto. Oh, that's gonna go down in legend. Hero Flash.
Then you must take
Oh.
every chance you can get, Yuma.
Telling you what now, every person watching this stream right now is going straight to the skill trader to get to spend their skill coins on unlocking Hero Flash. Oh wow.
Our strengths combine into one.
That was yeah. Oh. Okay, back down to earth. We are here with Zeta versus Instant Barreto, and we are once again seeing the Onomata play deck. A little bit less spicy than what we just saw.
Yeah, not quite as interesting.
Oh, I'm still in shock that we just saw what we did. I was there when Neos attacked directly after Heated Heart Neo. After Heated Heart plus Hero Flash.
Yeah, that was
I can't even get my words out. I'm seriously, that's crazy.
I'm glad we got to see how the deck works.
Yeah.
Survive 10 turns and then win with Hero Flash.
Yeah. If there's no final countdown, you gotta improvise.
Closest thing.
Yeah.
Alright, so Zeta is going for Photon Strike Bouncer on his turn 1 against an Onomat deck.
Yeah, so the slightly riskier play, but maybe, Zeta knows what he's got, his face down cards, so let's wait and see. Oh, Instant Barreto here. Going with just the triple face downs.
3 back rows. If one of them can answer the Photon Strike Bouncer, he may not be in the worst shape.
Yeah.
But still, that's really not where you want to be on your first turn going second.
Yeah, exactly. That's the beauty of this deck as well. It depends on how he deals with that Strike Bouncer. Okay, this is definitely going to help. So he's going to be able to use that on the Utopic Onomata Utopia. And that's going to slow down the assault from Zeta.
Yeah, it makes it so that Zeta can't defeat him this turn.
Yes.
But still not in great position, because he couldn't answer the field last turn. So he needs to draw a card that answers the field this turn, because obviously if he could have answered it last turn, he would have. Unless one of those face down cards is a trap card that he wasn't able to immediately activate. But I'm skeptical of that since he hasn't flipped it.
Yeah, I was thinking like if you were going to do it, you were going to do it end phase, right?
Or battle phase to prevent the damage, right?
Yeah. Okay, that's a start. Certainly, that's a good start.
Absolutely. So that's giving him 2 more cards. He only needs 1 to answer the Photon Strike Bouncer. Mystical Space Typhoon may clear the way for that 1 card answer that he's looking for.
So yeah, so first dealing with the Book of Moon. Unfortunately, that's going to be the end of IB's turn.
That's rough. Now
However,
Zeta
he's
can just flip summon his monster.
Yeah.
That was hit with Bikumoon. And Zeta just keeps pulling further and further ahead as IB is using cards to try to survive and not getting very far.
Yeah, that's always the way with cards like Book of Moon. You're not necessarily dealing with the issue. You're kind of prolonging the actual impact of the cards.
Yeah, you're often buying yourself a turn. And usually that turn's enough to either deal with the monster you put face down or just come up with some other string of plays that devastate your opponent. But if your opponent makes it to the next turn to flip summon that monster, you're not in good shape.
Yeah.
Generally speaking.
We do see IB with the Floodgate. That's going to help if he's able to save himself here. He's got another copy of Book of Moon.
Book of Moon.
Still, we're looking for even more from
I
IB
fear it
right
may
now.
be delaying the inevitable. Is that third card also Book of Moon? That last card?
It's a Fiendish Chain.
Fiendish Chain, a little better than Book of Moon, but oh, it's tough. And then if he keeps it on the field, Zeta can even upgrade it to a digital bug core badge.
Yeah, that's actually super rough because if you're able to lock down two of your opponent's zones in a synchro and exceed strategy, then they really struggle. But the way that Zeta set this up, he is just going to be able to upgrade into a Kobayashi. That being said, Instant Barreto looks like he's going to be able to make a move here with the Gagaga sister.
Yeah, it may come down to what Zeta has face down. Because I mean, he should be able to make an impressive play. At a minimum, he can make 7.
Yeah, this is all assuming that Zeta's face down is
nothing. But
yeah.
he has to play like it's nothing, because if it's something, he just loses.
Yes, absolutely.
So.
There are times like that in Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah.
You just have to forget your opponent has anything, and unfortunately, in this case, it is the Book of Moon.
So that's rough. He made both monsters level 6, but now he's got a level 6 and a level 4.
Yeah, that was great timing from Zeta to use that Book of Moon.
Right. So
he is able to deal with that coat.
Well, we're about to find out if he plays Digital Blood Kobayashi or not.
Yes, we certainly are.
Does still have both Xyz materials. He could summon it if he does play it, and that would win the duel.
Yeah, and if he doesn't, then actually just attacking over the sister would be enough. Oh, actually, sorry, no, he's got the Fiendish Chain on it, but it looks like we are seeing Kobayashi.
Yep, and now that can attack over the sister to win the duel.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, that was a real back and forth game. That could have gone either way.
Yeah, it was. I think Zeta was ahead pretty solidly for most of it, because IB was using Book of Moons basically to stay alive, which is really not exactly where you want to be. He almost turned it around at the end, but fell just short.
Yeah, but we do see Zeta going through to the semi-finals. I'm sorry, I'm still hearing Yuma in my head. I was distracted by the beauty of friendship.
I see Yuma's voices in my head. I hear his voices in my head all the time.
Yeah,
can't get it out of my head.
I think that happens. That happens quite a lot. Yeah, you must be really in touch with Astral, because Astral hears Yuma's voice quite a lot as well.
That's what it is. So, yes, I mean that was a nice match. It was a display of the deck's powers. It wasn't flashy like the previous match with Hero Flash.
I'm still in shock. Like, attack your face down monster. Oh yeah, it's a Clayman. Oh, okay. Okay. Attack attack your other monster. Oh, it's a Sparkman.
Yeah.
Oh,
that was
okay.
awesome. But this was a good display of competitive, PvP dueling, where both players are playing a deck that's perceived to be one of the strongest. And we got to see the interactions between the two and sort of what determines the winner.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
what sort of moves make or break you.
Yeah. So, due to the few delays that we had, I think we're going to be moving right on to the semi-finals quite quickly. But first, I think we're going to take a look at the bracket in the Japanese studio very soon. I'm super interested to see where this ends up, because I think we might get a chance to see the Hero Flash deck once again. But we didn't see the third game. We didn't get to see the third game there, so we'll have to find out with the bracket. Oh yeah, there's been some really interesting decks. I mean, almost every kind of couple of duels we are seeing brand new legendary duelists, brand new skills. I'd be lying if I didn't say I want to go and make that Hero Flash deck right now. I really do.
Yeah, I mean, and that's one of the challenges in Duel Links. There are so many decks that you can encounter, and there are different strategies to play against all of them, and you really have to know them. And in the official events that can qualify a player for the invitational. Duel Links Remote Duel Invitational, for example, you can really just use anything, and you can keep switching decks, and the card pool is massive. So it is it is a real test of skill and knowledge of the metagame.
So we see Fukusuke going through, so still in it for those who have predicted for Fukusuke to win. We see BZ Baiyang Qinglong, who took that last duel, and then Zeta, who we just saw just now, and also Zade King. So the next match we're going to see is going to be Zade King versus Zeta. I'm trying to remember who was playing the Hero Flash deck. We were jumping around so much.
Yeah, I honestly don't know.
Okay, yeah, I'm being told it was the BZ guy. So
right,
yeah, we are potentially going to see that. It's going to be Fukusuke, so the top predicted, the kind of fan favorite to win this tournament, versus this crazy deck of Hero Flash. And on the other side, we also have Zade King, who was the second highest in the prediction campaign as well. I mean, we were talking earlier about the kind of pressure versus the words just escaped me, but that pressure versus them feeling good about being the community favorites. So in a few minutes, we're going to have some interviews with the top players, and we are going to be just going over to the Japanese stream, and we have an interpreter who is going to interpret for us. So any minute now, we're going to go over there. And yeah, I'm really excited to see what these players have to say, because they have grinded. I mean, we've said it once already, a few times already. They've grinded through hundreds, thousands of duels and duelists to get to this point. You got to be wondering what they're feeling.
Prepared them for this stage.
Yeah. You got to be wondering what they're feeling right now. It's pressure must be.
About to find out.
Yeah, the pressure must be pretty high. I think some of these duelists have been playing in Duel Links for such a long time, and for sure I recognize Zade King and Fukusuke. But yeah, we're gonna have to see what they're feeling like.
Yeah, and they've never been competing for something, or specifically the extra secret rare Dark Magician.
Yes, I'm
what
really
an incredible prize that is. And
yeah, it's amazing that we can give away
I'm sure
such a
everyone
prestigious
wants
prize.
You know, there's a lot of Dark Magician fans out there.
Yeah.
But only one person can win it.
Well, I mean, he is the ultimate wizard in terms of attack and defense. So, well, I mean, what more can you ask for? There's not much
Maybe an
more.
invincible engine of destruction.
So I think
yeah,
the
Dark
Japanese
Magician's
stream are
awesome.
just preparing the players to have them interviewed. And yeah, of course, there's probably I know if I was playing in this tournament, I would be running around the house, really excited about winning. So yeah, getting them to sit down and have a chat with us is probably quite difficult right now, or at least if they're like me, it would be. Yeah, I for sure would be running around. I must say that Hero Flash deck still is just beating in my mind. I can't believe we got to see Neos on the stream, coming all the way from Neospace. I mean, it's just a pleasure to have him on the stage.
What an entrance he made.
Yeah, exactly.
One I'll never forget.
And with a
That was
heated
awesome.
heart
And
as well.
Yes. And that finish with Hero Flash to make all of his normal monsters attack directly was just so awesome, and that's what the deck does.
Well, I mean, right at the start, we were talking about it. You know, we've seen one other deck that I would say is kind of similar to this. So when we were seeing the Spiritual Beast deck, you know, you've got to have that strategy of knowing that you're kind of letting your opponent do whatever they want to do. That's the strategy. You let them do whatever you want to do, but you know that at a minimum you're able to just stop them and kind of slow them down using Spiritual Beast Winder, among various other cards. And you need to have some strategy that, no matter what your opponent does, is going to be the winning ticket. And I feel like Hero Flash is a great one of those, to be able to just, put Neos on the field with Heated Heart as well. Yeah,
It's
unbelievable.
nice because there is that inevitability with the deck. After 10 turns, I will have Hero Flash and all 4 components of it.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to think of a skill with that long-term payoff, long-term inevitability that the Hero Flash skill has, and I'm struggling to think of one.
Yeah, it feels, it certainly feels like it's worth waiting for. As you know, as the player, it's definitely worth waiting for.
Right, and in that duel we watched, it was certainly worth waiting for, because as soon as he got it, he won.
Yeah,
the prize was there.
Yeah. I'm kind of in my mind. I'm wondering, you know, there must be some kind of other strategy somewhere that's that's, you know, if your Neos gets Canadian or something like this, I wonder where the strategy goes. You know, that really interests me.
Well, you can precede it with Righteous Justice.
True. It's a good point. Yeah. So I mean, yeah, you can spend that whole turn.
Back rows. So I mean, the APR RO cards are not useless.
Yeah.
Even though Hero Flash is the ultimate payoff, so you're getting cards along the way to kind of help you hang in there and
Oversoul as well.
Forward.
Oversoul is great. Okay, we're gonna head over, I think, to the Japanese stream very soon.
さあ KC グランドトーナメント2021準決勝まで来ました。ここまでの激戦を制し、そして優勝の栄光に手をかけた4人のデュエリストたち。
So the finalists
福助選手、
are coming here.
そして
BZ
バイエンチンロン選手、ザイードキング選手、そしてゼータ選手。
Mr. Zeta. So the 4 contestants are here. Congratulations. So since it's a long time, but so they are showing their enthusiasm. So now I would like to serve as an master of ceremonies. So for the remote.
こちらです。もうほんまはね、こう自分のちょっとこっちのお仕事これじゃなくていつもの赤の方で出ようと思ったんですけど、ちょっとバタバタしちゃってこのまま出てガスの会社の偉い人からね、それは何ですかって言われたんで、ブルーアイスですって答えました。すごい空気になってました。
What is this gregarious, the blue t-shirts color? So you see, you are carrying out the advertisement of this final, the Grand Tournament 2021. In the middle of the stage, maybe we're having an atmosphere like we are having the new variety show.
勝ち上がった方々、見させてもらったんですけど、やっぱもう誰が優勝してもちょっとおかしくない、そうもの揃い。
いやもうここまでのプレイング、そしてもうすべて考えてる方々揃ったかなとは思うんですけれども、
南雲さんね、注目選手もね、本当にザイド選手もすごいプレイングでね、盛り上げましたけれども。
さあということでこれから準決勝となります。
So thank you very much. Now the semifinals are about to begin. So please show your enthusiasm. Mr. Fukusuke, could you tell your impressions? Can you hear me? Yes. So since I was really pleased that I won through the semifinals, and I'm really appreciated. So you have 2 more matches. How do you feel? Last year, you said that you got a little bit nervous, but right now, how do you feel? Last year, at the semi-final, unfortunately, I only qualified for the best 8, but I'm really glad that I surpassed the record this year, and I am aiming to win the championship. So it took a year to practice, so I would like to have 2 more matches and won the championship. Yes, 2 more matches. Thank you very much. Next, BZ Baiencino. So I have a question. You see, the battle was really fierce, and how do you feel that you reached to the semifinals?
你好。应该是能够打到这一步，也是很开心，也很兴奋。希望能够在接下来的比赛中有更好的发挥。
You see, this time, so I won through the semifinals. I'm really appreciated, and I would like to win 2 more matches. Thank you very much. Sasaki-san? Do you have any comments to Mr. Baienchin? How are you confident about this match?
一半一半吧。就是希望能够尽自己最大的努力，然后就对尽力就好。
Well, maybe the probability would be 50-50, and I'm confident I'll do my best, and I would like to win 2 more matches. Thank you very much. You see, again, hope you will do your best. Thank you very much for your comment. And next, Mr. Zaid King. So I would like to ask you some questions. Mr. Zaid, you see, you won a championship last year, but you won through the semifinals. How do you feel at the moment?
I didn't expect to reach to the semifinals, honestly. Much harder opponents, so I'm really glad that was opportunity.
ここまでですね、勝ち残ってこれるとは思いませんでしたので、とてもですね、今嬉しく思っています。
こちらにちょっと届いていないという形なので、すみません、僕も今注視して聞いてなかったので、英語がちょっと読み取れてないという形なんですが、何か伝わる手段はございますでしょうか。
So any means the sorry, so it was silent.
正直なところ準決勝まで勝ち残れるというふうに思っていませんでした。で、ここまで来れて次戦う相手はとても強い方だと思うので、頑張っていきたいと思います。
なるほど、ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. And you see, there are so many the strong contestants. So Miyashita-san, do you have any the thoughts that you'd like to share? Daidi-san, what would you like to do after you won the championship?
If I win again, I'll be really surprised. I'm going to be really happy, so I'll try my best.
そうですね、最善を尽くしたいと思います。もし本当に優勝することができたら、自分としてはすごく驚きですけれども、とっても嬉しいんじゃないかなというふうに思います。
Thank you very much for your wonderful comment. And you see, you are really modest since you won a championship last year. And you see, if you have the victory in 2 consecutive years, so you have a 2 consecutive win. Thank you very much, Mr. Zaid. Finally, Mr. Zeta. Congratulations. How do you feel at the moment?
Agora tentar chegar pouco mais longe da última vez que eu acabei. Tentar avançar esse passo mais longe.
We'll see. So it's wonderful that I went through the semifinals, but I would like to go far to reach to the top. And you see, so you are coming so far.
Falta pouco.
Well, we'll see. The time is limited. That we have a very few time to reach to the finals. So, do you have any the comments, Mr. Shachihoko? Well, that's a very good question. For example, when you select the card, do you have any routine to select the card?
Não, às vezes eu fico com o card do lado, mas só questão de ficar embaralhando mesmo. Sabe? Com card, da sorte mesmo.
Well, you see, when I have my hand, and for example, sometimes I have to discard the card, and sometimes I'm really tactful, and I'm always making a wish. And you see, so when it comes to the card games, it's also really popular, and I have heard that you also love the card games, right? Well, yes, I also love the card game. And you see, we are seeing many the cards. Thank you very much for contestants, and thank you very much for answering the questions. And I would like to conclude the interview, so please prepare for the match. Thank you.
ここまで4人の選手出揃いましたけれども、どうでしょう、この また喋ってる姿を見て印象なんか変わったりも、
そうです。皆さん4名ともすごくお強いと思うんですけど、
はい、
もう本当に謙虚じゃないですか。
はい。
私も半々くらいとかおっしゃってる方もいて、なんかこんな強くて人間もできてて完璧な人たちが集まってるな。
And we're back. So it was great to hear from all of our duelists. I mean, amazing work from our interpreters there. Many different languages. Yeah, Michael, I can only really say that, you know, our champion Zaid King was really, really kind of calm, if anything.
He's been here before, right? He has that advantage that this is not his first time competing at this precise level, and that might help him stay level-headed and think strategically in the rounds to come.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, all of the duelists seemed like they want to press on and win. Satan, most of all, you know, he seemed kind of surprised that he had got this far, but he still wanted to push on and win that finals. So,
absolutely,
yeah, it's interesting. So we will see one side of the bracket. So it will be Zaid King versus Zeta first up, and we're going to be showing each of the semi-finals individually. So you're not going to miss a single beat of action going into these last few duels. I can't wait to see who is going to win. Of course, we have been kind of jumping around, seeing various different duels and checking the different decks that these guys have been playing. But now we are going to get to really see 2 full 3 sets of games, and we're going to be able to see that kind of mini metagame within those.
It'll be interesting to watch. It's interesting that we keep seeing decks we haven't seen. I don't know if that'll stop because we're going to start covering people we've already covered, but we did miss some of the decks that they've used, so there might be some new strategies approaching. If not, we're at a minimum, we'll see some top-level play with decks we've already encountered. But wow, there were a lot of decks.
Yeah, I mean, even just the duelists we've already seen, there's been a lot of different decks. So, yeah, I'm already in shock that we've seen so many. I don't think it's going to be possible that we end up seeing even more.
We'll find out shortly.
Yeah. So I think the stream is just preparing. They're getting ready now for finals, the semi-finals, and unfortunately we've not been able to get a perfect shot yet of that extra secret rare, but it's an amazing looking card.
It's beautiful. And somebody gets to take it home.
Yeah,
First
absolutely.
place trophy with the extra secret rare Dark Magician.
Yeah, exactly. Who do you think is going to win at this point, Michael? Talk to me.
I'm thinking, based on how calm and collected the reigning champion is, I think he's taking it home. I like his mindset going into the next round.
Yeah, it was very, very good. And I mean, yeah, the prediction campaign also had him very high up, and yeah, I don't know what else we can say. Of course, Fukusuke is still in the tournament too, so we'll have to see. Maybe he's able to pip it out against the Hero Flash deck. I cannot wait to see that deck again. And without further ado, let's get on into the duels. Zaid King versus Zeta.
Check this out.
See Harpy's hunting ground skill for
Yugi,
Zaid King.
I may admire you, but I'm still determined to win this duel. Duel.
Here I go. My turn. From my hand, I activate a spell. Here I go.
So Zeta's using Thunder Dragons, but interestingly, he's using Charge of Light Brigade instead of Gold Sarcophagus. So he is using the version with Lightsworn monsters in it. So he got Raiden, and that's a great start for the deck because it loads up the graveyard with Dark and Light monsters to facilitate other summons. And he's going straight into Thunder Dragon Duo, using the Banished Thunder Dragon Roar's effect to special summon Thunder Dragon Dark. And now one advantage to this type of deck is because he's using the Lightsworn Engear with Raiden, he's able to Synchro Summon. And he will do that to summon Vermilion Dragon Mech, and perhaps more importantly, use the effect of Thunder Dragon Dark since he was able to send it to the graveyard this turn.
Yeah, absolutely. This looks like a great setup here from Zeta. Let's see what Zade King can do.
Yeah, so he'll get the Trap card, which allows him to special summon all copies of a single Thunder monster from his graveyard. The problem is his two monsters don't disrupt his opponent's plays. They're powerful, but they're not disruptive.
Zade King here, taking a moment. I think there are times in Yu-Gi-Oh! Where you gotta just take a moment and have a think. So that is happening right now.
I don't remember if Zade King was the Triamid deck from earlier. Yes, he is, so it's not Harpies. It is indeed Triamids.
Yeah,
and he's starting with Triamid Cruiser. Instantly going into, I believe that's King Golem. Triamid King Golem.
That's tough because the Vermilion Dragon Mech is going to get to destroy cards during Zeta's turn as well. So Zade King's, knowing that, has got a difficult road ahead of him. He's got to prepare for that going into his opponent's turn.
Right, I mean, we'll see how effective Vermilion Mech will be, because we don't know if Triamid Pulse, for example, the Trap card, will be able to destroy the mech.
Yeah, we haven't actually seen that yet, have we? We've not seen the Triamid Pulse.
I don't think we have, actually. I think you're right. And that's one of the most powerful cards in the deck.
Yeah, it really is.
It really helps keep control of it. So it looks like he used the Master's Effect to send his field spell to the grave to try to destroy the Trap card. The 100 Thunders, and he's going to chain it, so whatever he summons, he chooses Thunder Dragon Dark. And it stays on the field because it's not linked to the Trap card in the way that so many other of those Trap cards work.
Yeah. So we see another King Golem.
I mean, Dancer's effect activates.
This is a much more impressive field than I was expecting from Zade King, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, those monsters are fairly impressive. And he was able to take down the mech.
I can see now why Zade King needed to just take a moment, because there was some quick math that needed to be done right there. All of those monsters just got over his opponents. He's still got to deal with that Dragon Duo.
I end my turn.
Here I go.
So he uses the Dragon Duo's effect to the end phase to send, it looks like Dragon Roar to the bottom of his deck.
My monster's effect activates.
And he was also able to shut down Vermilion Mech's effect to add a Raiden to the hand if it was banished.
Cycling through those field spells during Zeta's standby phase.
So Zeta's thinking. Oh, and he has a Thunder Dragon Hawk in hand, so he starts off with that. That'll boost Dragon Duo up by 300 attack points. Brings Thunder Dragon Dark back to the field.
I set this monster face down. My
Yeah,
Sets a monster with tribute.
Interesting.
My monster's effect activates.
He gets Thunder Dragon Roar with the Dark's effect, uses it to return the 100 Thunders to his hand.
Let's battle. Let's do this.
Definitely an interesting play.
I don't think so. My monster's effect activates.
Dancer's effect swaps the field spell for King Golem.
My field spell activates. I've been waiting for this moment. I activate my face down card.
And
Zed King activates
is the
trap
trap
card. Is it? Oh, treacherous grapple.
Wow, that's tough.
That's a good one.
Wow, that is actually super rough.
Yeah, and he adds another master. I believe that was a master he took with his the effect of his field spell sent to the grave. So
Wow.
this is looking grim for Zeta.
Yeah, once again, these smaller Pyramid monsters are certainly nothing to be scoffed at. These guys are going to be able to put the work in, especially with that King Golem.
Zeta does have the 100 Thunders face down. I'm not sure how many duplicate Thunder Dragons he has in his graveyard. So we're about to find that out, whether it's adequate to keep him in the duel. Looks like he's just summoning one Thunder Dragon Dark. Oh, no. He does have more.
2 Thunder Dragon Darks.
Spoke too soon.
So that is going to be enough.
And King Golem is so strong, too. Because he can't activate the effect of the Thunder Dragon Dark. Yeah, cards that shut down the ability to use effects in the battle phase, like that, and like Galloping Gaia, are so problematic for the Thunder Dragon deck, and that's what that's part of what makes this a tough matchup. Zeta.
Yeah, I think this was actually the first matchup we saw on stream this morning. But it was a very long time ago, so I may not remember.
We definitely did see this matchup. I vaguely remember saying the same thing earlier.
Yeah, that's what made me think.
My monster's effect activates.
We've not even seen Pulse.
Yeah, that's wild. Maybe he doesn't even play it because he plays Treacherous Grapple.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, there we go.
His monster attacks with King Golem on the field, so that Sphere Karibo and similar cards can't be used.
Yeah, King Golem.
Yeah, Thunder Dragons have a lot of play in the battle phase.
Yeah. Wow. King Golem just ensuring that path to victory there for Zed King.
There wasn't a single thing you could
do. Yeah, it was really hurting him throughout the whole duel.
Yeah.
And Zed King did win the duel.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we even got tricked once again right at the start of the duel. That playing Mai for Pyramids just really puts you in that kind of mindset of, oh, I might be playing against Harpies. But yeah, it's not. And once again, we're going to get to see Antinomy, and this time it is versus Zane Truesdale.
My soul reaches heights unimagined.
Set Delta XL. 12 card extra deck. Let's go.
Can you find the synchro
Let's see.
solution? Duel.
I'm excited to see Zane again.
Yeah, so this was one of the first decks that we were kind of keeping our eye on that we saw this morning.
We unfortunately didn't see it do much the first time we watched it play, but
yeah,
I'm optimistic.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, Zeta King has 3 back rows and a Screw Serpent in attack position. Oh, Zeta went first and passed.
Oh,
I did not realize that. I thought that was the first turn of the duel.
Yeah,
but damage is not the worst thing for Cyber Dragons.
Yeah, that's
the Cyber
true.
Style skill. So, oh, it's not Cyber Dragons. It's Lunalight, isn't it?
Oh,
oh, they tricked me. I was wise to the Mai being a Triamid deck.
They've tricked us once again.
They tricked me here. So, alright, Lunalight Emerald Bird is summoned to the field.
This is what happens when we
Send
get
Yellow
excited
Martin
about
to the
Cyber
grave to draw
Dragons,
cards for
Michael.
its effect and get the Lunalight Fusion to his hand.
I activate a trap.
Yeah, we are going to see the Paleozoic Canadia.
From my hand, I activate a spell.
Is still able to use that Lunalight Fusion, though. We've seen Lunalights once already this tournament, and they were pretty good. That Saber Dancer was quite the force to be reckoned with.
So he summons Cat Dancer, and then Crimson Fox's effect, since it was used in the fusion, will make the Screw Serpent's attack point 0.
Yeah, and he's going to be able to attack that twice. So
only if he tributes a monster.
Oh yes, so he's not going to be able to attack it twice.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah, so he is able to get Yellow Martin.
Okay. So there we go. Tribute the Yellow Martin. Now it can attack it twice.
Yeah.
If anything targets his Cat Dancer, he can banish the Crimson Fox from the graveyard. For example, a Canadia.
Yeah.
And both players will gain 1,000 life points, but that will not be good enough.
No.
To keep him alive. So now, Zayed King does need a second relevant face-down card to activate here, or he loses.
Yeah. Otherwise, we see perfectly close damage here.
Yep. With just the extra 100 from the attack for safe measure.
Zayed King does play a Needlebug's Nest to get back.
Not quite sure what he can send to the graveyard to not lose here.
Yeah, I don't know. Even getting back that Canadia is not necessarily gonna help.
Oh! He got Survival's End, but he doesn't have a dinosaur.
Yeah.
That's the
well,
problem.
that was... Yeah, at least, at least the Needlebug's Nest was for something. But we do see the Lunalight, the regular combo here with Cat Dancer. Zeta taking a swift victory here with Lunalights, and we're going to be going to a game 3. Oh, this has got... I mean, the hearts have got to be beating at this point. I know mine is. This game 3 is going to be an exciting one.
Oh man, all comes down to this to see who moves on.
Yeah, this is ooh. And we're gonna get to see the deck number 3 from both players here. We've seen so many decks at this point. I've lost complete track of what everyone's playing, but I'm sure it's gonna be something good.
Yeah, and TG and Lunalights had both proven themselves as, you know, strong decks.
Yeah. But in fact, we just had a duel where there's no on a mat decks yet.
Yeah.
So we might see that for the third decks here.
It's possible. Because I don't think a lot of players would have predicted, you know, we'd be seeing so many Lunalights or so many TGs.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, or pretend Cyber Dragons, as I like to call them, because we were tricked.
I got tricked. I was certainly tricked. I saw Zane Cruisdale, I'm like, yes, Cyber Dragons.
Yeah, Cyber Dragons, whoop whoop. Yeah. So we are gonna see this third game coming up. However, it seems that the Japanese streamer is switching over to semifinals B. Maybe we're gonna keep everyone on the edge to have that third game. Who knows? Okay, so yeah, we're just taking a couple of minutes break. I honestly thought that we were going to switch over to the second semi-final just to keep us right on the edge of our seats, but fortunately...
that would be a little mean for the players in the middle of their match.
Okay, so yeah, we got a couple of minutes of break here.
So if... what do you think your lineup would look like if you were competing of 3 decks?
Is this like before watching the tournament or now? If I were to choose now,
with what you know now.
What I know now, I'm playing Hero Flash. For sure, I'm playing Hero Flash.
Certainly a good choice.
Yeah. So probably the Hero Flash deck. Definitely playing TGs, and somehow I'll make Infernity work.
All right.
That's me. I'm gonna go with those.
Solid lineup. Without further ado, the final duel.
Yeah, both of these duelists, although I wouldn't have chose it for my deck, foolishly, no doubt, but both of these top duelists, unlike myself, have picked the Onomata play deck as their third decks. And what a great start from Zade King, going straight in with the Dododo draw.
You did call it, though. You did say in this last duel they might both be playing Onomata.
Yeah.
Oh man, Dododo draw set 3 pass. Going first, not where you want to be at.
No. I mean, that can be really good or really rough. It all depends on what your opponent's got and how good your interruptions are.
But that is fair.
I will say, though, I'm a big fan of reading the faces of the players, and Zade King right now does not look happy at all. Could just be focus. I could be misinterpreting, but right now, he doesn't look too happy. That being said, Treacherous Trap Hole on the Gagaga Sister is pretty good.
Floodgate Trap Hole, which is equally good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, trapping it face down isn't bad. You know, it's like this has been a recurring theme. You stop the summon monster, and the deck is at least paused for a turn.
Yeah.
And now that could be just the turn Zade King needed to turn it around, because he's summoning Gagaga Sister, and he'll use it to get Gagaga Bolt from his deck. Trading that Bolt for something that lets him apply a little more pressure to Zeta's field.
Yeah. I mean, using Gagaga Bolt at this point, you would be kind of blindly hitting one of those face-down cards.
Right. And from the looks of it, if he did that, he'd be passing with a Gagaga Sister on the field in attack position.
Yeah.
That's not where you want to be. So let's see how Zubaba Bancho Gagaga Coat does.
Yeah, at this point, Zade King's kind of best scenario is that he's able to get out one of these top-level rank 6 Exceed monsters and be able to destroy his opponent's Gagaga Sister by battle.
Yep. So with
whenever you destroy an opponent's monster by battle, it's always a good bit of advantage.
Yeah. So with the Sister, he makes 2 monsters level 6, and then Exceed summons Ptolemy M7, but it is not face up on the field for long, as he probably expected. It's being put face down by Book of Moon. Oh, it is not.
We do see the Lance in response,
he has Forbidden Lance.
Second.
It looked like it was getting put face down by Book of Moon, but he has a second Book of Moon to chain to the Forbidden Lance.
Wow.
Okay, so yeah, so the chain will resolve backwards. Book of Moon will put it face down, and it's already face down when the Forbidden Lance will try to resolve. So
yeah.
Zeta was able to stop it in its tracks.
Wow, Zeta with the Dododo draw once again. Wow.
Mystical Space Typhoon off the top with the Dododo draw. So he destroys Void Trap Hole.
Love that. Love that card. Absolutely love Void Trap Hole.
Great card. Oh, tribute summon Gagaga Head. Gagaga Head is so powerful.
Yeah.
Now he'll bring back Gagaga Sister and Utopic Automatopoeia he targeted. Since Utopic Automatopoeia counts as basically all types of Automatopoeia monsters. Go, Gagaga, do.
And we see a Bababa at aim.
So what does he destroy here? Probably the Sister. Oh, he would destroying the Sister would prevent an Xyz summon because all the levels are different, but Forbidden Lance.
And then the Bolt as well. Wow.
Oh.
This is tough for Zade King right now. This could even be the end. I think this is it.
Yeah?
We're going to see the M7 return the opponent's Utopia monster, and then just direct attacks from Zeta. Zade King, the current champion, going down. Zeta going through to the finals.
That was a key Forbidden Lance.
Yeah. There was a bunch of exchanges there with Forbidden Lance, Book of Moon, all sorts of crazy quick play spells going on there. That was really a wow. Yeah, you got to learn your chain links for that one.
Yeah, definitely, it was a great duel, and the players played the cards where they were effective. And that's not always easy. And keeping certain monsters on the field is a priority. And they recognized those priorities and really battled over which monsters would stay on the field.
Yeah, that was interesting because we've seen just a few of the Onomata play mirror matches so far, and I feel like each one has been very different from the last. Each time we see it, it's kind of altering whether it's going to be more grindy or if it's kind of one person being totally in control. This time they both seem to be able to, get some kind of M7 action going on.
It's true. Because and people are playing different trap and spell and trap lineups to counter certain decks, and people have different preferences for something either Photon Strike Bouncer or M7 as their first Xyz monster on the first turn, and some of that gets dictated by what spells and traps you drew, which will cause you to lean toward one Xyz monster over the other. So that, there's a lot of variables that cause the players to play differently, and that makes every match look different.
Yeah, absolutely. We should just switch over to the Japanese stream briefly, because I want to show this amazing animation. I think we saw it briefly, but the Blue Eyes White Dragon overseeing the grand tournament here. It's
awesome.
It's just so awesome. But yeah, we are really close. We're really, really close at this point to the finals. So the last matchup is going to be Fukusuke versus BZ Baiyang Qinglong. And we may once again see the Flash, the hero Flash, and I'm really interested to see how that ends up going. Yeah, we've been following these duelists all the way through, but for sure I think that is the most creative deck we've seen so far.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
It well and truly caught us both by surprise.
Yeah, I mean, we also saw megaliths, we saw vampires, so we saw
so
a lot
many.
of creativity.
Yeah, just wonderful to see, to be honest. We talked about it so many hours ago in the middle of the night when we started our stream. The forced creativity that has to be, put on these duelists because of the deck building rules that the Grand Tournament brings. It's
it was a
just
true
amazing.
test of deck building skill.
Yeah. And I'd like to take this opportunity to thank everyone who's been following us and watching Michael and I through the middle of the night. It was quite an early morning, and it's still quite early morning now. So thank you very much for following us.
Thank you.
We do have at this point the other European language streams as well, if you're interested. So we have Spanish, German, French, and Italian streams if you want to go and watch the remainder of the stream in those languages. Some of our partners are working on those. But if you want to stick with us, that's fine as well. We'll be here, and we will be very, very soon going into this last semi-final match between Fukusuke and Baiyang Qinglong. I just can't wait to get it going. I'm watching
it'll be an exciting match to watch.
Yeah, absolutely.
All these exciting matches. It's what's keeping me awake at 7:25 a.m. in New York.
all the way through the night. It seems one of our Japanese casters are showing off their Yu-Gi-Oh collection right now. I don't know why, but it's pretty awesome.
Nice.
Did see a booster box of Burst of Destiny in their collection. Pretty good. So yeah, the casters are just talking about. So they are actually all in a studio together, but they do have giant glass panes between them. Me and Michael have got a few thousand miles worth of distance between us, so we're keeping pretty safe.
Certainly. And it's so awesome that all these players can play from where they are. Wherever they may be in this global tournament, with an awesome prize at stake, with an awesome test of skill, and that's the beauty of Duel Links. And with Master Duel looming, I'm excited for that as well, because it has that same potential.
Yeah. So let's not stick around any longer. Let's get to it. Here we have the final semi-final match. We are going straight into the third game between these two duelists.
You don't stand a chance. It's time to duel. It's my turn. From my hand.
I don't even want to guess what St. Truesdale deck this possibly is, in case it's not Cyber Dragons.
I'm not getting correct again. I am not making a commitment to what it may be, because I don't know.
Fukusuke, on the other hand, showing us the Lunar Light. We know exactly where that's going.
Oh, Cyber Dragon 4! So it is indeed Cyber Dragons, and he opened core going second, while his opponent just played Tenki. Wow. So, he has the fusion support. Does he also have the fusion gate to couple with it? If he has the fusion gate, I think it's over. No matter
this
what.
May be a short game.
Oh, he has it. He has the fusion gate. I think it's over.
Yeah. I'm in shock.
So he paid half his life, so he's able to Cyber Style to make 2 Proto Cyber Dragons. Then he uses Fusion Gate to so all 3 monsters on his field are named Cyber Dragon at this point. He fuses 2 of them to summon Rampage Dragon. By sending 2 monsters to the graveyard from his deck, it will have 3 attacks. Then he can fuse the monsters in his graveyard to make another Rampage Dragon, send 2 monsters to his graveyard from his deck with that one, so it also has 3 attacks.
Yeah. And it doesn't stop there.
Nope, he's fusing the core with another monster to make Cyber End Dragon.
Yeah, forget
interesting. He
goes to straight for the Cyber End.
Yeah, he goes straight for the Cyber End instead of summoning a second Rampage Dragon. It could... I mean, at this point, it would be very hard for him to lose it, but if his opponent has something like Sphere Evo and Temperance, or Kiteroid and Temperance, then he could survive, which is why I personally might have gone for the second Rampage Dragon. So there's the Sphere Karibo.
Wow, okay. We are actually going to see the Sphere Karibo.
Does he have a second Sphere Karibo? So he'll take the first attack anyway, probably because he wants to Destiny draw. So that's not indicative of whether or not he has another Sphere Karibo. Oh, he does have another Sphere Karibo! Woohoo! 2 Sphere... Oh, but he has these, Overflow! The Cyberload Fusion. So he'll fuse everything he's banished. Here it comes. The last monster he'll ever see.
Oh, wow.
Chimera Tech Overdragon. Now, does he have Temperance or Sphere Karibo? If not, Chimera Tech Overdragon 5,600 attack points is going to end it. But not before sending all cards on BZ's field to the graveyard. Here it comes. That's what did it.
That is it.
Whoa! Oh, man. Oh, there really was no way to survive that.
No. Double Sphere Karibo.
I'm willing to get rid of my old friend, Cyber End.
Wow. Wow.
Oh man, that was awesome. Yeah, when Cyber Dragon decks are ruthless. They can be ruthless.
That was the community favorite from the prediction poll being wiped out by a 6,600 attack Chimera Tech Overdragon. Wow. That's amazing. And through 2 Sphere Karibos.
Yeah, I should be, with 7 fusion materials, gave it 5,600. And that wasn't necessitated. Summon wasn't necessitated until Sphere Karibo hit both Chimera Tech Rampage Dragon, which would have hit 3 times for 2,100 attack each, and Cyber End Dragon, which hits for 4,000, could have hit for 4,000 direct had it not been stopped. 3 attacks, and those are attacks that basically Sphere Karibo needed to stop all of, and the 5,600 attack was finally put it through.
The amazing thing is that at that point, so this is the thing with Cyber Dragons, they are really like all in. Once they do their combos, they're spending all of their life points, and they are really all in. If Fukusuke was able to stop those attacks, then he might have had a chance. Even with very little cards, he can really make a big difference against the Cyber Dragon deck, because they really pool all of their resources into just a few monsters. Wow.
Absolutely. Especially after he willingly took the first attack.
Yeah, exactly.
Chimera Tech Rampage Dragon, so that his Destiny Draw skill would be online. On his next turn, he'd be able to get any card he wants from his deck. I easily could have seen him coming back.
Yeah, absolutely.
But that would require him to survive the turn, and Cyber Dragon decks are just relentless.
Yeah.
Just being able to fusion summon during the battle phase to add another monster to the field to attack with can be incredible. And just the number of attacks that the deck can perform in a single battle phase make it so hard to stop when it draws well. And of course, that combo of Fusion Gate with Fusion support, Cyber Dragon Fusion support, is incredible.
So good. Yeah, it's so good, especially with the Rampage Dragon sending even more of your Cyber Dragons to the grave using its effects.
It fuels the Fusion Gate, fuels the combo. And he took a quick win, and that is exactly what Cyber Dragon decks want to do.
Yeah, and you know what this means? That means that Hero Flash is in the finals of the KC Grand Tournament 2021.
Wow. That's very exciting, but I think I'm more excited that Cyber Dragons are in the finals of the KC Grand Tournament 2021.
So that means... So there's only one of the 3 decks that we didn't see from BZ yet. And... yeah, that's... I can't wait to see what the third one is. That being said, we first have to resolve another matchup. Who is going to be our 3rd place player? And we are going to be back in just a few minutes, less than 5 minutes, and we are going to be starting that 3rd place game. Please stick around, there's going to be so much amazing dueling action coming up.
Is now in session. The Face Card Nights are here, and a brighter future is in your hands. Yu-Gi-Oh! King's Court. 7 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Hello and welcome back once again. We are preparing for the third, fourth place playoff of the KCGT 2021. I'm still here with Michael and we are making our way through. I cannot wait for the finals, but first we got to figure out who's going to be in third place.
That's right. Spence is killing me. We'll have to wait a little bit longer to see who will become champion.
Yeah, I must say I'm very excited to see how the Hero Flash deck plays against Zeta's decks. We'll have to wait and see. We saw
so many cool decks.
Yeah, I mean, what has been your favorite deck? Let's take Hero Flash off the table because
I like the Cyber Dragons.
Cyber Dragon, okay.
I like that. He had the commitment to the deck to bring it to this tournament, and it just takes such commanding victories when it wins.
Yeah,
and I just love that. And it's always been a powerful deck that can take those victories, but it's really fallen out of favor. And the fact that he was able to use that deck to make it to the finals, use it as one of his 3 decks. You can only choose 3, and that was one of them. I like that. I like seeing that.
I mean, you had the choice of so many different decks, all the different cards, skills, duelists. You can pick anything, but he went with the Cyber Dragons because he had that much faith in them.
I am a longtime Cyber Dragon player, but maybe I should pick them back up.
I'm also thinking the same thing. I'm starting to think, my three decks are probably going to be Cyber Dragons, the Hero Flash deck. I'm probably going to have to open some packs to finish that one, but I'll make it work. So, yeah, I mean, we can say we were just not expecting to see all of this variety of different decks at this tournament, and I just hope that everybody at home has been enjoying watching these crazy different combos and decks that we've been seeing. It's been an absolute blast casting it, I must say.
Yeah, it really has, and I think I'm not the only one out there who will be inspired to build some of them.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so many, and even Pyramids. I want to go back and look at them once more because that deck has looked very commanding right up until I mean, even during the matchup of Zeta King versus Zeta King was so just commanding with that deck.
Yeah, the deck is very.
We are going to get to see it once more. So starting now, we have Fukusuke versus Zeta King. This is for third place.
We must win this duel, Yuma.
We will.
You have Yuma National against Yami Yugi starting off the match.
Duelist. I expect nothing less than your best strategies. Duel! It's my turn.
I mean, we've seen this matchup once before. We saw the Pharaoh versus Yuma, and the Pharaoh took it quite easily. We will see if he can do it once more.
Air Formation Tenki grabs Emerald from the deck.
My monster's effect activates.
I feel like that was a bit of a sleeper as well, the Lunar Light deck.
Yeah, they've been, they pop up fairly often in PvP dueling, but I would agree, I don't think it was one of the top picks.
Yeah,
played in,
I feel like they were especially good in a meta where there's a lot of extra deck summoning.
Sure, and it looks like we're about to see again the power of the Saber.
We are indeed.
Saber Dancer, Fusion summoned with Lunalight Fusion. We saw earlier in the tournament how difficult this can be for an Automat deck to deal with since it can't be targeted.
Yeah.
Here goes. My turn.
I mean, the out of that we saw last time was so obscure to get rid of that Saber Dancer.
The make my opponent Fusion summon using it as a material out.
Yeah. I can't deal with this. Can you just deal with your own card for me, please?
I mean, we could see it here again. We might see Zyd King go for Excalibur, lose out to Sphere Karibo, and see the monster survive. But we'll see. Because it seems Excalibur is this deck's supposed answer.
Yeah.
To the Saber Dancer. But it needs to connect an attack in order for it to actually
that's never guaranteed.
That is the correct move.
I'll set a card.
Astral approves.
The most noble of knights is clad in light.
So here comes the Xyz summon.
Yeah, and it's going to be for the Excalibur.
No surprise there.
I use 2 overlay units to activate Excalibur.
Let's see if Fukusuke has got any kind of response to this.
Let's battle. Excalibur, attack. Shock sword slash.
I mean, if he has the Sphere Karibo, he's in commanding shape. If he doesn't, which we now see he doesn't,
no.
You still can't count him out because he can just summon another one.
Yeah, exactly.
And, unless Zyd King has 2 Heroic Champion Excaliburs, he'll need to use M7 again to return it to the extra deck.
Fukusuke very happy with that draw. The Lunalight Fusion draw.
Oh, he's going to chain bad aim to destroy. I missed what he targeted with the bad aim, but he's going to Lunalight Fusion the Yellow Martin so that it can't be used as a fusion material.
Yeah, so he has to go
forcing
into
a Cat Dancer out instead. So once again, the Forbidden Lance really came in handy.
Yeah.
But now Saber Dancer's other effect activates. By banishing it, he can increase the attack of a fusion monster by 3,000.
Yeah.
We rarely see that come up.
Works.
Oh, the Lance is not going to matter.
No.
800 is nothing. On a 5,500 attack monster.
No. He's going to be dancing past that lance straight into Zyd King's life points.
Do not tell me that you are going to give up.
So that was awesome to see. Oh, you don't see the Saber Dancer's effect from the graveyard come up that often, mainly because usually after it's summoned to the field, and either before it's destroyed or after another fusion monster is summoned, the duel's over.
Yeah, it's usually such a big problem to get over it.
Right.
It's yeah, we don't see that effect, but we did this time, and it certainly made the difference.
Keep up with me.
Once again, we see the Delta Axle.
Victory is impossible until you overcome your limitations.
The Harpy's hunting ground, which might not necessarily be Harpies. Let's be clear.
Can't fool me again.
Yeah, we're wise to it at this point, Michael.
We sure are. And Zane does not mean Cyber Dragons either.
No. Zane doesn't run Cyber Dragons, and Mai does not play Harpies. Easy.
So, strong start, it looks like, for Zyd King. Screw Serpent, Booster Raptor, and that's already a level 5 Synchro Monster. So we're going to see Chi-Chi Star Guardian emerge.
Yeah, let's see if he's able to... well, let's see if he decides to go all the way up into that crazy level 12.
So we use Star Guardian's effect to special summon Screw Serpent. Screw Serpent will then special summon Booster Raptor. Here's the second Synchro Summon. Probably Power Gladiator here.
Yeah. And that is the condition met for the Delta Axle. Yeah, it is that Power Gladiator.
Yep, so now we're going to see him use his skill in all likelihood to just add to the field a level 2 Synchro Monster, which is a non-tuner. Reciprocal Dragonfly. So he's going to make a level 10.
Step out of the shadows and into the light.
Yep, he's putting it out there so that he's got that Blade Blaster in the graveyard.
Yes.
Once again.
So Blade Blaster, yeah.
An even stronger version of this combo.
Yep.
So Blade Blaster is going to be summoned, and then the Dragonfly is going to disassemble the Blade Blaster back into its original materials by sending it to the graveyard. So we see the Star Guardian and the Power Gladiator both coming back from the graveyard. And then we get one last Synchro Summon and a Delta Axle Synchro Summon at that. We're going to see the Halberd Cannon once again.
Go, Delta Excel.
It's such a beautiful animation.
It's so powerful of a move as well.
There it is, the Tech Genesis Halberd Cannon. Now we're going to see, does he have any set cards, or is the Halberd Cannon enough? Okay, play over to Fukusuke.
Set a monster face down. Set a back row.
Is it a Clayman?
I don't think so.
It could be.
I would also be instantly on the defensive against Halberd Cannon.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, so Raiden's effect activates. Oh, he gets Miscellaneous Saurus.
Wow.
Not bad. Lets him summon Booster Raptor. Oh man.
Yeah,
Good's getting better.
Level 5. Wow. These guys are playing for that prestigious trophy, the 3rd place trophy here. Zade King once again with his Tech Genesis Star Guardian, which opens up a bunch of plays.
Lets me retrieve a Tech Genus from my graveyard.
Star Guardian's so good. It can return a TG monster from the graveyard to your hand, and can also special summon one from your hand with its second effect. So, Karma Cut.
Wow.
Oh man, that is a very efficient answer to Halberd Cannon.
That it is indeed.
I know what to do. I special summon a monster.
That there is not a more efficient answer to Halberd Cannon. I don't believe.
It's gone, and it can't bring back the Blade Blaster. That's pretty much as good as it gets.
Yeah, Zade King
is indeed a Harpy deck, and here's the party. Hysteric party. The party is just starting.
Wow. Once again, we see the party.
Now that the Fun Police TG Halberd Cannon's gone.
Yep. The party can start. They're just having a little bit of a party to begin with, then they're going to head out to the hunting ground.
Oh man, I can't believe how bad this went for Zade King. Shaking his head, can't believe it himself.
Yeah,
he was in such a it appeared he was in such a dominating position. Little did we know, Karma Cut was lying in wait.
Yeah. And the Roach as well.
Yeah, Steel Swarm Roach, that's making things even worse. For Zade King. Once again, Hysteric Party was a crucial card.
Completely changes the game there.
Oh. So now Cyber Slash Harpy Lady joins Steel Swarm Roach on the field.
Finally, the Harpy's hunting ground has been useful enough. We are, however, going to see Star Guardian's effect to quick summon a synchro monster in his opponent's turn, and we're going to see the Black Rose Dragon.
And he can't negate its summon because it's in the chain. Oh, but he can't use its effect. He can't negate the summon because it's in chain, but he can't use the effect because it was summoned in chain.
Yep.
To the in chain to the effect of the Cyber/Harpy Lady. So the monster will stick on the field because it won't be negated by Steel's One Rogue, but it's not very useful if he can't destroy all the cards on the field here.
Yeah. Zade King is
sort
going
of
to
a
get
double-edged sword
turn.
there.
Still means Zade King's going to get one more turn.
Possibly, if that's not a Swallow's Nest in hand.
True. That's very true. And
it is a Swallow's Nest, so he is not getting one more turn. We'll trade his level 4 Harpy for a different level 4 Harpy, and Perfumer's attack is going to end.
Yeah, and that is going to be enough. So, Fukusuke takes the 3rd place here at the KCGT 2021.
With a 2-0 win.
Yeah, wow.
So now we're connected online, so
and
I'd
with
like
Harpies
to interview
actually being
Mr.
played by my
Fukusuke.
Valentine.
Can you
Actual
read me? Can you
Harpies.
hear me?
And what a karma cut. I thought Zade King was ahead
So
in
he's
that
preparing
duel, but
the headset at the moment.
We're going to go
knew
straight into the
I have
interview.
karma cut. I'm
Can you hear
fine.
me, Fukusuke-san? So congratulations on your 3rd prize. Wonderful.
今最後ちょっと離席したっていうのは何か理由があって
So you're now a little bit away from your seat, but you are sure of your victory, right?
もうすごい嬉しすぎて。
No, I was so pleased that I got really nervous.
ちょっと3位がマジシャンが手に入ることが確定して。
You see, so I was assured that I got some the magicians. So as for the last year.
そうですね、ちょっと商品に対する思いは人一倍ちょっと。
You see, I have lots of enthusiasm for having the victories. Last year, you were the best 8, the contestant. But you see, this year, so you showed your enthusiasm for the victory. And looking the back, to the battle, what kind of matches were impressive. You see, I talked about a lot with my friends how to use the card in an order. And you see, so my prediction was exactly the same I presumed. So I was in a really good condition to battle because my prediction was correct. So you mean the order of the deck has the one you had assumed, right? Sorry, in the beginning, so the connection was bad. So you see, to begin with, so Onomato is a really good match with my Moonlight. For example, when we have a Trimid, I think the compatibility will not be good. So I was lucky. So after the victory is decided, and you see, when I lost the semifinals, that I felt that I don't have a feeling that I was still alive. So, and you see, you got the 3rd prize again. Congratulations on your 3rd prize. Thank you very much.
And we're back. There is just one duel remaining. The finals of the KC Grand Tournament for 2021. We can see it on stream here. The final match for the World Championship. We have BZ Baiyang Qinglong versus Zeta. The final matchup. Michael, talk to me. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm so excited for this match. Possibly the most important match of the morning. One duelist is going to be crowned champion.
Yeah. Thousands upon thousands of players, of duels, have gone into this final match. Both of these guys have been playing their hearts out throughout, and there can only be, unfortunately, one champion who is going to take home that first place trophy.
That is extremely exciting for whoever it's going to be.
Yeah.
And second place isn't bad, but it's not first place.
Yeah, it's always that question, isn't it? Is, how bad is that going to feel to be second place? But still, a nice trophy. And I mean, as we already said, getting to this stage, even back when we first started, getting back to the being the top 25 duelists for the whole year in Duel Links is an amazing feat. You've had to have played so much.
And it's so great to have tournaments like these, especially at a time where in-person trading card game, Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game tournaments are a bit limited, and these players are also fortunate to be able to participate and make it this far, and the competition never stopped for them.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the attitude. That's the attitude that these guys have had.
Absolutely.
All of the contestants in one way or another, when they were interviewed for the top 4, they were saying they really want to push through and make it to those finals and win that final match. And unfortunately, we can only have 2 duelists in the final, but I think it's well deserved on both of their parts. They've got some really genius deck builds that we have seen in this tournament.
Definitely, and I don't think they would get here without it.
Exactly. Let's head on over to the Japanese stream so we can see. And here we are. We have BZ versus Zeta to crown a champion. And first up, we have Zane versus Yami Yugi.
If you are a true duelist, I expect nothing less than your best strategies.
By combining my cyber legacy with the underworld deck, you don't.
Yugi always says it the best. What can I can't top anything like that.
I summon a monster in attack position. My monster's effect activates.
Zeta starts out with Raiden. So this is his Thunder Dragon deck. That is using the Lightsworn engine. And Raiden's not the worst start with it. Certainly not the best start with it.
Yeah, but maybe we are going to see something from BZ. Cyber Dragon Core, searching the Cybernetic Fusion support.
Does that mean he already has Fusion Gate? Because he's activating the Fusion support.
He's activating it.
I mean, it's possible he only has a Cyberload Fusion. Oh man, Herald of the Abyss, so he'll name Light Warrior to force Zeta to send Raiden to the graveyard.
Yep, and paying even more of those life points.
Yeah, but what we are all waiting for is to see whether or not he has the Fusion Gate, which would virtually assure his victory.
Yeah. Zeta seems kind of stunned right now.
Certainly. He is in absolute awe of BZ's opening.
Congratulations. You win.
All that matters in life is victory. You may know how to duel, but you don't know how to win.
Seems BZ takes it. I think that Zeta may have disconnected during that game. Let's wait and see. Our Japanese colleagues will be right on that and seeing what happened, so that we can continue these finals. What an explosive opening from BZ there, Michael.
Yeah, it looked like he was going to win. We actually didn't see any of the cards that would close it out because he didn't have the opportunity to play them.
Yeah.
But I think it's fair to say he had at least a fusion spell, right, after searching for cybernetic fusion support.
Yeah, especially
core.
Yeah, especially after you play fusion support and playing the Herald of the Abyss as well. You've got to imagine. Yeah, you've got to imagine.
Best case scenario, fusion gate. Worst case scenario, cycle load fusion.
Yeah, exactly. But that's what an explosive opener. That was very unfortunate for Zeta, who started with just a Raiden.
Right.
That was very unfortunate. That's not a great start in the in the Thunder Dragon deck.
But we don't know if he had Spirit Garibos or anything like that in his hand as well.
True.
So
true.
Maybe that could have kept him in it. But that's really dependent on whether or not the fusion spell was Cyberload Fusion. Because if it was Fusion Gate, I think we would have seen something similar to what we saw earlier in the tournament.
Yes.
Where the Cyber Dragon deck just gets so many monsters and so many attacks that not even Sphere Grebo will help.
Yeah, exactly. It's hard to
maybe not even 2 Sphere Grebos will help.
Yeah.
As we saw before.
So we are just confirming the kind of status of Zeta's connection at this point, so that we can continue the finals in a fair manner and continue the finals doing as it should be played. We didn't get to see the Hero Flash deck in the top 4, but we might see it now. Do you think that BZ is going to choose to go with that deck for the second game?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what his strategy is on that.
It's hard to tell. Is it like an aggressive strategy deck, or it's definitely not. It's more of a defensive strategy deck itself. But does he play it in a situation? When you're one game up, you want to play a more risky strategy deck if you think you can win outright quickly. So, it's very interesting.
Yeah, that might be what he's thinking. He's built some momentum with his first win.
Yeah.
Maybe he wants to see how quickly he can take his second. Maybe he'll opt for a different deck.
Yeah.
But time
maybe we can take a look at the Japanese stream right now. We're getting a good view of both Tour Guide and the extra secret rare Dark Magician. Amazing. It just looks absolutely amazing. So we're gonna be back with the finals very, very shortly. So we saw BZ straight away playing against Zeta in his finals take it with a commanding victory with this Cyber Dragon deck, or at least it looked like it was gonna be a commanding victory before Zeta had some connection issue. But we're gonna wait and see what the result of that match is. These guys are not finished yet. Zeta's, I'm sure, come back from 1-0 starts before, so that's
Absolutely.
Not in question.
It's only one duel. Anything can happen in a match.
Exactly that. So we gotta see what he comes up with. Can he muster his strength back up and play those remaining 2 duels out? He did seem very nervous in the top 4 interviews. So let's wait and see.
Yeah.
Hopefully,
they're obviously both very skilled duelists. Work very hard to get here.
You can see all of the casters from the Japanese stream are all in one place. They're all very excited to watch the finals, so they're all on the crew at this point. to be able to watch what's going on. Amazing to see. Now we get a good shot of the Blue Eyes White Dragon, Dark Magician once again.
Yeah,
you were talking about Blue Eyes earlier when I was talking about Dark Magician. You got me confused.
I believe that was last year's prize, right?
Yeah.
I like the Kaiba Corporation theme.
Yes.
In the background.
Me too.
Really awesome.
Yeah.
Who doesn't like Blue Eyes White Dragon?
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's befitting of such an epic finals, for sure.
Right.
So we're just unfortunately sticking around to find out about these duelists. I mean, for sure, even more now. I'm thinking I want to brush off my Cyber Dragon deck after seeing once again the commanding power that it has.
Definitely,
it's really
I
amazing.
still have it. I still have an old version saved in to my Zane character. I just need to make a couple updates, and it'll be good to go in PvP duels.
Yeah, me too.
That
That would be real awkward. After the stream, we both finish. Oh yeah, see you later, Michael. Bye. Yeah, see ya. Straight onto it, and then Zane versus Zane. That would be awkward, wouldn't it?
Yeah, maybe I'll even add it into my deck rotation when I play in the OTS qualifiers, invitation
Yes,
qualifiers.
absolutely.
I've been leaning heavily on Gladiator Beasts and Thunder Dragons with the occasional Resonators.
I'm a big fan of Resonators. I really like Red Rising Dragon. I think we've seen a lot of it during this tournament, that people can kind of sneak victories out with the really small life point pool that Duel Links has, and that deck really just allows you to pump that up and kind of have a bit more flexibility with the monsters that you're playing.
Yeah, and the synergy with Solemn Scolding is nice too. Not all duelists use Solemn Scolding, but paying 3,000 life points doesn't look so bad when you're at 6,100 or higher.
Yeah, exactly. And
thanks to Red Resonator.
All of the Solemn cards are very, very strong.
Yes.
So yeah, it's worth paying for. If you're stopping your opponent's key plays, something like Gagaga Sister, then it's very much worth paying those life points for.
Absolutely, and it
in
just
a,
has
in
that
a deck where you can recover them.
Yeah, and it's nice even if you're below 3,000 and you otherwise would be unable to use the card. You can special summon Red Resonator, use the spec to gain life points and then have enough life points to use the Solemn Scolding that you either previously set or have in your hand and are ready to set. So all hope is not lost when you draw it with under 3,000 life points.
Yeah, exactly.
But,
I've lost count of how many different decks we've seen during this tournament.
We've seen so many, and I'm very surprised we did not see Resonators. I don't think
we actually didn't. Did we see Resonators? I don't think we did. Not once. That's very surprising.
It's been a long night, but I'm pretty sure we haven't seen Resonators.
Yeah, I think we've seen all of the other decks that you would have expected. We saw Gaia, we saw the Onomata play deck quite a lot. We saw Harpies, Pyramids. We saw a couple of Shiran Yui decks. We even saw Megaliths. So we just had it confirmed that yes, we are going to proceed with BZ having the victory in that first game, and we are going to continue on with this finals very, very shortly. So I'm wondering which of their three decks they're going to choose next.
It certainly looked like BZ was winning that duel on that turn anyway.
Yes. Yes, I'm sure. We have the team in Japan who is taking care of the tournament from in the kind of backstage. They will be able to check all the information about the game and figure out exactly what went on with the connection and what the situation on BZ's side. So yeah, the decision is a very well informed one. Let's say it like that. So
absolutely,
I don't think there was any question that if BZ had a fusion spell card, whether it be the Cyberload or whether it be Fusion Gate, either of those, without disruption, was going to be the end of the game for Zeta.
Right. Unfortunately, we don't get to see that winning attack with Cyber Dragons that I enjoy so much.
Yeah, I must say, I do miss. I always like seeing the cool animations of the signature monsters, and we did get to see it once, the Cyber End Dragon, but it would have been nice to see it again.
Every time my opponent concedes when I'm playing Cyber Dragons, why are you conceding? I want you to meet the last monster you'll ever see.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's got to feel good. I mean,
the Chimera Over Dragon finish is just awesome.
Yeah, we saw that once. That was an amazing finish. I'm gonna have to go watch that back once again just to see exactly how much damage that was gonna be if all of the attacks went through. It was a lot. Let's put it that way. So I think Zeta is just getting set back up again after his connection error, and then we are gonna be good to go.
Awesome. You might actually just be one duel away from a champion.
Yeah. And it depends on how long that duel's going to be, and we might see Hero Flash, so it might be a long one. So let's hope. I really want to see this Hero Flash deck be the kind of finishing blow for the end of the tournament. Just because it's amazing. Any deck that's able to use Neos is amazing. So yeah, I'm very excited.
And it's not just Neos. It's also Clayman, Sparkman.
Yeah, can't forget about those. Can't forget about the little guys, right?
Forget the little guys when you're coming to Earth like Neos. Big man.
Yeah, you got to remember the those smaller heroes, the ones who've been putting the work in for years and years, keeping that skyscraper safe. But right now, we are not going to see that Hero Flash, but we are going to see this finals. BZ versus Zeta. So this is BZ's deck that we haven't seen yet.
To be the greatest, you gotta
well, he's using UBEL, so it seems very likely that it's Thunder Dragons with the
Allured by Darkness
skill.
My sorrow, I share them with you. Duel! Here goes. My turn.
So we're starting off with Zeta. Seems we have just one more error that's stopping us from this finals. What can I say? The epicness is clearly just too much for the internet to handle. So we're going to get to talk just a little bit more about this final matchup that's coming up. Both of the players look totally focused when we saw them. We only saw them for a brief amount of time, but they were totally focused, ready for this matchup. And now we do know what the matchup is going to be. It's going to be the Thunder Dragon deck. Well, we think from UBEL, the Thunder Dragon deck using the Allured by Darkness versus the Onomata play deck with Yuma and Astral.
That's certainly what it looks like, and that's a matchup I'm very familiar with, being a frequent Thunder Dragon player.
So in that matchup, do you want to go first or second usually as the Thunder Dragon player?
That's an interesting question. I never really think about that because you don't have a choice. Probably first. Probably second actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think second because you want the extra card because you're less likely to draw a hand you can't play. You want to deprive the Onomat deck of defeating you on your first turn, or on their first turn rather. And you have a lot of reactive cards that can sort of deal with what they have, but it also partially depends on how you build your deck, because cards like Trifortress Top are awesome in that matchup. Because being able to special summon a monster with 2800 defense that's unaffected by card effects, your opponent special summons 3 or more monsters in the turn, can stop them in their tracks, and then provide you with an Ixie's material for a rank 6 monster that you can use to retaliate after they've built their field. So it depends how you build the deck. I think second is definitely preferred. If you are in fact first, drawing Trifortress Tops will sometimes save you, because on turns that they summon 3 monsters and you have that card, it's very hard for them to defeat you on that turn. Because it's hard to destroy, really, on the turn it's summoned.
Yeah, Triforce Drops is a great card against any of those strategies that are summoning lots of monsters. We've seen it being used a few times throughout the tournament. We saw it against the Tech Genesis deck as well, which was, it was very useful in that matchup. And the Onomata play deck as well.
Yeah, so it really does depend. I do like the Thunder Dragon matchup there. I think Thunder Dragons are probably, if you have the proper tech cards, I think they're preferred. They're favored in that matchup. At least that's been my experience. But if you're coming in unprepared without cards like Trifortress Tops, cards like Sirkaribo that can kind of stop them from defeating you in one turn, so that you have the time to retaliate, then it can be tough to beat the deck. But I think these players are all coming here prepared. I think especially players using Thunder Dragons are prepared to play against Onomats, expecting most of the players in the tournament will probably be using one Onomat deck in their 3-deck lineup. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, that's, of course, yeah. We've just been told that the second matchup, of course, will be rematched. They will start again, basically. So I don't know yet if they will be forced to use the same decks or not, or whether they will re-choose, but I think they will be using the same decks. So we are going to get to see that matchup that you just spoke of.
Yeah, so
of course we are
cards like
the
Chaos
time.
Dragon, Levianeer will be critical here. I mean, Levianeer is always critical. It's like I mentioned before, Levianeer is the answer to a lot of decks. And the decks it's not an answer to, Thunder Dragons we usually will have trouble against.
Yeah.
So it is strong here, and there's a lot of cool stuff that you can do that make Photon Strike Bouncer less effective, because of the fact that you can chain the effects of cards you banish from your graveyard to summon Levianeer, to make them unable to negate the Levianeer's effect itself with Strike Bouncer. So there are a lot of nuances that affect the plays, that make certain plays a little stronger than maybe obvious at first. And it'll be interesting to see how this match gets navigated.
Yeah, I mean, both of the players, when we saw them then, they looked determined for this final game. So I'm sure that they're going to play the best Yu-Gi-Oh that they can with the cards that they have. So,
and the stakes probably have never been higher for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone is gunning for that extra secret rare Dark Magician, and there's only 2 people left in the gunning for that first place trophy.
Yeah, that'll make a very nice addition to someone's collection.
Absolutely. So we are just waiting a little bit longer to ensure all of the effort is going in to make sure that Zeta's connection is as good as it can be, and that there are no further errors for the following game. Once again, we get a nice glimpse of the trophy once more on the Japanese stream there. It is a beautiful trophy. I wish I could have one on my desk. alas, I decided to play Infernity instead of playing Cyber Dragons. So we've just received the confirmation from Zeta that he is ready to play the final match. So now they are just preparing themselves into the dueling lobby, and then we are going to be good to go. Cannot wait to see how this ends up. To be honest, my biggest hope is that we get a game 3. But let's wait and find out. Here we have Zeta versus BZ. Let's take it over to watch the match. They are replaying the match with the same decks. Yuma, Astral has never been more true. We must win this duel, Yuma. That's what they say to Zeta right now.
BZ will have to go first in this duel. So, hopefully for him, he has a decent start. Because if he can't play anything, he might lose immediately.
That's a good start.
Lupine. Pretty much the best start if he has either Thunder Dragon Roar or Thunder Dragon Dark in his hand. And he does. He has the Roar, which he banishes, and then uses the effect to banish Thunder Dragon Dark from his deck. Now he gets to use both of their effects.
Yeah, amazing. Amazing start.
Yeah, it's Hawk to his hand with Thunder Dragon Dark. Maybe signaling he didn't already have one, maybe signaling he wants a backup for next turn. And then special summons Dragon Roar from his deck with the Roar's effect.
Wow. And he's able to thin his deck even further with those regular Thunder Dragons.
So he will take 2 Thunder Dragons with the one he discarded, which could mean he's not desperate to get light monsters into the graveyard, or could mean he may be setting up a future Hawk, effect of the Hawk that activates when it's banished to try to return them to his deck to draw new cards.
Yeah. Zeta's got a good start here.
Yeah, interesting. He returns the Hawk to his hand instead of performing a rank 6 Xyz summon.
Gaga sister, time to play.
This Gaga Sister, we've seen this play so many times already. The Sister effect gets to activate, and Yuma begins to feel the flow.
Gaga Head is returned to the deck.
If we have a Zubaba or Gaga in play, we can summon this.
Come on in.
Baba Bancho Gaga Coat is special summoned. Thanks to Gaga's sister being on the field.
Baba Bancho Gaga Coat's effect activates.
Baba Bancho Gaga Coat's effect activates.
I activate my spell card.
Summon the glove, and we've got a bolt as well.
Now is the moment. My monster's effect activates. Gaga's sister has another effect.
We're gonna see the Exceed summon.
I'll play this. I Exceed summon a monster.
Could the duel end here? I'm not totally sure.
I wouldn't bet on it.
M7.
It is perhaps possible, but I do know Thunder Dragon decks often use a lot of cards that can be used from the hand to stop themselves from losing on the opponent's turn.
Yep, so, but at the very least...
Dwarf Go Gloves effect activates to summon Utopic Onomatopoeia from the hand. Now he's making another rank 4. So he's going for game, but we may actually just see a blowout here. If BZ has a Spear Kuriboh, takes the first attack, is able to use Lured by Darkness and then stops the second attack.
That being said, we do see the Steel Swarm Roach.
Yeah, Steel Swarm Roach is good, but it's not the best because it's so easy to summon Dragon Roar with higher attack points.
Yeah.
Just with the effect of Hawk. And Steel Swarm Roach can't stop special summons that are special summoned by the effect of other cards. So we'll see here. M7 is attacking. Looks like BZ may have something to stop the attack. And it's the Cry Fortress stops, actually. That we,
it is.
talked about before.
Yeah, and that's going to be the end of turn for Zeta.
I actually used my ultra rare dream ticket to get my third copy of Trifortress Ops.
Nice. Yeah, I still have my dream ticket. I need to decide what I'm going to spend it on.
So UBEL is able to, BZ is able to use Lord by Darkness, draw a Lore of Darkness from his deck, and it is very powerful. And Steel Swarm Roach is also powerless against Ixie's summons, which is another thing that this deck does fairly easily.
Yeah.
It really, the deck summons a lot of high-level monsters, but it's most effective against pretty much only Levianeer.
And BZ has the Melody.
Yeah, so he'll have to deal with the Steel Swarm Roach somehow before he can use the Levianeers. Unless he just wants to use the Levianeers to banish cards from his graveyard to activate their effects.
He's going to be able to go straight into that Photon Strike bouncer, though. That's going to do it.
Oh, that will do it, unless Zeta has a face-down card that could either put it face down like Book of Moon, or destroy it. And Book of Moon is going to do it.
It is. So he did have
now
two.
That he...
Oh, another Aloof Lupine.
It is another Aloof Lupine. It's not quite as effective with only one monster zone available.
Hmm.
Monster's effect activates. My monster's effect activates.
You see those multiple...
So it looks like he's banishing Thunder Dragon Dark and Hawk. So he wants to send cards back to his deck to draw new ones. It looks like he's probably searching for an answer to that Steel Swarm Roach.
Yeah.
Not an enviable position to be in. But the Thunder Dragon Dark does get him the 100 Thunders, and that seems like it would be fairly good.
Yeah, right now, BZ is struggling to use his strongest cards, but still, even just the regular Thunder Dragon cards can easily take down that Steel Swarm Roach.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like he could get one onto the field. He already used Hawk this turn.
Yeah.
That Book of Moon really stopped his plan.
Yeah, and Zeta does have that M7 effect. Let's see how he decides to utilize it.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what he does. He can, you know, we probably he probably figures that BZ's face down card is the 100 Thunders, so he doesn't really have to worry about it interfering with M7. But is he going to use the Xyz material to just get the Photon Strike Bouncer off the field, or is he going to use it to try to return a card to his hand?
Zeta looks like he is taking his time, having a real think about this.
I activate my monster's effect.
So he's going in with the M7 effect.
So let's see where he targets.
There's a lot of choices. There's a lot of choices here.
He could even give a card in BZ's graveyard back to BZ, but I don't think he's going to do that.
No. What?
Focus. He misclick.
Watch what we can do together.
He used the M7 to take back that Steel Swarm Roach.
What happened?
I'm unsure. But we do see Armat to play.
Did he want to make... The only thing I can think of is he want to make room for a different Xyz summon?
Yeah. I think that's the only reason.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll see where this goes, and then...
Yeah, we might see Excalibur come out or something. Oh, yeah, that... Just as I said it, yeah, the most noble of knights. We see Excalibur could attack over the Aloof Lupine again.
Wow, that is a gutsy play.
Yeah, that is a gutsy play.
Oh man, he's really betting his opponent doesn't have Spear Karibo.
Yeah, and his opponent does have a face down card as well.
Well, the face down card is probably 100 Thunders, so it's not going to stop Excalibur. But to do that play after BZ shuffled 3 cards from his hand back into his deck, or maybe it was 2 cards, to replenish them, and kept one of the cards that was in his hand, could have been the Sphere Karibo. That is a gutsy play. That was.
You have to put your hands in the air and appreciate just how absolutely gutsy that was.
Yeah, and I'm curious if Zeta was thinking that he didn't like his chances of winning even with Steel Swarm Roach on the field.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
And now we see the Levianeer.
I mean, with Levianeer now able to hit the field, and him being able to,
we do see
the effects of the banished cards in Chain. This is gonna be a problem. But Fiendish Chain will negate Levianeer's effect. Oh man, the fact that he has Fiendish Chain, I feel like makes it more crucial for him to have protected his Steel Swarm Roach.
Yeah. But, you know, sometimes when you see a path to victory...
He goes for it, yeah. So Thunder Dragon Duo comes out next. We're probably going to see Hieratic Dragon, and that's probably going to...
Yeah, huge Sun Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, Zeta does not even have any cards in his hand for BZ to consider. No relevant effects in the graveyard. If there are 2 monsters in BZ's hand, which there most certainly are, oh yeah.
I think BZ is celebrating for a reason.
Yeah,
Zeta has nothing
he
more.
Got it. He got it the moment. I want to say he got it the moment Steel Swarm Roach left the field.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Maybe Zeta thought that just the Steel Swarm Roach was not going to be effective enough. But
yeah.
I mean, on the one hand, I can totally understand the play. He thought there was no better chance for him to win, and right there, betting on his opponent not having the Sphere Karibo.
Yeah. And what an amazing victory.
Yeah, he can hope his opponent just has like cards like Trifortress stops and other defensive cards that can't stop the attack of Excalibur, and that's where he bet. That's what he bet on, but it didn't pay off.
Absolutely, and we're going to take it over to the Japanese stream for an interview with our champion.
伝わってますかね？どうでしょうか？あ、伝わってますかね？伝わってるんですかね。はい。さあそして惜しくも2位です。あ、繋がってますかね？
ミュートかな？
开吗？我应该有怎么开？
あ、繋がりましたか。あ。なるほどです。ちょっとオフにしていたかもしれませんが。
Hello。
あ、続いてますかね。Hello。今度は音声の。
Seems the perfect timing. His headset ran out of battery.
啊，可以听到，可以听到。
But.
Okay, once again, to Bayanchino-san, congratulations for winning the championship.
好的，谢謝。
Thank you very much. Thank you. And then, unfortunately, the second place, Mr. Zeta. Once again, thank you very much for joining us for long hours.
Obrigado.
Thank you very much.
いや素晴らしい笑顔をこの
was a great
最後の試合でも、
smile
見せていただきました。
in the
ゼータ
last
選手、本当に
game.
ありがとうございま
Mr.
す。
Zeta, thank you very much.
BC バイエンチーノ選
So,
手に
BC
少しインタビュ
Bayanchino,
ーの方をしていき
I
たい
want
と
to have some
思います。
interview with you.
今日デッキ
Today,
なんですけれども、
regarding
今日
deck,
使われた3つのデッキを教えて
you
いた
use
だいてもい
3
いです
decks. Can you
か？
please tell me what they are?
啊，可以听到。使用的牌组是Cyber Dragon、Thunder Dragon 还有Hero Flash。
Cyber Dragon?
Thunder Dragon,
Thunder Dragon, right? Yeah, Thunder Dragon. Cyber Dragon, Hero Flash.
ですよね。おそらくこの見てきたデッキの中で、
So,
この3つだと思われるんですけども、
I believe that the
今
three
回
decks you
一
used,
番強力と思われていたこのオノマとデッキ、
Onoma and
これを
deck,
採用しなかった理由っていう
what
のを
is the
僕個人的
reason
に
why
伺い
you
たかったん
didn't
で
use
すけども、
them? Because
こちらどうい
we
った理由
thought
に
that
よるも
would
の
be
でしょ
the
うか。
strongest one. So what is the reason?
.是因为这个卡组因为是在 KCGT 这个环境中，大家普遍有在针对这个牌组，所以说我使用了逆向思维，选择了我所选择的3个卡组来打这些针对 Onomat 的卡组。
Well, this time, as I said earlier, we thought the 3 decks are better than the 2. That's the reason why. That's how we thought I should fight against Onoma. That's why I chose the 3 specific decks. So against Onomat deck, you predicted in advance that they would work in advantageously. Yes. Sasaki-san, what do you think? Do you have any questions you want to ask? No, I can just say that his choice was great. Baiencino, Mr. Baiencino. Mr. Sasaki is saying that you made a great choice. Mr. Sasaki, I really appreciate your words. Thank you very much. Thank you too. Well, Mr. BG Baiencino, once again, congratulations for winning the championship. Though it was a very hard fight.
好的，非常感谢也感谢主办方能够为大家举办一个这样激动人心的比赛。
Yes, thank you very much too. I really appreciate everyone. This time, I want to say thank you to everyone who planned this event and operated so successfully. Thank you so much too. And then, Mr. Zeta, who won the second place, I want to interview with him again as well. Mr. Zeta?
どうでしょうか、今決勝戦で惜しくも負けてしまいましたが、
Unfortunately, you lost the game, but how do you feel?
Tô feliz por ter chegado mais longe da última vez. Tentei muito pouco para chegar na final. Infelizmente, aconteceu. Acabou por minha culpa, não foi nem questão de conexão. Mas aprender para não cometer, para não acontecer erros desse numa próxima vez, tentar consertar. E questão do duelo foi bem divertido. Foi muito pouco para, mas foi bem divertido.
Well, I was almost win, but I'm so happy that I could have a very good fight. Unfortunately, because of my mistake, I lost the game, but overall, I really enjoyed playing in this event. So, if there's another opportunity, I want to join the game and then win the championship. I'm so happy to hear your words. And finally, I have a question. 2017 and 2018, as well as 2019, you joined the World Championship. If I remember right, in 2020, you couldn't win the preliminary record, but in 2021, you won the second place. In 2020, if there is such a World Championship, would you like to join?
Em 2022 vou continuar me esforçando para voltar a aparecer no Mundial talvez pelo Duel Links, talvez pelo Master Duel, dependendo do engajamento com a Konami. Seja quem sabe, mas eu vou continuar tentando aparecer de novo no próximo Mundial.
Yes, in 2022, I would like to make the same efforts, same level of effort as I have done in the past. And if possible, I want to join the game once again and win the championship. Thank you for your great comment. Mr. Zeta, thank you very much for joining us today once again. Thank you too.
はい、ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
さあ、ということで、えなこさん、この KC グランドトーナメント2021を制したこのトップ3の選手には豪華賞品があるということなんですけれども、
はい、そうなんです。 KC グランドトーナメント2021を制した BZ バイエンチェンロン選手に、そして2位のゼータ選手、そして3位の福助選手にはこちらブラックマジシャンエクストラシークレットレア仕様同梱トロフィーが贈られます。おめでとうございます。
はい、おめでとうございます。
Amazing interview from both of the players there. They're both extremely happy with the results. I think Zeta, of course, is a little bit sad that he got second place, but it didn't stop him saying that he was going to press on to the next event.
He's not at all discouraged by it. It was an extraordinary event. We saw so many decks. It was an honor to be able to commentate it with you, Luke.
Yeah, thank you very much, Michael. I had amazing fun with you commentating this event, and yeah, well, it looks like we're wrapping it up at this point. We crowned a new champion, and what better than the player who was playing Hero Flash?
Who deserves
Absolutely
it more?
Amazing. Yeah, exactly. It's a shame we didn't get to see it in those finals, but you know, we got to see it, and that's what matters. I think we're gonna be watching that duel over and over again, just to see it once more, again and again.
It's very interesting. Also, in the interview, he was asked why he chose the 3 decks he did and which 3 decks he chose, and he said he chose those 3 decks because he believes that they're the strongest for his chances of winning, and Anamat wasn't one of them, and that's I think that separated him from a lot of players, and led him to victory.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Michael, once again, thank you so much for joining me on the coverage of KCGT 2021. Who knows? We might be back for next year. Keep on playing Duel Links, and thank you all once again for watching. That's us signing off. We're going to leave you with the Japanese stream now, and that's it from us. Thank you, Michael, once again.
Thank you, Luke.